Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the Off Label Podcast, your twice weekly dose of sanity and insane episode. Another bonus episode. While I got the chance, we might as well go through these things live instead of bringing them at a later date for you. We're looking at the House Committee on the Judiciary today. They got a markup of HR 38, Constitutional Concealed Carry Act. We're going to see what they got to argue about that and how they say you shouldn't be able to defend yourself. But while we have some pauses and everything, we'll start listening to others, looking to others, see what's going on, and we're gonna pay attention while I take care of things in the background. I look orange as fuck today because apparently there's too much fucking light coming into this house, and I cannot change that. Green screen's not working right. But anyway, we're gonna get right to it as soon as I press this button.
Hey kid, don't ever let them get inside your head. They'll tell you what to do in life instead of everything you know that you can get. Don't let them guide your life towards regret. I'll fight for what I love with every breath. My past is filled with things I won't forget. I use them all to push me to my best. So treat the worst of times just like a test. If only I could go back in time, I'd tell myself that everything will end up alright. Just push yourself, test yourself, figure out what you like, and find your limits, don't be rigid, always work towards a prime. Surround yourself with open minds, people can change your life. A few friends with intent can help you feel alive. Find a passion, take some action, and with a little time, just be patient, make a statement, try to enjoy your life. They'll try to kick you while you're down. They wanna rise up while you drown. They wanna fill your head with doubt. They're silently scared that you'll figure it out. I'll make it look like I'm losing. Won't bother hiding my bruises. And when they finally think you're wounded, then it's your chance to be ruthless. I'll make it look like I'm losing. Won't bother hiding my bruises. And when they finally think you're wounded, then it's your chance to be ruthless.
Okay, I hit the wrong button there with that one. While this goes on, ladies and gentlemen, they're gaveling in kind of a little bit here. I'm going to have to fix everything. I'm just going to do this on the fly. So let's just go ahead.
All over the country. Without objection, the chair is authorized to declare recess at any time pursuant to Committee Rule 2, House Rule 11, Clause 2. The chairman may postpone further proceedings today on a question of approving any measure or matter or adopting an amendment for which a recorded vote is ordered. I now recognize the gentleman from Alabama to lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance.
Allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Pursuant to notice, I call up H.R. 60, the Knife Owners Protection Act of 2025 for purpose of markup, and move that the committee report it favorably to the House. The clerk will report the bill.
H.R. 60.
Without objection, the bill will be considered as read and open.
Isn't this the one we heard from the House of Rules not too long ago?
For amendment at any point. The chair now recognizes the gentleman from Arizona, Mr. Biggs, for an opening statement.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The bill currently before us, H.R. 60, the Knife Owners Protection Act of 2025, or COPA, is a common-sense solution to a real-world problem. Knife laws vary widely from state to state. For example, some states place restrictions on the type of knife and length of the blade that may be lawfully possessed. Some states also prohibit the concealment of a knife and at what age an individual may carry a knife. Other states have restrictions on carrying knives on school grounds. 24 states do not place any restrictions on the type of knife, its length and opening mechanisms, or whether the knife is evidently visible or hidden. Traveling across state lines with a knife can easily result in serious criminal penalties, as what is legal in one state may be restricted or illegal in a neighboring state. COPA establishes certainty for knife owners by protecting the right of law-abiding citizens to transport knives between states. COPA allows non-prohibited individuals to transport a knife across state lines in a vehicle or airplane if the knife is not accessible to the passenger compartment, or locked in a compartment box. COPA provides exceptions for an emergency knife to be carried interstate without being locked in a compartment box unless an individual
What
is
is
being
going
subjected
on,
to security
polar
screening
bear?
through TSA. Under COPA, if possession of a knife is legal in the
Benny
states where
Johnson
the
is
trip
live for the
starts and
hearing,
ends,
including
the
Cash
knife
and
is
Pam.
secured in accordance with the requirements outlined in the legislation, knife owners would not be subject to a state's criminal penalties while traveling from one state to another.
That was the cabinet
COPA
meeting.
also establishes a strong right of action to allow individuals to seek damages from
Hold on.
jurisdictions that violate COPA. I hope we all remember that the Second Amendment guarantees Americans the right to keep and bear arms to protect themselves, their families, their businesses, and Congress must ensure that those rights are protected. The Second Amendment protects an individual's right to not only purchase and possess firearms, but also knives. Like the Firearm Owners Protection Act that became law almost 50 years ago, the Knife Owners Protection Act will ensure that knife owners may travel from one state to another with a knife so long as it is transported in a safe manner and lawful to possess in the original jurisdiction and the jurisdiction that is the terminus, without fear of undue prosecution. I urge my colleagues to support H.R. 60, and Mr. Chairman, thank you, and I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. The chair recognizes the ranking member for an opening statement.
Mr.
Wait,
Chairman,
no.
thank you very much. Framed as protection for lawful knife owners, H.R. 60, the Knife Owners Protection Act, is a confusing and unnecessarily broad bill that ends up threatening public safety and actually tying the hands of law enforcement. While we all
this is
support
armed
reasonable
services.
rights for responsible knife owners, this bill goes far beyond what's reasonable and what's responsible. Currently, a variety of federal, state, and local laws
Oh, that was
govern the
Homeland
sale,
Security.
possession,
Hold on.
manufacture, and transport of knives. Because these laws vary by jurisdiction, knife owners may indeed find it difficult to follow all of them as
that
they
is
travel
Senate.
across state lines. And while H.R. 60 is meant to address these circumstances, just
right,
like
I got
the
it.
Firearm Owners
I'll grab
Protection
it.
Act of 1986 did for firearm owners, this bill goes way beyond allowing knife owners to travel safely between the states. H.R. 60 veers far from its model by allowing knife owners to transport knives within the passenger compartment of their vehicle, in a console or locked glove compartment if the vehicle does not have a separate compartment. Under this bill,
Yes,
an
this
interstate
is the one we
traveler could
heard
have a
from
knife
House Rules.
inside of their car at arm's length or right next to them and easily retrievable with the turn of a key, increasing the risk that the knife might be easily and quickly accessed and used to commit violence. Compare that to the Firearm Owners Protection Act, which strictly prohibits transporting firearms in this manner, providing that neither a firearm nor ammunition should be readily accessible or reachable from the passenger compartment of a moving vehicle. That legislation was passed in a bipartisan manner to allow responsible gun owners to safely and lawfully transport their firearms. And unlike the Firearm Owners Protection Act, this bill preempts not only state law, but federal law too. Here's how it does that. The bill establishes the right to lawfully transport knives between states to, quote, any individual who is not otherwise prohibited by federal law from possessing, transporting, shipping, or receiving
This is a
knife
markup,
or
so
knives.
it's going to be a thing.
But the
It's
preceding
gonna be a
clause, the
good day.
preemption clause, includes this phrase, quote, notwithstanding any provision of any law or any rule or regulation of the United States. That phrase is not included in the Firearm Owners
And I woke up in a
Protection
pissy
Act.
mood today,
So when you
so-
read them together, these clauses create a conflict in application that will be left for law enforcement officers, prosecutors, and ultimately judges to try to sort out and reconcile. Federal laws such as the Federal Switchblade Act and the Ballistic Knife Prohibition Act prohibit the possession and transport of certain types of knives across state lines, from switchblades and butterfly knives to knives with blades propelled by springs. And while this might not be the intent of the bill, as written, those federal laws would arguably not apply to someone caught possessing or transporting knives across state lines by operation of the odd and inscrutable addition of the notwithstanding clause. The bill's conflicting and confusing language would have a negative effect on
Hit
public
use
safety.
copy button, you
Because
little
H.R.
fuck.
60 creates a private right of action for any person who's deprived of the rights, privileges, or immunities conferred by the bill, this confusion
does it
will
again.
almost certainly invite costly litigation. The uncertainty in the meaning of the statute, which is completely unnecessary, and the fear of litigation together would undermine public safety, placing both officers and the public at risk. If my colleagues would like to pass legislation to allow knife owners to travel freely with their knives, they should do so through a narrowly tailored common sense measure that keeps public safety in mind. There is one that is moving in the Senate. I oppose this legislation, and I yield back to you, Mr. Chairman.
Gentleman yields back without objection. All other opening statements will be included in the record. The chair now recognizes the gentleman from Arizona for the purpose of offering an amendment in the nature of a substitute.
I have an amendment at the desk.
Clerk will report the amendment.
Amendment in the nature of a
Without
substitute.
objection, the amendment in the nature of a substitute will be considered as read and shall be considered base text for the purpose of amendment. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Arizona to explain the amendment.
Mr. Chairman, this amendment simply removes the year in the title of the bill and does not substantively change the bill in any way, and I urge support of the amendment and yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Who seeks recognition? Gentlelady from North Carolina is recognized.
Mr. Chairman, I have an amendment at the desk.
Clerk will report the amendment.
That was Washington Schultz. God damn
Order
it, she's
reserved by the
here.
gentleman from Arizona.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Chairman and Ranking Member Raskin. To be
Wait. We're gonna have the clerk report here, and then we'll get to your statement.
Okay, that
Amendment
isn't.
to the amendment
That
and
isn't
then-
Washington
Objection, the
Schultz.
amendment will be considered as read. The gentlelady from North Carolina is recognized to explain the amendment.
okay. Thank you, Mr. Chairman and Ranking.
All right, so we got Ross, Macbeth, Scanlon. Who the fuck was that in the background? Lundgren, Scanlon, Macbeth, Ross, Galant. I don't know who the fuck that is. It must be a new guy. And Moskowitz so far.
To the amendment and then
Without
Of course,
objection, the amendment will be
Raskin's there.
considered as read. The gentlelady from North Carolina is recognized to explain the amendment.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Chairman and Ranking Member Raskin.
He would tickle her
To
way
be
to safety.
clear, I am strongly opposed to this bill for the reasons outlined by the Ranking Member. But my amendment is an attempt to make this backward legislation a little bit less terrible. It's simple. The amendment makes it clear that anyone convicted of a crime of domestic violence or subject to a court order relating to domestic violence is not covered by the protections in this bill.
Okay.
An FBI report indicated that almost 15% of domestic violence murder victims were killed with a knife, and almost 19% of domestic violence-related aggravated assault victims were assaulted with a knife. Without
Oh my God, ladies and gentlemen, less than a quarter of all of them, less than a fifth of all of them were done with the knife, so you can't have knives, you son of a bitch. Fuck is this?
this amendment, domestic abusers would be free to carry these knives across state lines and continue to stalk, threaten, assault, and even kill their victims.
But if
My
you have a
amendment
pocket knife and
mirrors
you're just traveling through,
existing
you're going
and
to prison.
well-settled
Shut the
federal
fuck up,
law
whore.
that prohibits anyone who has been convicted of domestic violence or is subject to a court order relating to a domestic violence order from owning or
Concealed carry,
transporting a firearm.
Reciprocity Act, and more.
There is no equivalent statute prohibiting the possession or transportation of knives
There's
for
more
known
than just this
abusers,
Concealed Carry
and I
Act.
hope that the committee supports this common sense amendment. If we're going to report
We
this
heard
bill
this in the
out,
House
we
rules.
cannot give stalkers and abusers free license to keep hurting victims.
But yet you're still in office, you dumb, retarded cunt bag. What the fuck are you talking about? First of all, if I have a pocket knife and I travel across state lines just going somewhere and I get pulled over in another state, I could go to fucking prison. If I had a skinning knife because I'm a hunter and I field dress in that kind of area and I travel across state lines with that knife, I am now a fucking felon. You are the most retarded fucking piece of shit I've ever seen in my goddamn life. It is fucking amazing how dumb you really fucking are. And the fact that you sit in government is an affront to humankind.
It's shameful that we are spending our
What up,
time
Brenda?
protecting the rights of people who would use their knives in domestic violence. And it's at the very
just giving
least,
out the
we should
Discord
take
link if
action
nobody
to
does-
protect
or if
survivors
nobody
of
else is in
domestic
there right now.
violence who've endured
They can jump in.
unspeakable trauma and ensure that we're not extending protections to violent individuals. Thank you, and I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Gentleman withdraw his point of order.
Withdraw my point of order.
Point of order is withdrawn. Gentleman from Arizona is recognized.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, I oppose this amendment. It's unnecessary. This bill already prevents prohibited users from the protections otherwise provided in H.R. 60. Yield back.
Gentleman yields back.
It don't matter. I was
Since
supposed to be up
recognition.
earlier today, and I just overslept.
Question
Had to
occurs on
throw
the
all this
amendment
shit
offered by
together.
the gentlelady from North Carolina. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. No.
I woke up in a
the opinion of the chair,
very, very
the
bad
noes
mood
have it.
because
The
of that.
amendment is not adopted.
Mr. Chairman, I asked
I
for
was
the
supposed to be up like
The
2 hours
gentlelady
ago,
had
and it
requested
wasn't.
the yeas and nays. The clerk will call the roll.
And I went to
Mr.
bed
Jordan?
early.
No.
Mr. Jordan votes no. Mr. Isa? Mr. Biggs? Mr. Biggs votes no. Mr. McClintock?
Everything
Mr.
after
Tiffany.
Sponge left in dirty surgery that will ban
Mr.
those
Massey.
also. Trying to
Mr.
seize
Roy.
power over all that is life.
Mr. Roy votes no.
Oh,
Mr.
yeah.
Fitzgerald? Mr. Klein?
But God help
Mr.
you
Klein
if you
votes
try to
no.
defend
Mr.
yourself
Gooden?
from somebody who's
Mr.
just
Gooden
as
votes no.
crazy
Mr.
as,
Van Drew?
as the people that are
Mr.
trying to
Nels?
firebomb and
Mr. Moore?
attack people that
Mr. Moore votes
are
no.
just
Mr.
driving
Kiley?
Teslas.
Ms. Hageman?
You defend
Lee?
yourself from that. You go to prison.
Mr.
Not
Hunt?
them.
Mr. Fry? Mr. Grothman? Mr. Knott?
And
Mr.
I would
Harris?
sit there and I just,
Mr. Onder?
I
Mr.
want to
Onder
sit in
votes
these
no.
meetings and I
Mr.
just want
Schmidt?
to just be the
Mr.
fucking
Gill?
dick to them that they need to.
Mr.
They
Baumgartner?
need to hear. Every single
Mr.
fucking one of
Roskin?
them. They start talking, I'm gonna tell them to shut
Mr.
the
Roskin
fuck
votes
up.
aye. Mr.
You don't have
Nadler?
a say in my
Mr.
life.
Nadler votes aye. Ms. Lofgren? Ms. Lofgren
Telling me
votes
I can't
aye.
defend
Mr. Cohen?
myself, motherfucker.
Mr. Johnson? Mr. Swalwell? Mr. Liu? Ms. Jayapal?
I was playing with Scott
Mr.
Lake.
Correa?
We played for a good
Ms.
little bit.
Scanlon? Ms. Scanlon votes aye. Mr. Nagoose?
Had to restart the
Ms.
server
McBath?
and all different types of
Ms.
things.
McBath
Then we had to
votes
get
aye.
things
Ms. Ross?
started real quick.
Ms.
Yeah.
Ross votes aye.
Hey,
Ms.
Carolyn, how you
Ballant?
doing?
Ms. Ballant votes aye. Mr. Garcia? Mr. Garcia votes aye. Ms. Kamlager Dove? Mr. Moskowitz? Mr. Moskowitz votes aye. Mr. Goldman? Ms. Crockett? Ms. Crockett votes aye.
I want you all to kind of understand a little bit about what they're voting on here. Let's say you just buy. Let's say you live on between states, like on the state line, kind of like I did when I lived in Fayetteville, Tennessee. Right, I was just barely right above the Alabama state line. So let's say I decide, hey, I need to get some things. Okay, I go to where I was living. The Walmart in Hazel Green is just as far away from me as the Walmart in Fayetteville, with really less traffic. So let's say I want to avoid stupid ass people, so I go to the Walmart in Hazel Green. Hey, I need some kitchen knives. You know, mine are kind of dull, and yeah, I could sharpen them up, but fuck it, let's just get some more. Let's get some backup knives, right? Buy them. I bring them home. I cross from Alabama to Tennessee. Now I'm a fucking felon. Because I didn't lock them up in my car. I mean, they're still in their packaging, yes. But I didn't put them under lock and key. The blades are longer than 4 inches. I didn't put them under lock and key. Now I'm a fucking felon. Yeah. Yeah, this is the one we heard in the House rules. Just because I didn't put brand new lives in a lockbox in my fucking trunk, I am a felon. That's the bill that they're actually arguing about and voting on right now. When you put it in that kind of direction, you kind of look at these motherfuckers and you think the incompetence of these sons of bitches. There's no way that this is just a natural thing. There's no way any of this is fucking natural. You can't sit there and try to say, yeah, just because of
Votes
this
no.
bill, everybody's a fucking felon
Mr. Isa, you're not
because
recorded.
they buy knives
Mr. Isa votes no.
and travel across state lines. This is fucking retarded. I am so goddamn done with this government. The regulation on knives. Jesus fucking Christ. Now we were just waiting for other motherfuckers to come in, apparently.
Mr. Massey, you're not recorded. Mr. Massey votes no.
Thank you, Massey.
Mr. Baumgartner votes no. noes.
The amendment is not agreed. Clerk will report.
Mr. Chairman, there are 10 ayes and 10 noes.
Oh,
The
I'm sorry.
amendment is not agreed to.
This is her
Seeks
amendment.
recognition.
Ross's amendment.
Question occurs.
If you want to avoid stupid people, the last place you should go is any Walmart. Oh, yeah.
Gentleman from Florida is recognized.
Closest one, so.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Closest grocery
I
store.
appreciate the opportunity. So I kind of just want to level set the bill for a second. So while the American people are worried right now about losing Social Security and Medicare and Medicaid, they're worried about raising, the rising prices of goods. What is Congress focused on? What are we focused on? Right? We should be focused on kitchen table issues, but actually,
the kitchen table issues that you're speaking of right now that you caused, Moskowitz. You caused the fucking mess. So now you want everybody to pay attention to the mess you caused while you blame everybody else for you throwing your food all over the place? Like, what the fuck is your goddamn problem? This treason you commit against the American people should not fucking stand. And I do say treason because this motherfucker levied war against you. He levied financial war against you for his own fucking gain. You pay all that fucking money, all the inflation and everything that we've gone through. You paid because he just said, Biden's in office for the first 2 years. We got the House and the fucking Senate. Let's spend whatever the fuck we can whenever the fuck we can spend. Oh, yeah, inflation's going up. Well, let's hide it. Let's lie to the American people. New president. Inflation's all his point. All his problem now. You know, that money you spend at the grocery store and everything? Yeah, 2 months in, somehow it's fucking Trump's fault. That is economic warfare. He levied war against you.
we are focused on kitchen table issues. We're focused on cutlery, okay? But, look, this is a commitment. This is a commitment by my colleagues across the aisle. They're very committed to the kitchen. Very old-fashioned of them. Because remember, gas stoves, dishwashers.
I'd love to sit in those hearings. And
now
every time they say this, I
cutlery.
just cut the fuck in right
And
there at
so,
the end, and I just go off on every single fucking
I know
one of
there's
them.
more gas stove hearings, and so this fits right in, I think, with
You
the priority
caused the
list
issue,
of what we're doing
Moskowitz,
in
and
our
now
third
you
hearing.
want us to pay
I am
attention to the
interested to
fucking
know
mess
how
you
they
made.
feel about foreign knives, right? Like German knives and French knives, Ginsu knives. Can't forget the Swiss Army knife, supporting a foreign army. Are we tariffing any of the foreign knives? Right? Are we tariffing the German knives or the French knives? Are the tariffs on? Are they off? Right? I don't know. Are there reciprocal knives?
Hey, you stupid son of a bitch. Are we going to tariff these? Let's see. Are they made of steel or aluminum from countries that we do tariff? If so, then yes, because it is a steel or aluminum fucking product. You goddamn retard. Why? Why do you exist in the halls of goddamn Congress to be this blatantly, obviously, and fucking intentionally stupid?
Knife tariffs. Perhaps, are we going to impeach any of the knives? A lot of impeachment talk. A lot of impeachment talk by people of this committee. I don't know if the knives have done anything we don't like recently, so we might impeach some of the knives.
Your face needs to be hit with a goddamn
Perhaps
brick.
maybe me and the sponsor
right now,
could talk
Moskowitz.
offline how we feel about the European knives, maybe on Signal
You need to
later.
be beat
so that way,
with
like,
a brick.
So that way, no one finds out how we really
It's
feel
not a knife,
about the
motherfucker.
European
It's a
knives.
brick. You gonna ban
Maybe we
bricks
can-
after I
maybe-
beat
maybe
the
we
fuck
can
out of
do
you
that.
with them?
So, again, we're here talking about cutlery.
I'm done with
third
you,
hearing
you
in
dumb
Congress.
motherfucker.
For the
You
American
should
people
not
out
be
there
in
who are really
Congress.
worried about what we're doing on the Hill, don't worry. We're worried about your knives.
Oh my God.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Gentleman yields back. Question occurs on the adoption.
You cause these fucking things. You sit there and pitch and whine and complain because this shit was brought up after you created your fucking mess. This is literally cleaning up your own fucking mess you created, Moskowitz. after the whole defund the police and oh my, wasn't there that woman that actually went a wrong direction, went over the state line with a gun in her car, got pulled over while she was trying to turn the fuck around and went to prison for it, even though it was locked up, even though she was well within rights. She never fucking stopped, realized she took a wrong turn, tried to turn around on the interstate, got pulled over, and went to prison for it. That was a knife, or that was a gun, though. Knives still the fucking same. Here we are, after all the fucking problems the Democrat Party has created. Now they're screaming, why are we not paying attention to the problems that the Democrat Party has created, even though this is cleaning up the mess that you fucking made along the way, you stupid son of a bitch. Well, I know your constituents are stupid, but do you think the American people as a whole are this stupid? This is why you fucking lost and will continue to fucking lose, because you caused this and you point your finger at everybody else saying it's their fault. I am so fucking done with the Democrat Party. There are very, I can name maybe two that make some kind of actual point, and I can somewhat agree with on very few things. But the rest of you dumb motherfuckers, you're children. You're grown fucking adults getting your pants in a sandbox because you're not getting your way, crying like little fucking children. Get the hell out of government. We damn sure don't need any of you anymore. Like I said, I woke up pissy, guys.
Option of the amendment in the nature of a substitute. This will be followed immediately by a vote on reporting the bill. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed,
yeah, that was
no.
a grandma in New Jersey.
Independent of the chair, the ayes have it, and the amendment in the nature of a substitute is adopted. The question is on favorably reporting the bill as amended. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no.
No.
The ayes have it, and the bill is ordered to be reported favorably to the House. Members have 2 days to
We would like to request a recorded vote, Mr. Chairman.
record a
I
vote
woke
being
up this
requested.
way,
The clerk
Rhonda.
will call the roll.
My
Mr.
bad.
Jordan?
Yes.
Mr. Jordan votes yes. Mr. Isa?
I woke up this way because I
Mr.
fucked
Biggs.
myself over.
Mr. Biggs votes yes. Mr. McClintock? Mr. Tiffany? Mr. Massey? Mr. Massey votes yes. Mr. Roy? Mr. Roy votes aye. Mr. Fitzgerald? Mr. Fitzgerald votes aye. Mr. Klein? Mr. Gooden? Mr. Van Drew? Mr. Nels? Mr. Moore? Mr. Moore votes yes. Mr. Kiley? Ms. Hageman? Ms. Lee? Mr. Hunt?
By the way, ladies and gentlemen,
Mr.
there
Fry.
are at
Mr.
least
Groffman.
3 others that I know of coming from the House that are live
Mr.
right now,
Groffman votes
so
aye.
not
Mr.
everybody's going
Knott.
to be there.
Mr. Harris? Mr. Onder? Mr. Schmidt? Mr. Schmidt votes aye. Mr. Gill? Mr. Baumgardner?
Why does Raskin always make the dumb waste of time vote count? He knows he lost. That's because of Marjorie Taylor Greene. No, they used to not record votes and everything like that until she started calling for it. So that means that everybody had to be in these rooms for these votes. It had to actually be put on record who voted for what. So he just, fine, if you're going to do that, if you're going to put me on record and you're going to let the people see without having to dig how I'm actually voting, I'm going to do it to you too. It's the dumbest argument because it actually got us to see what these people were actually voting on and how they were really voting. I mean, just because you wanted to try to make Marjorie Taylor Greene look stupid by calling for these votes, it was actually the best thing for the American people. Because now we hear how you're voting in these things. Now we hear how these are going. We don't have to dig it up. All we have to do is just listen.
Mr. Raskin?
No.
Mr. Raskin votes no. Mr. Nadler? No. Mr. Nadler votes no. Ms. Lofgren? Ms. Lofgren votes no. Mr. Cohen?
I would rather listen to this
Mr.
with you than
Johnson?
the other hearings I was trying to listen
Mr.
to.
Swalwell?
They're rough.
Mr. Liu?
They're rough.
Ms. Jayapal?
When I signed up to
Mr.
do this shit
Correa?
for my group here, I was just like, yeah,
Ms.
I can
Scanlon?
do this. It's fine.
Ms. Scanlon votes
But
no. Mr. Neguse? Ms. McBath?
it's irritating
McBath
that they're
votes
trying
no.
to be
Ms. Ross?
this
Ms.
blatantly
Ross
fucking
votes no.
stupid.
Ms. Ballant? Ms. Ballant votes no. Mr.
And
Garcia?
some of them are.
Mr. Garcia votes no. Ms. Kamlager-Dove? Mr. Moskowitz? Mr. Moskowitz votes no. Mr. Goldman? Ms. Crockett? Ms. Crockett votes no. Mr. McClintock votes aye. Mr. Harris votes aye. Mr. Onder votes aye. Mr. Kiley votes aye.
You're going to hear a lot of this recorded vote things. Like I said, it's a markup. So they just get to blatantly just say whatever stupid shit they want to right before they vote on this shit. Markup is just saying, hey, let's change the language. Let's add this. Let's remove that. That's what a markup of the bill is. Fast forward
House
through
votes
them
yes.
waiting.
Noes.
Clerk will report.
Mr. Chairman, there are 13 ayes and 10 noes.
The ayes have it, and the bill is ordered to be reported favorable to the
It
House.
is.
Members will have 2 days to submit views without objection. The bill will be reported as a single amendment in the nature of a substitute, incorporating all adopted amendments, and staff is authorized to make technical and conforming changes. Pursuant to notice, I call up
Why would we do that?
H.R. 2243, the Leosa Reform Act of 2025 for the purpose of markup, and move that the committee report it favorably to the House. The clerk will report the bill.
HR 22.
Without
I just
objection,
wanna
the
show
bill will be
you.
considered as read and
The
open
account
for,
is being
amendment
heavily
at any
botted.
point.
966 from
Chair
Nadler.
recognizes, as chairs recognize,
67,000, 38,000, 55,000, 7.4 thousand for
some
Scanlon.
federal facilities and that are
652 for
open to the
Macbeth.
public. President George W. Bush signed Leosa
Hey, everybody.
into law in 2004 to exempt certain active and retired law enforcement officers carrying a Leosa photographic
Thank you. Just thank
identification
you.
card
Thank you. Thank
from
you.
local and state
Thank you.
prohibitions on
Thank you.
carrying
Thank you.
concealed firearms. In order to qualify under the law,
Nothing
active
really
law
behind
enforcement
any of
officers
this.
must meet several requirements. For example, they must be authorized to carry a firearm by their agency. They can't be subject to disciplinary actions by the agency that could result in a loss of their police power. They have to meet certain firearms qualification standards. They can't be under the influence of alcohol or other intoxicating substance, and they must not be prohibited by federal law from
While we do this, right here, we're looking at this. All these, oh, thank you so much. Thank you so much. He didn't say shit in the video. We can play the little video. It's a quick one. How much you want to bet within this? I'm going to find a comment that says Senator Raskin. The Doge administration, as that says right now. Thank you. Let's do this. Control F. Oh, Senator does not exist? Oh, did they fix that algorithm? Rep Raskin. Bureaucracy. Maybe they actually fixed it. Holy shit. I'll find one. Hold on. We'll play this.
receiving a firearm. Retired law enforcement officers must also meet a number of requirements in order to qualify under Leosa. For example, they must have separated from service in good standing and served as a law enforcement officer for an aggregate of 10 years or more. They're also required to meet certain firearms training standards and must not be prohibited by federal law from receiving a
Oh, they
firearm.
might have fixed it. Hold
The
on.
Leosa Reform Act will allow these officers to carry a
everybody, it's
concealed firearm in the same manner that many licensed citizens carry a firearm in their state. For example, the Reform Act will allow law enforcement officers qualified under Leosa to carry firearms, concealed firearms, in national parks, federal facilities that are open to the public, on public transportation, and in other areas. The bill also reduces the frequency that qualified retired law enforcement officers are required to obtain certain qualification standards. Many states allow state-licensed concealed
They
carry
did
permit
fix
holders
it.
to carry a
There it
concealed
is.
firearm in gun-free school zones and on public transportation in the state in which they are licensed. This bill affords certain law enforcement officers that same privilege. We must support our act.
Okay, I'm sorry. I'm going to pause it. Now, the reason why I say this account is heavily botted for Raskin,
Hey, everybody, it's Congressman Jamie Raskin from Maryland's beautiful 8th Congressional District.
Congressman Jamie Raskin. Let's see. Yes, sir. Get off your congressional butts, demand Trump. Thank you, Rep. Raskin. God bless you. Thank you. I believed in the Constitution. They're not playing by the rules. Thank you. Just, this is bots. Look at the names behind these people, too. Amy Boyle, Bowl, 7170. It's just random shit. Gwyneth Gibby. But here's the special one. From Helen Pellegrino, 7759. Senator Raskin is, next line, America's warrior. Next line, thank you for fighting the good fight. Next line, those are John Lewis's words, but I had to embrace them. This right here is just random shit. This is bots. Now, let's see. Video Poker Gal. Let's see. Recent comments on this channel. That's the only one. Deborah Love. Oh.
Hey, everybody, it's Congressman Jamie Raskin from Maryland.
Shut the fuck up. Hurricane Mine. Commented on Ranking Member Raskin. PSA from Ranking Member Raskin. Just one comment on the channel. Rep Raskin explains. Rep Raskin explains. Ranking Member Jamie Raskin. Huh. You supposedly joined 7 fucking years ago, but you've only commented on that video. Or on these videos. You're not commenting on any other thing other than Jamie Raskin. A little weird, right? I mean, if you're watching this and you actually give a fuck about your politicians and what they're actually saying, first of all, why would you call Representative Raskin the senator? Second of all, why are all these motherfuckers only commenting? Oh, look, she comes from Jasmine Crockett. Training in the administrative. This lady in yellow is amazing. That might actually be a real human fucking being. But you're only talking during Raskin's videos. You're only posting on Raskin videos. That's a botted account. Especially when the House Committee on the Judiciary has this many fucking videos out. They don't put out a lot of videos. But the lives? It's a botted ass account, ladies and gentlemen. Only for Raskin.
We should support our active and retired law enforcement officers and ensure that they have ability to protect themselves and others, no matter where they are in our great country. I urge my colleagues to support the bill and now yield to the ranking member for his opening statement.
And thank you very much, Mr. Jordan. In 2004, Congress passed
All the
LEOSA,
Dixie
the Law
Crest supporters
Enforcement
as fake as their
Officer
egos and
Safety
abilities.
Act, a law
Yes.
that allows both off-duty and retired law enforcement officers to carry concealed firearms anywhere in the country, irrespective of
But
state
if you
laws.
go on that channel,
LEOSA preempted states'
make
judgments
replies
about
to
what was
any of
best
them.
for their own communities and their
Be as
residents,
polite as you
forcing
possibly
all
can
states to allow
and see if
off-duty
they
and
reply to
retired
you.
law enforcement
They never
personnel
will.
to carry concealed
Somebody
firearms
else might,
under the
but they
terms set
won't.
by Congress. As Congress debated LEOSA, members of this committee on both sides of the aisle, including the Republican chairman, expressed grave concerns about how the bill violated the essential principles of federalism and
Hold up. Hold the fuck up. Is that off? Does that look off to you, like, visually?
undermined the right of states to decide concealed
Yeah, it is. Hold up. Go back to, let's refresh. Let's see if they, oh my God, we're already on Crockett. Let's restart his bullshit. It wasn't synced up for some
a
reason.
law that allows both off-duty and retired law enforcement officers to carry
go.
concealed
We're
firearms
back.
anywhere in the country, irrespective of state laws. LEOSA preempted states' judgments about what was best for their own communities and their residents, forcing all states to allow off-duty and retired law enforcement personnel to carry concealed firearms under the terms set by Congress. As Congress debated LEOSA, members of this committee on both sides of the aisle, including the Republican chairman, expressed grave concerns about how the bill violated the essential principles of federalism and undermined the right of states to decide concealed carry gun policies for themselves under the 10th Amendment and under the Second Amendment. The Republican chairman of the Judiciary Committee at the time, Congressman Sensenbrenner, strongly opposed LEOSA and voted against it for this very reason. Several police groups also condemned the legislation and lobbied against it, expressing concerns about how it would affect officer safety, how it could create more confusion in responding to active shooters, how it might expose their agencies to more liability when officers carried under LEOSA, and how it failed to spell out the specific qualifications and requirements as they pertained to retired officers.
I'm gonna keep messing
Despite
with the green
all of
screen
these
if I keep messing
objections,
around.
LEOSA became law. Although it did at least include some significant limitations and imposed common sense training requirements, which have now been in place for more than 20 years. The bill we're considering today, the LEOSA Reform Act, would wipe the slate clean in a way that will undoubtedly bring delight to the NRA, ending whatever remaining discretion states have to limit the circumstances and places at which individuals can enjoy concealed carry under LEOSA. It would force states to permit retired and current officers to carry concealed firearms onto private property open to the public, including restaurants, bars, parks, and playgrounds. It would force states to allow off-duty and retired officers to engage in concealed carry on
Is this
buses,
motherfucker
trains,
actually
and
advocating
subways.
for
Shockingly,
concealed
it
carry?
would even force states to allow for the concealed carry of firearms in gun-free school zones.
Oh, no.
It also
No,
allows
okay.
off-duty and retired law enforcement officers to completely disregard state laws prohibiting high-capacity magazines. This legislation not only supersedes the judgment and the policy discretion of the states, but it also threatens the safety and security of federal agencies by forcing them to allow concealed carry under LEOSA in many federal buildings. Forcing federal offices and buildings to allow concealed carry in these places is a completely unnecessary risk today. Another troubling aspect of this legislation is that it weakens training standards.
Raskin's still in federal buildings. You walk through metal detectors and shit. You still can't have guns on there. So concealed carry, the possibility of concealed carry is not a thing. You are literally just trying to blow smoke up your own fucking ass because that makes no goddamn sense. Even if it was concealed carry, constitutional concealed carry across the state, you're still going to have your gun-free fucking zones like federal office buildings and courtrooms and shit like that. You retarded son of a bitch. You really think that just because it's concealed carry, you're going to walk into a courtroom with a fucking gun on you? Let's just be goddamn honest, ladies and gentlemen. There ain't no way that's going to happen. Just because it's concealed carry and you have the right to do so doesn't mean you have the right to walk into a courthouse with a weapon. Stop with the fucking stupidity and fear-mongering. Your little pube head, dude, what fucking sense does any of what you're saying make right now? Just because I am constitutional concealed carry as a state doesn't mean I can walk into a police station with a gun on me. Does that make any fucking sense? As a responsible gun owner, even with concealed carry, motherfucker, I would argue about it if I was carrying within Walmart, but I damn sure ain't gonna argue about it if I'm carrying it within a police station, a courtroom, any kind of federal fucking building, even a school. I wouldn't argue about you throwing my ass in jail because I was too stupid to know that maybe in this kind of setting, maybe I might want to disarm myself so that there is no issue. As a responsible gun owner in some situations like that where, okay, you want to argue about guns in the school? Maybe you as an American citizen, whether you were good or bad, whatever, you shouldn't be in a school zone with a gun. Maybe, just maybe, letting the faculty in that situation handle that, or the security officer or resource officer or whatever the fuck's on the school for that time, maybe they should handle it. Now, if it's in your car and something happens, you go outside to your car, you grab it, and you come back in. That I would be okay with. Something like that. I don't know. But to sit there and tell me That just because some stupid ass son of a bitch wants to push their fucking luck and try to run up into a court, not run up into, but try to just sit down in a courtroom or go to the DMV or something like this with a concealed weapon, I would expect them to be removed and arrested because I don't know what they're going to do with that. I also leave my weapon in my vehicle. Don't walk into these buildings with them because I know what could and would happen if I tried. If you want to be so stupid as to do that, you get what's coming to you. But here, Raskin's trying to drum up stupidity across America because, hey, you might be a gun owner. You want to push your limits. You want to push your rights. So you try to walk up into a courthouse with a gun on you, and now you're going to jail. So we shouldn't have constitutional concealed carry because people want to be willingly fucking stupid. How can that be your fucking argument for this, Raskin? I mean, seriously, I know people are fucking dumb. But if they want to be that dumb, they deserve what's coming to them. So you're sitting here saying we shouldn't be able to have the ability to conceal a weapon for our own self-defense out in public because people want to be willfully fucking stupid? I'm sorry, that's the reason why I need to keep it on me. You dumb son of a bitch. Anyway.
Standards. Under current law, a person carrying under LEOSA must meet state training requirements every year. But this legislation would allow individuals to conceal carry with training certification as sparingly as every 3 years. This is troubling given that the bill extends nationwide concealed carry to retired officers who are no longer receiving the training that accompanies their employment. All of these expansions are risky given the large number of people this new law applies to. We know there are more than 700,000 active law enforcement officers nationwide, and while we don't know the exact number of retired officers, we know the number has increased significantly in recent years as many departments across the country have faced sharp increases in retirement rates. One study found that there are 4 retired officers and 4 resigned officers for every 100 active officers each year. So the universe of people this bill would apply to is substantial, certainly weighing in the hundreds of thousands. And when it comes to the relaxed training requirements, we're ultimately talking about a lot of people, including many who are retired and no longer receiving regular training, all with the ability to carry concealed firearms in many more places. Of course, our colleagues wish it were the case that a good guy with a gun is the answer to a bad guy with a gun, but the research simply doesn't bear it out. Studies show that individuals successfully defend themselves with a gun in less than 1% of crimes involving personal contact. Members, gun accidents, and unnecessary escalation remain pervasive threats. We have dozens of proposals that we know would actually make our community safer, Mr. Chairman, while still respecting states' rights. This bill is not one of them. I urge all of our colleagues to oppose this legislation on a bipartisan basis, as many members did the last time it came up in an even better form. Thank you, and I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. The chair offers an amendment in the nature of the substitute. The clerk will report the amendment.
Amendment in the nature of a
Without objection, the
substitute.
amendment in the nature of substitute will be considered as read and shall be considered base text for purpose of the amendment. The chair is recognized to explain the amendment.
Here we
This
go. Ticker
amendment
fix.
simply removes the year in the title of the bill. Is not intended in any way to alter the important purpose of the legislation. I urge support of the amendment. I yield back. Who seeks recognition? The question occurs
Former
then.
DA of Oklahoma City, Oklahoma, Bob Hangum High Macy, used to carry his weapon in the court all the time. I mean,
Chair,
he was the
unanimous consent
district
to enter
attorney.
into the
He's allowed to.
record the Sergeants Benevolent Association, statement of support, the National Fraternal Order of Police, statement of support, and a number of other law enforcement agencies who support the legislation. Now the question occurs on passage of the adoption of the amendment in nature of a substitute. This will be followed immediately by a vote on reporting the bill. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no.
No.
The ayes definitely had it. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it, and the amendment in the nature of a substitute is adopted. The question is on favor of reporting the bill as amendment. All those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no.
No.
I think the ayes had it again, but I think that'll be recorded.
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
Ranking member
It's not that I don't trust your judgment, but I would like a recorded vote on that. So.
The clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Jordan?
Yes.
Mr. Jordan votes yes. Mr. Isa? Mr.
Give me a
Diggs?
second, guys.
Mr. McClintock?
It's morning time. I ain't done shit
Mr.
yet.
Tiffany? Mr. Massey? Mr. Roy? Mr. Roy votes aye. Mr. Fitzgerald? Mr. Fitzgerald votes aye. Mr. Klein? Mr. Gooden? Mr. Van Drew? Mr. Nels? Mr. Nels votes yes. Mr. Moore? Mr. Moore votes yes. Mr. Kiley? Ms. Hageman? Ms. Lee? Ms. Lee votes aye. Mr. Hunt? Mr. Fry? Mr. Grothman? Mr. Knott? Mr. Harris? Mr. Harris votes aye. Mr. Onder? Mr. Onder votes aye. Mr. Schmidt? Mr. Schmidt votes aye. Mr. Gill? Mr. Baumgartner? Mr. Raskin? Mr. Raskin votes no. Mr. Nadler? Mr. Nadler votes no. Ms. Lofgren? Ms. Lofgren votes no. Mr. Cohen? Mr. Johnson? Mr. Johnson votes no. Mr. Swalwell? Mr. Liu? Ms. Jayapal? Mr. Correa? Ms. Scanlon? Mr. Neguse? Ms. McBath? Ms. McBath votes no. Ms. Ross? Ms. Ross votes no. Ms. Ballant? Ms. Ballant votes no. Mr. Garcia? Mr. Garcia votes no. Ms. Kamlager-Dove? Ms. Kamlager-Dove votes no. Mr. Moskowitz? Mr. Goldman? Ms. Crockett? No. Ms. Crockett votes no. Mr. Isa, you're not recorded. Mr. Isa votes yes. Mr. Massey, you're not recorded. Mr. Massey votes aye. Ms. Scanlon, you're not recorded. Ms. Scanlon votes no.
Okay. Sorry. Let's go through this real quick.
Mr. Baumgartner votes yes.
The report of favor to the House. Clerk
What
will
was the vote?
report.
Mr. Chairman, there are 13 ayes and 11 noes.
Okay.
Without objection, the bill will be reported as a single amendment in nature of a substitute. Excuse me, the ayes have it, and the bill is ordered to be reported favor to the House. Members will have 2 days to submit views. Without objection, the bill will be reported as a single amendment in nature of a substitute, incorporating all adopted amendments, and staff is authorized to make technical and conforming changes. Okay, pursuant to notice, I call up
I know
HR
they're actually
2240,
doing what they're
the
supposed to be
Improving
doing here.
Law Enforcement
Just
Officer
in a
Safety and Wellness
stupid-ass
through
way,
Data
but
Act
this is their
2025
job.
for purpose of markup. Move that the committee report it favorably to the House. The clerk will report the bill.
HR
Without
2240.
objection,
They're
the
still
bill will
going
be
after
considered as
bills
read
that
and
have
open for
been
amendment at any
introduced
point.
in
The chair
2021.
is now recognized for an opening statement. The Improving
Because
Law
everybody
Enforcement
shelved
Officer
them.
Safety and Wellness through Data Act will help our men and women in blue. Police officers risk their lives every day to protect our communities. Unfortunately, they face the continued threat of unprovoked attacks. The defund the police movement continues to have ripple effects throughout the country as criminals remain brazen in their attacks against police officers. In New York City last year, a violent gang of migrants viciously attacked 2 NYPD officers, one of whom was back out on the street after a slap on the wrist jail sentence. Rogue prosecutors and left-wing bail reform policies continue to allow criminals back on the street with no accountability. We should be clear, the threat to officer safety is very real. In 2024, 342 officers were shot in the line of duty, including 61 in ambush-style attacks. 2023 saw the highest number of officers shot in the line of duty recorded in a year, with 378. While the government collects basic information on these attacks, such as when the attack occurred and what types of weapons were used, more information is needed to help law enforcement officers prepare for, identify, and prevent future anti-police activity. Again, this bill will help provide the tools for police officers to train for and prevent attacks that is so important in the environment our police officers live and work in today. Legislation will also shed light on the mental health impacts of aggressive activity or other trauma on law enforcement, and it will help ascertain the availability and extent to which mental health resources for officers are used. Mental health resources are another crucial tool in the toolbox as law enforcement officers continue to risk their lives every day to keep their communities safe. We must take care of those who do so much to take care of us. This legislation is common sense, seeks to gather more information on an issue to then bring forward the best possible solutions for our law enforcement officers. We should work together to take a stand against attacks on law enforcement and support the men and women who risk their lives every day. With that, I yield to the ranking member for an opening statement.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I support the Improving Law Enforcement Officer Safety and Wellness Through Data Act. It purports to improve law enforcement officer safety and wellness by requiring that the Attorney General and other federal officials issue reports on attacks on officers, aggression against officers, and on officer mental health. The collection and reporting of information in general, and this information is unobjectionable. But I do feel compelled to point out the obvious here. The legislation does
Sorry,
nothing
guys, my
to
camera's
actually
off
make
right now.
police
I'm
officers
kind of
safer.
in the background doing
In
things.
fact, none of the bills we're marking up today would make law enforcement or anybody else in the country safer. And one of them, the Constitutional Concealed Carry Reciprocity Act, so-called, which is strongly opposed by law enforcement, would make everybody much less safe, including police officers. The reality is, although I'm going to support the legislation, we don't need another report to tell us what is the biggest threat to officer safety in America. We already know what it is. It's guns that are by far the most serious threat to police officer safety in America. We have a lot more firearms than we do people in the United States. We have a rate of gun homicide 20 times higher than the nations of the European Union, 7 times higher than the people of Canada. No wonder they don't want to take up Donald Trump's offer to become part of the United States. They're a lot safer with the gun laws in Canada than they would be under Donald Trump's gun laws. We have a rate of gun death 340 times higher than the people of the United Kingdom. Gun violence is now the #1 cause of death for young people under 18 in the United States of America. Law enforcement officers in the U.S. are far more likely to be fatally shot than police officers in any other developed nation on earth. From 2012 to 2021, 456 police officers were shot and killed in our country. During that same 10-year period, 12 officers were shot and fatally shot to death in Canada. That is 456 in the United States, 12 in Canada. Only 4 were fatally shot in the United Kingdom. Those nations, of course, have common sense gun safety laws, and they are not constantly being derailed by the National Rifle Association and the gun manufacturers. Guns are also the leading cause of police officer assaults. From 2012 to 2020, 735 officers were assaulted and injured with a gun in our country, accounting for 3/4 of line-of-duty assaults over this period. Officers face unacceptably high risks every single day as they do their jobs. It doesn't have to be like this. An analysis of state gun laws and police fatalities found that the states with the strongest gun laws had far fewer police officer fatalities than the states with the weakest gun laws that allow violent criminals to run amok with guns. And yet Republicans continue to want to pass laws that further weaken our gun laws and thus endanger law enforcement along with everybody else. Even when the police make it clear that they oppose those laws. In Texas, law enforcement opposed a bill to allow people to conceal carry without a permit. The Texas Police Chiefs Association said the bill posed a real threat to all law enforcement and the people. The Republican-controlled Texas legislature passed it anyway. The same thing happened in 4 other states. Law enforcement in Alabama, Tennessee, Ohio, and Iowa all strongly opposed permitless carry bills, and in each state, GOP lawmakers simply ignored them and passed the bills anyway.
Oh, Raskin's mad because Democrats in my state said no, I shouldn't be able to conceal carry without a permit, which permit is literally shall issue, but they go after may issue with that kind of situation as far as that goes. Oh, wait. Permits were actually given, then the bill was actually put into place. People were saying, hey, all that money I paid for this permit, what do I do with it? Anything past that point is refunded to you. You can keep the permit, but there's no point in it. I'm sorry, Raskin. You cannot sit there and tell me. Bring it to this. Take my soapbox here. You cannot sit there and tell me in an area like mine where we generally just look at everybody and assume they're armed any damn way. You cannot sit there and tell me that giving the ability for them to be armed, I assume they're armed anyway because we are in the South and we have bears that walk down the main street of Huntsville. No fucking joke. We assume we're armed anyway. So we don't have a lot of just random ass shootings. What you see in our area is usually some drive-by in a ghetto or somebody trying to rob another person. Rarely ever do you see anything as crazy as somebody who just shot at another person because they cut them off on the highway. It pisses me off when people do it. But I don't want to reach for my gun simply because, hey, not simply because, but I don't want to reach for my gun because in the back of my mind, I'm just like, hey, is it really worth it to get in a gunfight because this dude cut me off on a highway? Because he could be armed too, and probably is. An armed society is a polite society. And it always will be. Because even though you might have something on you, you would literally think, would it be worth it right now just because of this minor inconvenience in life? That's what responsible gun owners do. I mean, fuck, what are you thinking, man? I'm so fucking tired of the stupidity of these people who want to make laws to tell me how to live my life and have never been here and experienced life in an area where you just assume everybody's armed, so fuck it. Some of them actually do open carry in stores. And when I see that, I'll be like, hey, cool, thank you. Because if anything happens, I know you have my back. I'm done with people like this, guys. This is just so fucking stupid.
In Ohio, law enforcement and teachers came together to oppose a law to arm teachers. Kindergarten through 12 teachers. But once again, Republicans passed the bill anyway over strong objections from the police. When Democrats had control of the House, we passed numerous bipartisan bills, Mr. Chairman, that were signed into law and are improving law enforcement safety and wellness right now. These bills include the Protecting America's First Responders Act, the Public Safety Officer Support Act, the Confidential Opportunities for Peer Support Cops Counseling Act, and the Law Enforcement De-Escalation Training Act. And we passed laws that would make everybody in America safer by reducing gun violence, including the bipartisan Safer Communities Act, which has saved thousands of lives. I encourage my colleagues across the aisle to join us in proposing and passing meaningful, substantive, common sense, constitutional legislation that offers real solutions to the challenges our cops face every day on the streets in America and make everybody safer. In the meantime, we have no opposition to collecting more information and reporting to Congress. I just hope our colleagues are prepared to take meaningful legislative action to improve officer safety. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Chair now offers an amendment in the nature of a substitute. The clerk will report.
Amendment in the
Without
nature.
objection, the amendment nature of substitute will be considered as read and shall be considered as base text for the purposes of amendment. Chair now is recognized to explain the amendment. This amendment simply edits the short title of the bill. There is no substantive change to the bill. I urge support for the amendment and yield back. Who seeks recognition? The gentlelady from Georgia is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I would like to say that I do associate myself with all the comments of the ranking member. As we know, he's spoken very candidly the truth of what we all know, and especially myself, having experienced gun violence. I could not be more truthful and honest about what he has just said, but law enforcement officers do serve as our first line of defense against danger. And with this bill, we have an opportunity to
Thank you,
equip the
Rhonda,
Department of Justice and Congress with crucial
I still
information to
don't
better
have good lighting
understand
control,
and
so
enhance
during the day,
officer
the green
safety.
screen's all kinds of
Law
messed up.
enforcement officers
One
deserve to
side looks
return
blue on the
home
camera, one
safely
side
to their
looks green.
families, knowing their well-being is a priority. Our federal law enforcement officers face long
I got myself
hours,
over here looking
immense
orange as
pressure,
fuck in
and
some areas and
unpredictable
white as fuck in
dangers.
others because
Over
of the
time, this
white balance
constant
I have to
strain
do.
can take a significant toll on their health and their welfare, in particular their mental health. While the mental health resources currently available are a positive step, there is always more room for improvement. This report will provide invaluable insights into the challenges our officers face and what additional support that they need to remain physically and mentally safe. Federal law enforcement officers dedicate themselves to protecting our nation, and it is our responsibility to ensure they receive the protection and care that they deserve. I support this legislation, even though it's not enough, and I will hope that it provides information that we can use to develop bipartisan proposals that will improve officer safety and wellness, and I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Who seeks recognition? Gentleman from Florida is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I think it's always good, like when we have something that's bipartisan, to point it out because it happens so little around here anymore. But rather than giving like a really big, long speech, I feel like I could just use this, and this will tell you that I think it's good, right? So like that's a fist, American flag, fire. So I'll just, from now on, when we do things where like we agree, I'll just hold this up rather than giving like a really big, long speech. So job well done, guys.
Would the gentleman yield?
Oh, sure, I'll yield.
But I'm not sure everybody recognizes the reference there. Would you explain where that comes from?
Yeah, so this is how when we're in like a chat with friends, right, where we're like having a casual chat about like where we're dropping missiles.
Are you talking about a public chat room?
Yeah, but like, and with friends, and we're just like, you know, hamming about.
This motherfucker literally probably spent about maybe $1,000 on this right now to show you emojis because he wants to be funny in this situation. He wants to make a joke. He wants to shit on the right in this. Like, this, I'm gonna go back. I want y'all to understand exactly what this fucking cocksucker's trying to do here.
Something that's bipartisan to point it out because it happens so little around here anymore. But rather than giving like a really big, long speech, I feel like I could just use this, and this will tell you that I think it's good, right? So like that's a fist, American flag, fire. So I'll just, from now on, when we do things where like we agree, I'll just hold this up rather than giving like a really big, long speech. So job well done, guys.
Would the gentleman yield?
Oh, sure, I'll yield.
But I'm not sure everybody recognizes the reference there. Would you explain where that comes from?
Yeah, so this is how when we're in like a chat with friends, right, where we're like having a casual chat about like where we're dropping missiles.
Are you talking about a public chat room?
Yeah, but like, and with friends, and we're just like, you know, hamming about who we're gonna bomb and all of that. But we agree, we fist American flag, fire. So I'm holding this up. I think we could just keep the committee shorter if like when we agree, we just hold this up.
No, I think you're supposed to have the flexed arm instead of the fist.
No, it was just,
Okay.
it was just the fist.
It's a
What
fist
signal chat
because
are
it's
you
a fist bump, you stupid son of a bitch.
But
I was on Twitter.
This dumb son of a bitch he spent all that fucking money to make this stupid ass joke for all of this and didn't even get it right. That's a fist bump emoji. It's literally labeled fist bump, you stupid son of a bitch.
If the gentleman would yield for an additional question,
Sure.
But what happens if there are reporters who might be there for that?
Well, hopefully they support America and that it's fire.
So you're telling me we can't have a bipartisan conversation among members of the committee without a journalist being there?
Well, we can, but if you don't add them, if you don't want them to know.
And what if they just happen to show up somehow?
Well, that's because somebody added them.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Does the gentleman yield back? I do. The gentlelady from Texas is recognized.
It is hard to follow up behind Mr. Moskowitz on any given day. But I did just kind of want to reiterate what the ranker talked about when he talked about Texas, and he mentioned that permitless carry was something that went through the Texas House. And I can remember being on the floor and seeing all the law enforcement officers coming to Austin to lobby us and make sure that we did the right thing. And they also testified, and they told their stories, and they talked about how dangerous it was. And for whatever reason, my colleagues on the other side of the aisle, it all fell on deaf ears. And it made me wonder if Republicans really meant it when they said that they backed the blue. Because when given an opportunity to back the blue, they didn't. And today, we heard from the chairman that this is all about supporting law enforcement. And to be clear, I am going to also support this bill.
Whoa, whoa, whoa. Whoa, Crockett, weren't you talking about defunding the police when BLM was rioting all over the place? Weren't you a pioneer of black voices? Weren't you talking about getting rid of the fucking police? And now you're sitting here saying, oh, because there was a distinction on the right between things like, hey, just standing there watching these places burn to the fucking ground, or a CBP agent actually being involved in human trafficking. Hey, maybe we should call these out. Maybe we shouldn't back the blue in that situation. But look at all these other things where they're over here actually protecting. Look at this where they're actually doing their job. Look at where they're coming from. Yeah, back that fucking blue. That's the distinction on the right, you stupid fucking cunt. But you don't know this. You don't care because it's all one-sided for you in everything when it comes to your opponent. But even the one-sided, short-sighted shit from you, like being ghetto as fuck and doing little videos after you walk out of a fucking speech to try and gain social media fucking fame to stay in the goddamn office. We're literally at the point where we're putting social media fucking stars in our office. Let's admit this. It's fucking scary. But you say and do these things, and now you want to shit on Republicans or even people who lean a Republican way because you are too goddamn insane. You want to shit on them for having a distinction between them. Supporting good policing and calling out the bad. Why? Because there's a little bit of a difference between these situations. We look into these things to where we can catch people like you who are corrupt as fuck and get them out so they can't do damage, and keep the ones that are actually fucking trying, like every situation should, every business should, every department, every institution, everything we have should be looking for the best people for the job. But no, for you, it's all or nothing. You back it all or you back none. And again, just like in the House Rules Committee, just because you don't want to back the police, you shouldn't be talking about bills, talking about the police. God damn, guys. This is your fucking taxpayer dollars at work. This is the stupidity you've put into office here. And I'm not talking about you. I'm talking about you as Americans. This country. This is what we have done. Maybe, just maybe, the stupid people in our society that have absolutely no idea what's going on, maybe shouldn't have a say in the people that make these laws that tell me how to live my life. Maybe they should know what's going on and actually be able to prove that they know what's going on so they can vote for these people instead of just random some dumbass motherfucker who just walks in there and, hey, that name looks cool. I don't know who the fuck you are. Whatever. I voted. Yay. Maybe we wouldn't get shit like this.
But the idea that you can say on one hand, I support law enforcement, while on the other hand, I am okay with January 6ers getting out who assaulted law enforcement. If you can say I support law enforcement,
yeah, I woke up this way,
Jennifer. Continue to pass bills that are causing more deaths.
I woke up this
not
way
only to
because
our
I meant to
precious
be up like
children,
3 hours
but it
ago,
makes
4
it
hours
so
ago.
much more dangerous. Right
And
now,
I
it is
slept the fuck
difficult to
in.
recruit law
And
enforcement
then I got up
officers
and I just had to
because
rush
of some of
everything to
these
get this
crazy
going.
laws. A
So
lot
I'm
of
in
law
a,
enforcement
I'm in a
officers
pissy
want to
mood.
go to states that are smarter about their gun laws. So I'm just asking, again, I'm going to support this bill, but if we are going to be amenable enough to say that, you know what, transparency in these numbers, this is something that will be helpful for all of us to be able to evaluate, why can't we have a real conversation on what it takes to actually keep us safe in this country? That's the only thing that I'm asking for, is a real discourse, a real conversation about what does it look like to keep not only the streets in my district safe, but the streets in your district safe as well, because we as Americans should want to be safe. We as elected officials carry the responsibility of making our streets safe. So with that, I will yield.
Gentleman yields back. Gentleman from New Jersey is recognized.
Thank you. I wasn't going to speak on this one because I thought we all agreed, and I guess we do on the bill, but I just wanted to bring something up. I'm a gun owner. I have permit to carry, do everything right, and never have had a problem, thank God. Pray to God I never, ever would have to use it. I qualify every single, at least every 10 days. You only have to qualify once every 2 years, and I'm responsible. And that's the point. The majority of gun owners in America, legal gun owners, are responsible. But, you know, murdering is against the law. Stealing a gun is now against the law. Violence with a gun is against the law. It doesn't matter what state you're in. Threatening somebody with a gun is against the law. Scraping the serial numbers, filing the serial numbers off a gun is against the law. You know, some things that should be against the law, prematurely releasing violent offenders back into the street over and over and over again, not doing anything when people show that they have a horrible history, that they commit crimes, that they've threatened people, they're online, what they look like online, their online character. But what we do is we inflict more and more regulations and jam up legal people that would never hurt anybody, and it's very easy. I'm going to tell you a story. It's true, and I got a lot of stories. A young woman, though, from Pennsylvania had a permit to carry, never has even gotten a speeding ticket, didn't have a problem at all. Single young African-American woman. She's driving into New Jersey, drives over the bridge, makes a mistake, didn't realize she had to have another permit in New Jersey. Again, this is a person who never did anything
This is what I was talking about.
and legally was carrying in the state of Pennsylvania. So she gets stopped, and she lets the police officer know and says, just so you know, officer, I have a gun. It's in my glove compartment. Wanted you to know that.
Yes,
It wasn't
Brenda,
the
he
officer's
did.
problem. He was in New Jersey. He had to abide by the law. He had to arrest her. Never had a speeding ticket, this woman, right? Had to arrest her. You know what they did to her? They gave her 3 years in prison. And fortunately, the governor stepped in and got her out. That's what some of these laws we do are not going after the real cause of the problem. There are bad people out there. And you know what? When you pass more and more and more restrictive laws against legal gun owners, good people get in trouble. We should have some laws, I agree, but good people get in trouble. And I'm going to really lay this one on everybody, and this is a big surprise. The bad people, the murderers, those that commit violence with guns, this may sound weird, but they don't care if they got a permit or not.
Well,
Guess what? They steal their guns. They get their guns from illegal sources. They file the serial numbers off their guns. I was in the state Senate in New Jersey. We were doing a bill on guns, and one of the other state senators said to me, you know, why didn't you vote for this thing? And I said, and I gave her the whole speech that I just said now, and she said, yeah, but this was a legal gun. It only had the serial numbers filed off. It was illegal. You can't do that.
Rep. Drew,
we
will
already
you-
have these laws. Enforce the damn laws we have now. Go after the bad people. Go after the people that have severe psychiatric issues. Don't do this to good law-abiding Americans. This is a good bill. I'm sorry I got into this, but I couldn't help it because everybody else.
No, Rep, will you yield for a friendly, just
Sure.
couple of questions?
I can yield you. Yes, I'll yield you.
Okay,
Yield to you.
perfect. I'm licensed to carry as well. I'm a Texan. So I'm licensed to carry own firearms as well. And so I appreciate that. The bill that I was referring to through our state house, the concern for law enforcement was that anyone would be allowed to carry and they would not go through any type of training or anything like that. And would you agree with me? I don't know what licensing you went through specifically. I'm guessing it's New Jersey.
I have New Jersey, New York, I've got Washington, D.C., so I've gone through a lot.
But I'm sure in your trainings, they talk about how to safely store the firearm. They talk about things such as, where you should aim when you're using it, and like, do not aim unless you plan to use it, especially when you're going to potentially use it on somebody, correct?
And those are good things.
Correct.
Reclaiming my time.
Go ahead.
Yeah, those are good things. I'm not arguing with that. Most everywhere has all that. And in fact, I can't speak for every single state in the union. And it's curious, too, some states like Vermont that are generally 10 Democrat, and I'm not giving you a hard time, I promise, but they have very liberal philosophy on this. It's an individual state-by-state thing. But I'll yield back to the chairman.
Gentleman yields back. If there's no objection, I'm going to submit for the record a survey conducted by the National Association of Chiefs of Police. 86.4% of the U.S. chiefs of police and sheriffs support nationwide recognition of state-issued concealed weapons permits. 76% of those same heads of departments believe that qualified law-abiding armed citizens help law enforcement reduce violent criminal activity. Seeing no objection, I submit that for the record. Who seeks recognition? Gentlelady from Vermont.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm going to keep this really brief. I care deeply about the issues of mental health. It's one of the issues that I ran on. And like my colleagues, I will be supporting this. But there is something that we could do today to help the mental health of our Capitol Police. Today. There is a plaque that is waiting to be hung by the architect of the Capitol that is about the sacrifices and the injuries and the vicious attacks that our Capitol Police endured on January 6th. It is made, it is ready to be hung, and the Speaker of the House will not release it to the architect of the Capitol to be hung. We know where it's supposed to go. Everything is dotted, everything is crossed. Why is it that this very simple gesture that we could make today to thank the Capitol Police for what they've done and to acknowledge the suffering that they've gone through, we can't even get that hung up? So I will support this, but we actually could.
Hey, this is what I was talking about in my rant with Crockett. The right understands the difference between bad policing and good policing, you dumb bitch. It's not an all or nothing kind of situation for that, but apparently you're too stupid to understand this.
Could be putting pressure on some folks in our own chamber
Some gestures are
to
good.
acknowledge what has happened to these officers who protect us every day. And I just find it disgusting that we can't get this plaque hung up to acknowledge what they've been through. And I see the ranking member would like some time, and I yield to the ranking member.
Thank you for yielding, Ms. Ballin, and thank you for that very important intervention in this discussion. I wish that, I wish our colleagues would
Yes, Jennifer's
talk
reaction.
to the
I'm
House
actually
leadership
going to touch on that
about
tonight.
doing this. I heard from Gladys Sicknick, Mrs. Sicknick, who's the mother of the late Capitol officer Brian Sicknick, who died on January 7th, 2021, after severe violent attacks he suffered on January 6th.
No, sir. No, sir. He suffered a heart attack from a pre-existing condition that was maybe exacerbated by all the shit he did. But guess what? Oh, he was hit with a fire extinguisher, and that's supposed to be a thing. Yeah. That officer was also on camera, actually hitting people for no reason himself and getting hostile towards people that were literally let the fuck in. We went over the whole damn thing as soon as it dropped. All 12 fucking hours of the footage that dropped. Yes, he is on camera, swinging at people who did nothing fucking wrong.
He had multiple strokes, and he died the very next day. But I hear from Capitol officers all the time asking the question, when will the plaque go up? It's not that big a deal, really, and given the extraordinary sacrifice which members on both sides of the aisle have recognized verbally, you think it would be the least that we could do to post this plaque in honor of the officers who fought for us on January 6th. And we saw members fleeing that day. No member was violently assaulted, although there were lots of injuries and lots of deaths. More than 140 of our officers were brutalized, wounded, injured, hospitalized, hit over the head, smashed in the face. People suffered broken noses, broken jaws, broken ribs. Why is this not happening? The gentlelady from Vermont, I don't even think you were here with us back when that happened. She was not a member of Congress then, but I thank you for listening to the officers about this, because it's a rather shocking situation that people will come and mouth pieties about backing the blue, but when it comes right down to it, they're backing the coup instead, in the way it's been retroactively rehabilitated and turned into Mardi Gras, as I think the new U.S. Attorney for the District of Columbia describes it. It was Mardi Gras, he said, and the president has said that his followers actually greeted our cops with hugs and kisses. He said it was a day of beauty, it was a day of love. He makes it sound like it was Woodstock. Woodstock for the Proud Boys and the Oath Keepers. So come on, let's get serious. If a lot of the legislation we're looking at today is about honoring the police officers, let's honor the cops who helped save our lives on that day. And if you doubt that that was the case, go back and listen to our Republican leaders, including Speaker Johnson, who condemned the atrocious violence that took.
You know, even across the vast majority of Americans now do not give a shit about January 6th, even across the left side of the field. The vast majority of Americans don't give a shit about January 6th. Why? Simply because the right proved that, hey, everything they said was true. Violence only happened on one side, and it was actually perpetrated by the Capitol Police. And the left's just like, shit, I have no way of actually, oh my God, January 6th, such a horrible day. That's the only thing I have in defense of that? And a lot of it's coming out that looked like the actual Democrat Party had a lot to do with setting that shit up. Anybody on the left that actually knows that, conveniently shut the fuck up. Interesting how that worked, huh? But here we go. The vast majority, what was it? The last time I saw a poll, it was like 72% of all fucking Americans do not give a shit about January 6th anymore. But here we go. It's the only thing you have left to attack for this shit. Oh, the Capitol Police, who actually started all the shit in January 6th, they got attacked, and you don't want to hang a portrait to somebody who actually tried to get the crowd to storm in Kazakhstan this bitch. It's like we know the difference, Raskin.
Took place on that day against our officers in an attempt to hang Mike Pence and assassinate Nancy Pelosi and overturn our system of government. I yield back to you, and thank you for yielding.
What about
and
Lee
I yield
Zeldin?
the balance to the member.
What about Donald Trump?
And I just wanted to add, I mean, thank you for bringing that up. I think it's more
There was
important
3
than
other
ever
people
that
that
we
were
get
running
that
for
plaque
Congress
on
that had
after the
actual public
disgraceful
assassination attempts
pardoning
happen.
of people who actually were
about
convicted
them?
for attacking our Capitol Police officers and our Metropolitan Police officers. I yield back.
Gentlelady yields back. The gentleman from Kentucky is recognized.
Well, it seems like the Democrats have jumped the gun, so to speak, on the gun control bills or gun rights bills. That's not the debate that we're having right here, but I find it necessary to insert some facts into this dialogue because they have jumped the gun. And I would point out that Ashley Babbitt was the only person killed with a gun on January 6th. That was by a police officer. Now, a recent study of Ohio's constitutional carry law conducted by the Center for Justice Research shows that after constitutional carry was enacted in Ohio, the rates of crime involving a firearm decreased in 6 of Ohio's 8 largest cities. So this is, I think Paul Harvey would say we need to deliver the rest of the story. There may have been opposition to these bills when they passed in the state legislatures, but there's no proof that they had a negative effect, and there's a proof that people are safer after this has happened. And then if we get to the effects on law enforcement, results of that same study in Ohio show that constitutional carry did not appear to have any appreciable effort on law enforcement injuries or deaths by firearms in Ohio's cities of interest. And then finally, somebody earlier referenced that Ohio had a debate and ultimately allowed some school districts to carry, for people to carry in the schools of some of those districts. And this is the case nationwide. Again, for the rest of the story, people need to know, who are watching this, there's never been a shooting, a mass school shooting, in a school that allows people to carry in that school. And so with that, that's the rest of the story, and I'm going to yield back.
Attack the Capitol.
Gentleman yields back. Who seeks recognition?
But it's not.
Question is on
I'm
the
not
adoption
going to.
of the amendment in nature of a substitute. This will be followed immediately by a vote on reporting the bill. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no.
No.
In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it, and the amendment in the nature of a substitute is adopted. The question is on favor of reporting the bill as amended. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it, and the bill is ordered to be reported favorably to the House. Members will have 2 days to submit views. Without objection, the bill will be reported as a single amendment in the nature of a substitute incorporating all adopted amendments, and staff is authorized to make technical and conforming changes. Pursuant to notice, I call up H.R. 2255, the Federal Law Enforcement Officer Service Weapon Purchase Act for purposes of markup, and move that the committee reported favorably to the House. The clerk will report the bill.
H.R. 2255.
Without objection, the bill will be considered as read and open for amendment at any point. The chair now recognizes the gentleman from South Carolina, Mr. Fry, for an opening statement.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. H.R. 2255, the Federal Law Enforcement Officer Service Weapon Purchase Act of 2025, allows current and retired federal law enforcement officers to purchase retired service weapons issued by a federal agency to the officer at salvage value. Under this bill, the administrator of the GSA would be required to establish a program to allow current and retired law enforcement officers to purchase a retired firearm from the agency that issued that firearm to that officer. In order to be eligible to participate in the program, the officer must be in good standing with the agency they currently or formerly served. Any firearm sold through the program must be sold within 6 months of the date when the firearm was retired. Machine guns are excluded from the list of eligible firearms. Furthermore, the firearm must be sold at salvage value. Under current policy, federal agencies are required to destroy retired firearms by crushing, cutting, breaking, deforming each firearm to ensure that they are rendered completely inoperable and incapable of being used, except for the recovery of basic material. Additionally, destruction, quote, destruction of firearms must be performed by an entity authorized, end quote, by the head of the agency, and the destruction, quote, must be witnessed by 2 additional agency employees authorized by the agency head or designee. These actions all come at a cost to the American taxpayer. Taxpayers should not be forced to pay for the same firearm twice, first when it is originally purchased, and second when it is needlessly destroyed. Not only would this legislation eliminate those unnecessary costs, but it would also recoup some taxpayer dollars from the initial purchase of that firearm. In 2022, the Fraternal Order of Police notified Congress that multiple federal law enforcement agencies were in the process of replacing their service weapons. These transitions accounted for the destruction of approximately 20,000 firearms, costing the taxpayer roughly $8 million, allowing current and retired federal law enforcement officers to purchase such firearms would save millions of dollars to the American taxpayer. Last Congress, this legislation passed the House of Representatives with 232 votes, a bipartisan win. 13 Democrats voted in favor of this bill, including some that serve on this committee. This bill was never taken up by the Majority Leader Chuck Schumer for reasons that I do not know. But I want to remind my colleagues across the aisle that the last Congress, this bill was supported by leading law enforcement groups, including the National Fraternal Order of Police, the Federal Law Enforcement Officers Association, the National Association of Police Organizations, and the Federal Bureau of Investigation Agents Association, and Women in Law Enforcement. This bill is a priority for law enforcement, and Congress must do its part in supporting those who risk their lives for the safety of our citizens. This legislation not only saves American taxpayers millions of dollars every year, but also creates a system in which law enforcement officers in good standing can exercise their Second Amendment rights. I'm confident that more of my colleagues across the aisle will recognize this bill not as a partisan measure, but as a common sense, cost-saving initiative that supports law enforcement and the American taxpayers. Once this bill passes the House, I urge my Senate colleagues to put aside politics and send this bill to President Trump's desk and do what's right to ensure that it passes in both chambers. I urge support, and I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. The chair will now recognize the ranking member for an opening statement.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Federal agencies are currently prohibited from selling functional or reparable firearms that are no longer needed. Under this regulation, when an agency no longer has a need for a firearm, it can either transfer it to another law enforcement entity or it can destroy it. This regulation helps ensure that federally owned firearms do not fall into the wrong hands, but it does miss an opportunity to save money by selling surplus firearms to the responsible law enforcement officers who use them. So in the 117th Congress, our former colleague, Congresswoman Val Demings from Orlando, who had been chief law enforcement officer there, introduced bipartisan legislation to allow a federal agency to sell at fair market value a surplus handgun to the officer who'd been using it on duty. Under the Demings bill, these sales would have required a background check, and it would have required that the proceeds from the sales would have been used for gun violence prevention and for gun safety training. Last Congress, Congressman Fry introduced a bill similar to the Demings proposal, but it wasn't bipartisan, it did not require a background check, and it did not provide any direction about what the funds resulting from the sales should actually be used for. Still, Democratic members of this committee felt it was reasonable, not as good as the Demings version, but they felt it was reasonable, and it passed out of the committee on a voice vote. If our colleagues had simply stuck with that version, I suspect it would be receiving broad support on the floor and might very well have been signed into law by now. But they instead chose to substantially dilute and change the bill again by adopting new amendments when it was brought to the floor. One amendment changed the sale price from fair market value to salvage value, effectively setting up the federal government and the citizens to subsidize private gun sales. Another amendment expanded the bill significantly by allowing surplus firearms to be sold not only to active federal law enforcement officers in good standing, but also to retired law enforcement officers. Because the Fry bill had also eliminated the background check requirement, this would create the remarkable situation in which it would be possible for an officer to retire, commit a crime that makes him or her ineligible to purchase and possess firearms, but then still be able to buy a firearm from the federal government without getting a background check. Agencies have no reason to track the behavior of their former law enforcement officers and are under no legal duty to do so, so they could unwittingly sell a surplus firearm to someone who cannot lawfully buy a gun. And all of this would occur without a background check that might otherwise prevent an illegal sale from happening. Another amendment expanded the types of guns that agencies could sell. Originally, the bill just applied to surplus handguns that the officers used, but it was amended to apply to any surplus firearm other than machine guns, including assault weapons, destructive devices like grenades, and even firearms that are subject to heightened restrictions under the National Firearms Act. Given that the bill had already removed the background check provision. These amendments would make it so that current and retired law enforcement officers would be able to buy an assault weapon, a grenade, or a National Firearms Act weapon from the government at a discount and without a background check, opening up a significant loophole suddenly in the background check system. We've come a long way from the original idea by Congresswoman Demings, Chief Demings. This led many Democrats to oppose the bill on final passage when it came up for a floor vote last Congress. All of these flawed amendments appear today in the version of the Fry bill that has now been recombined and all packed together. So in place of a reasonable bipartisan bill, Republicans are digging in on a proposal that opens up significant loopholes in our gun laws, turning it into Swiss cheese. It's disappointing that Republicans could not resist politicizing this traditionally bipartisan proposal that came originally from a Democrat. Because this bill creates unacceptable risks of a dangerous weapon being sold to a person who may not legally have one, I must oppose this legislation in its current form, and I urge all of our colleagues to read it carefully and to do the same. I yield back to you, Mr. Chairman.
Where is that?
Gentleman yields back. Without objection, all other opening statements will be included in the record. The chair now recognizes the gentleman from South Carolina to offer an amendment in the nature of a substitute.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have an amendment at the desk.
Clerk will report.
Amendment in the nature of a
Without
substitute.
objection, the amendment in the nature of a substitute will be considered as read and shall be considered as base text for the purposes of amendment. The chair now recognizes the gentleman from South Carolina to explain the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This amendment just adds the year of the title of the bill. This amendment is not intended in any way to alter the substance or important purpose of this bill. And I yield back. Prior to doing that, though, I do seek unanimous consent to submit a letter to the record in support of the legislation, H.R. 2255, signed by the Association of State Criminal Investigative Agencies, the Federal Law Enforcement Officers Association, Major City Chiefs Association, Major County Sheriffs of America, the National Association of Police Organizations, the National Narcotics Officers Association Coalition, and the Sergeants Benevolent Association, NYPD.
Without objection, they'll be included in the record. Who seeks recognition? Gentlelady from Georgia is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Once again, I associate myself with the comments of the ranking member. Mr. Chairman, H.R. 2255, the Law Enforcement Service Weapon Purchase Act, misses an opportunity for a bipartisan bill and creates unacceptable loopholes in our gun laws. This bill would allow firearms sales to retired federal officers without a background check. One might think that those who have retired from federal law enforcement would be responsible individuals who can pass a background check, and undoubtedly, many of them are. But the bill creates an opportunity for someone to be employed as a federal law enforcement officer, retire, and then, perhaps years later, buy a gun from the federal government without a background check. The agency simply has no way to know what the person might have done in those intervening years. They could have become subject to a restraining order or addicted to illegal drugs, actions that would make it illegal for them to buy a gun, and it would make it so that they would fail a background check. But their former employing agency would have no way to know that. Our colleagues might point out that the bill does require that a retired officer be in good standing in order to buy a gun under this bill. But that requirement is not defined. And that might be because this requirement simply doesn't make sense. Law enforcement agencies don't continue to track the lives of their employees after they retire. They do sometimes declare that law enforcement officers retired in good standing, but that's a determination made at the time that they're actually retiring. It gets us right back to the same issue. What happens after they retire? Background checks are the gold standard for ensuring someone is allowed to lawfully purchase a firearm. This issue could easily be solved by adding the background check provision back into this bill. And a background check would not be burdensome to officers and retired officers, since the vast majority of background checks are completed within minutes. Our colleagues have continued to dig in their heels on a bill that creates an unacceptable loophole in the background check system. a loophole that could put a gun in the hands of a person who is not legally allowed to have one. And even one instance of this could have deadly consequences. This bill could be bipartisan, as it was in the 117th Congress when it was led by my friend, my former colleague, and former Orlando Police Chief Val Demings. Former Congresswoman Demings frequently reached across the aisle. Over 40% of her bills had bipartisan co-sponsorship in her last term in office. We should be following her example to lead with bipartisanship when possible and strive to work together to help improve our communities. This bill is being marked up in advance of Police Week, a time when we used to be able to work together to pass bills with broad bipartisan support. We should be looking for ways to help law enforcement make our communities safer in places that they live, and ways to help law enforcement stay safe as they do their work. We should be investing in tools to help them be effective and directing resources towards solving violent crime. As ranking member of the subcommittee on crime, I hope we can still find a better way to do this. My door is always open to my colleagues on the other side, always open to those who want to work together in good faith. I must oppose this legislation for creating needless risks that could have deadly consequences. I call on my Republican colleagues, and I really mean this. I call on you to work with us on bipartisan bills that would give law enforcement the tools that they need instead of opening up loopholes in our background check system, and I yield back.
Gentlelady yields back. Who seeks recognition? The gentleman from New York, and then we'll come to.
I have an amendment at the desk.
Clerk will report. Gentleman from California reserves a point of order.
Amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 2255 offered.
Without objection, the bill be considered as read. The gentleman from New York is recognized to explain his amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This amendment does a simple but very important restriction on the ability of a retired officer to purchase a retired firearm from his or her agency. And that is to limit the number of firearms purchased by such officer to one. This bill does nothing to prohibit an officer from purchasing any number of firearms from his agency or her agency, and then with the possibility of distributing them or selling them to others outside of the normal background check requirements for federal firearms sellers. By limiting the number of firearms to one, I believe that we are getting to the true purpose of this bill, which is to allow retired officers to maintain a firearm that they used, if in good standing, while in service. And if the rationale is, as my friend from South Carolina says, which is to simply allow retired officers to continue to hold and possess their own firearm from while they were in service, there should be no objection to limiting the number of firearms to one. I think this amendment is eminently reasonable, gets to the heart of what the bill drafter is trying to get to, and very importantly, limits the possibility of further distribution of firearms without adhering to the guidelines that protect selling firearms and putting them in the hands of those who should not have them. And I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. So further discussion on the amendment, Mr. Fry.
I'm not even going to engage with Goldman. He's too
Thank you, Mr.
stupid.
Chairman. Just in response to the amendment, I oppose it, and here's the reason why. I mean, you've got a federal law enforcement officer in good standing, and we are continuing to perpetuate the existing scheme, which costs taxpayers $8 million a year, that somehow that they're limited if they are assigned a pistol a long gun, and a shotgun, somehow they're limited by this amendment to just have one of those. Well, it doesn't make any sense to me that we're continuing to perpetuate the existing scheme that costs the taxpayers $8 million a year. This is common sense, it is easy to do, and this amendment absolutely limits the intent of the bill and continues to cost the taxpayers needless dollars.
Will the gentleman yield for a question?
I yield back.
Will the gentleman yield for a question?
The gentleman is yielded back. Is there further discussion on the
I
amendment?
seek recognition.
Gentleman's recognized.
Sure. I know the sponsor of the bill just left, probably just a potty break, but I'm just curious. He was not okay with 1. What about 2 or 3? He gave the example of 3. What if we set a limit at 3? Would he be okay if the amendment was 3? I'm just curious. You know, maybe we could try to make it bipartisan. I mean, what we're trying to do is we're just trying to not have an open-ended thing. And so he gave an example of 3. If 3 is the number, I'll support that amendment. If that's okay. Does anyone on the side want to like have a conversation, or how about the gentleman who brought the amendment?
Well, I appreciate the distinguished gentleman from Florida's point, which I think goes even further. It is one thing for an on-duty officer to maintain a pistol, a long gun, and a shotgun while in the service of duty. It is altogether another thing for a retired officer who would not be on any mission or any obligation to act to protect anyone other than him or herself to have 3 guns.
By that logic, the military should not be able to have 3 guns and protect you if anything popped off. Anybody retired from the military, anybody that has run their course in the military, anybody that is a veteran of the military should not be able to carry guns to protect you. They should only be able to protect themselves. So that way, if you see somebody getting robbed at gunpoint, you can't defend them to stop the robbery. I'm sorry, Goldman, this doesn't work. Retired police officers have a better fucking opportunity and a better willingness to stop something, even though that they have no badge. The fact that they're retired means more than likely they will stop it before anybody else will. But yet you are trying to argue that they do not have the right to defend anybody else in civilization but their own goddamn selves. And they should be the only ones because they're retired. And yeah. What the fuck?
What is the point? If this is just so that a retired officer can defend him or herself with the gun, a gun that he or she used while in service, why on earth would that officer need more than 1 gun?
Would the gentleman yield for a question?
Yes, of course.
Is there anything in their legislation that would prevent a retired officer from reselling a gun or guns that they are able to purchase at the new salvage value?
There is nothing in this bill that prohibits the distribution or selling of a firearm obtained by a retired officer from the agency where he or she served.
So you're telling me that a retired officer, if we don't accept your amendment, could purchase 5 guns or 10 guns or 20 guns at the new government discounted price and then resell them at a fair market value price? In other words, they could make money on it through private sales. Is that right?
Absolutely, and even worse, it wouldn't be detected. It wouldn't go through, it wouldn't be required to go through the normal background check procedures, the tracing through the ATF to ensure that that sold gun does not fall into hands of someone who would otherwise be prohibited from owning a gun.
If I could ask one other question of the distinguished gentleman from New York, it seems to me that we either have to adopt your amendment, and this is certainly consistent with the way that Ms. Demings first brought this up, that it was the idea that the officer would be able to purchase their gun when they leave the service, and that was clearly her intent. Either we've got to adopt that, or if it's going to be unlimited, that they can purchase at salvage value whatever guns from the police force arsenal are being retired, then we've got to say that these guns cannot be resold on the private market, because otherwise we're opening up a gaping new loophole in terms of guns entering into the market. And of course, it's that kind of permissiveness and laxness that has given America
There's
a
another
rate
step.
of homicide, violence, and death that is just unknown in the rest of the advanced countries of the world.
Will the gentleman yield?
I will yield in 1 second. I just want to respond. I actually considered an amendment to that effect as well. The problem, of course, is it is very hard to enforce, and it would certainly cost more than $8 million to do so. I'm kind of surprised that a justification for this bill is that we spend $8 million, not billion, not trillion, but $8 million, which is pennies compared to our budget, that is some sort of motivation for why we should allow the sale of these firearms to the officers. And again, there's no good rationale why it should be more than one.
Just because we only gain $8 million in profit by selling fucking firearms to retired police officers, there's no good rationale why they should have more than one, ladies and gentlemen. Retired police officers should not have more than one gun. Everybody else, no. I mean, retired police officers, you've been in service, you've been around them, you understand. You cannot have more than one gun. American citizens who haven't gone through professional training and gone through keeping a firearm with them and been safe with them as far as a profession is concerned, but you can have none. Is that the society you want, ladies and gentlemen? Is that the freedom you want? Is that the America you want? So the people that are going to disregard these laws anyway are going to have the guns that you cannot defend yourself with as a law-abiding, firearm-respecting citizen. It's this retardation in government that needs to fucking stop.
I yield to the chairman.
I just wanted to point out that bill is self-limiting. It's limited to firearms that have been issued to the law enforcement officer. It's not open-ended.
So just reclaiming my time, which kind of went around. So what you're proffering is that there is a limitation in the bill, that there is a limitation on how many weapons.
The bill only applies to firearms issued to the law enforcement officer.
That could be any number.
Gentleman's time has expired. Further discussion, Mr. Massey.
You know, on the other side of the aisle, there's an assertion or an assumption that's completely wrong about this bill that I heard expressed. They said this is so that police officers can protect themselves after they retire. No, they have decades of learning, of discernment, of training, of experience. And the incentive here is if you let them have their firearm, that they will continue to do that for the public on their own dime. They'll carry these firearms. They've been trained to recognize situations, and it's a way to get a safer environment for the public. And all you're doing is making it easier for the law enforcement officer to carry their firearm into retirement. So I reject the assertion that we're just doing this so that they can be safe for themselves.
Will the gentleman yield?
Sure.
So in the language, and we're trying to actually work this out. It doesn't say their firearm or the firearms issued to them. It says a firearm. And so that's where the discussion is going. If the intent of the language is that they can only purchase the firearms issued to them, then I think some of the concern that we have would go away. So if we just seeking that clarification.
Will the gentleman yield?
Yes, I'll yield.
I mean, the language is quite clear. that the Administrative General Services shall establish a program under which a federal law enforcement officer may purchase a retired firearm from the federal agency that issued the firearm to such officer.
Wait, would the gentleman yield?
Well, Mr. Massey's time, yield back, Mr. Massey.
Yeah, I think it's pretty clear here in the legislation. It says, may purchase a retired firearm from the federal agency that issued the firearm to such officer.
Will the gentleman yield just for a question?
In just a second, but will you admit that what was just said is wrong, that it doesn't say anywhere in the language that it's one that was issued to this officer?
Wait.
Yes, I will.
Now-
I would like to correct that. All that does is it clarifies and specifies which agency the officer may purchase a retired firearm from. It does not say that it must be a retired firearm belonging to such officer. So maybe
reclaiming my time.
Oh my God.
Reclaiming my time, I want to point out here, and I appreciate you clarifying what you said.
His argument is, okay, so because the officer that is retiring is not buying the gun that they were issued, this should not be a thing. Because the gun might have been issued to another officer, and that officer is now gone. That gun is no longer in service at that point in time. Well, why not sell it the fuck off? Oh, it's not the one that was issued to the retiring officer. That is the dumbest fucking thing I've ever heard.
Before, a retired firearm from the federal agency that issued the firearm to such officer. So the firearm is referring to the one that the officer was issued.
It's modifying the federal agency. It's not modifying the
No,
gun.
it is not, Goldman.
The gun
You're
is
too
a
goddamn
retired
stupid.
firearm. And then it's specifying that the retired firearm is from the federal agency that issued the firearm to such officer.
So the firearm, I think, is clear here, but would the gentleman vote for this bill if we change A to the in the first instance of retired firearm?
Well, if it, I mean, I would certainly be inclined.
No, your answer is no, because you just want to argue to try to pick it apart in this, and then he's just like, hey, how about we just change A to the? Would you vote for it? I just argued for it, and you just gave me what I wanted, but no, I will not vote for it because people shouldn't have guns.
Inclined to vote for this bill if it were to specify that a retired officer may purchase a firearm that had been distributed or had been issued to that officer. So in other words, it would have to change more than A to the, but yes, if your point is to say that only firearms that belong to that officer can be sold to that officer in retirement, then yes.
I'll offer the amendment if the gentleman will vote for it and vote for the bill, the underlying bill.
Yeah.
All right.
What is the point of arguing that? What is the actual fucking point of arguing this shit? That you can only sell a retiring officer the gun he was issued, not a different gun that might have been issued to somebody else that's no longer in service. The gun he was issued. What is the goddamn point?
Well, yeah. Will the gentleman yield?
Yeah, I have 36 seconds.
Okay. So we're achieving some clarity here. Right now, it is written in such a way as to say that as long as the gun comes from the same agency that issued
No, it's not.
It says the officer may purchase a retired firearm from the federal agency that issued the firearm to such officer. Right?
The firearm.
It has to be issued to him. But
It has to be issued to him, and it's the firearm.
No. But it's just saying that it's the federal agency that issued the firearm.
I make you the same offer.
Okay. Well, in any event, if we can agree to the point, the substance of it, I would support this if we include the background check.
No, now you're moving the goalpost.
No, I'm restoring what we passed as a committee
Yes,
before.
it's kind of
Hold up. So this motherfucker is on a police force, right? He's retiring from a police force, which means you do have at least 20 years in the business. You're retiring from a police force where they monitor you heavily. They can actually look over and cover up for your illegal things, but you monitor you heavily for illegal activity. And now the motherfucker's saying it must be the firearm that was issued by him, and you must go through another background check after you've been a police officer for 20 fucking years. Yeah, you're moving the goalpost here, Raskin. This is fucking retarded. Why would an officer who's already been in the service for 20 years need another background check?
becoming obvious that you're refusing to diagram the sentence and you're just being dilatory.
The gentleman's time has expired. Is there further discussion on the amendment by Mr. Goldman? Yeah, gentleman from Georgia is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. You know, oftentimes
Hey, has
when
Guam tipped
a
over yet?
bad actor, law enforcement officer, even from a federal agency, does something that violates the rules of the agency, it may even violate the law. It may be related to excessive use of force. But such officer is allowed to resign in lieu of termination. And in those kinds of situations where a bad police officer, a bad actor, is being pressured to resign or be fired and chooses to resign, that officer would probably be in good standing with the federal agency that employed that officer. And then that officer would be in a position to purchase at salvage value whatever firearm was either issued to him or her, as my colleagues are talking about, or whatever firearm, whether or not it was issued or not to that particular officer. But the point is that you have bad actors who would be able to purchase firearms under this legislation, firearms that were either issued to them or may not have been issued to them. That is creating a
So because somebody resigns because of excessive use of force and just kind of say it's kind of one of those situations where it's just like, hey, you're kind of embarrassing us, but we don't want to make this into a bigger scene than it normally is. So how about you just give up what you're doing here and we just separate? You're going to sit there and argue that the same agency that gave that person who had maybe excessive use of force the ability to buy that weapon because they're technically in good standing? Johnson, dude, yeah, it will happen. I get you. It will fucking happen. But again, the cop that cannot buy their firearm from the agency is going to go out into the streets where they can buy a firearm that's probably got the serial number filed down, and they're still going to do the same goddamn thing, right? God damn, you are the dumbest son of a bitch ever. This bill should not exist because bad apples are going to exploit it. And those people, those good people behind it, are not going to say no to selling a bad apple a firearm from our federal government. This is part of what we're talking about here. This is part of the reform that we want. The good people that would be like, hey, look, this son of a bitch was fired for excessive use of force. Oh, I'm sorry, resigned for excessive use of force. Yeah, we should just be able to let him buy a gun from the federal government. Like that, no. people with a moral foundation, people with good intentions would say, absolutely not. I don't want that on my hands. Those are the people we want running our institutions, you dumb son of a bitch. People like me who'd just be like, hey, look, you deserve to have a gun, but I'm not going to sell you that gun simply because you have a little bit of a tendency to go a little bit overboard. I don't want that in my conscience, but hey, you go find your gun. Those are the people we want in there. Are you this? Why are you? Oh, yeah, that's right. Guam's going to tip over if you put fucking too many military troops on one side of an island. So it's going to capsize like a boat.
Danger to society when you are unleashing these powerful weapons into the hands of someone who's being offered the opportunity to step down in lieu of termination. Because of that glaring loophole in this legislation, I would be opposed to it. And with that, I will yield back.
Johnson, you are too goddamn stupid to exist as a human being. I swear to God. I swear, your argument is, hey, somebody resigns in lieu of being fired because they did something against the agency. Technically, they're in good standing with the agency, so they can be sold a firearm. I'm sorry, but if you come across an allegation like excessive use of force and instead of going through the process, you just retire, that is literally saying, or I'm sorry, resign. That is literally saying you are fucking guilty. You don't want to fight the allegation. You don't want to prove your innocence. You don't want to go through the process and determine whether it's, you know, maybe you might have used excessive use of force. You just, fuck it, I'm out. I don't want to deal with this. I'm just out. That's saying you're fucking guilty. So the people that look at these things and they say, "Oh, excessive use of force allegation, the motherfucker retired. Let's look into this. What happened?" Yeah, shit, he might have. No, I deny. You go find your gun somewhere else. I am so tired of this retardation within our fucking government, guys.
Yields back? Yeah. Further discussion on the amendment by Mr. Goldman, Mr. Van Drew.
Thank you, Chairman. Just quickly, I think maybe we're looking into this, how do I say this? I think we're overreading what's going on here, overanalyzing. A police officer retires. When he retires,
Hank Johnson's
he wants
been in
to
there
keep
for a
the
good
gun
little minute.
that was issued to him over the years that he carried as a police officer. He would be able to buy that gun, and I don't think there's anything wrong with this, at the salvage value. The least we can do for somebody that's dedicated their life to serving, to protect others, is that we're still charging them, but we charge the salvage value. If you're trying to indicate, which I don't see here in the legislation, that
He assumed
years
office
later the
January
police
3rd of
officer could buy other
2007.
firearms from an agency, then I think that a background check would be appropriate. I'm going to vote for this legislation either way. I don't like
Motherfucker's
to
been there
vote
since
for amendments
2007.
on the fly, because usually they don't work out. They have to be thought through, and I'm sure the sponsor of the bill, Mr. Fry, if he feels it's necessary, along with the chairman, would move forward if any amendments need to be done as we go to the floor. But nevertheless, we're overthinking this. A cop retires, the gun that he used, he wants to buy it, he buys it, yes, at a discount, because it's a
2007.
used gun,
Yes, Jennifer.
by the way, and it's the least we can do that he buys it at the salvage value, and it's the gun that was issued to him. So that's how I'm seeing this legislation. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Is there further discussion on the amendment? Is there further discussion on the amendment? Seeing none, the question is on the adoption of the amendment by Mr. Goldman. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no.
No.
The noes appear to have it, and the amendment is not agreed to.
Can we have a recorded vote on that, Mr. Chairman?
Recorded vote's been requested. Clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Jordan.
Okay.
Mr. Issa. Mr. Biggs. Mr. Biggs votes no. Mr. McClintock.
No.
Mr. McClintock votes no. Mr. Tiffany. Mr. Massey.
No.
Mr. Massey votes no. Mr. Roy. Mr. Fitzgerald.
It's 18
Mr.
years,
Klein.
Jennifer.
Mr. Klein votes no. Mr. Gooden.
A
Mr. Gooden
child
votes
born
no.
when he
Mr.
took
Van
office
Drew.
is now an
Mr. Van Drew
18-year-old
votes
adult.
no. Mr. Nels. Mr. Moore. Mr. Moore votes no. Mr. Kiley. Mr. Kiley votes no. Ms. Hageman.
An
Miss
entire
Lee.
generation grew up under Hank
Hunt.
Johnson.
Mr. Fry. Mr. Fry. Mr. Fry votes no. Mr. Grothman. Mr. Grothman votes no. Mr. Knott. Mr. Knott votes no. Mr. Harris. Mr. Harris votes no. Mr. Onder. Mr. Onder votes no. Mr. Schmidt. Mr. Gill.
Think
Mr.
of how many
Baumgartner.
generations
Mr.
grew up under
Baumgartner votes
Nadler.
no. Mr. Raskin.
Aye.
Mr. Raskin votes aye. Mr. Nadler. Mr. Nadler votes aye. Ms. Lofgren. Mr. Cohen. Mr. Johnson. Mr. Johnson votes aye. Mr. Swalwell. Mr. Liu. Ms. Jayapal. Mr. Correa. Ms. Scanlon. Ms. Scanlon votes aye. Mr. Neguse. Ms. McBath. Ms. McBath votes aye. Ms. Ross. Ms. Ballant. Mr. Garcia. Mr. Garcia votes aye. Ms. Kamlager-Dove. Ms. Kamlager-Dove votes aye. Mr. Moskowitz.
This motherfucker in the back here looks like Adam Schiff a bit. He walks a lot
Goldman.
more gay, though.
Mr. Goldman votes aye. Ms. Crockett. Ms. Crockett votes yes.
How am I recorded?
Mr. Isa, you're not recorded. Mr. Isa votes no. Ms. Ballant, you are not recorded. Ms. Ballant votes aye.
Clerk will report.
Mr. Chairman, there are 10 ayes and 15 noes.
Vote being 10 in the affirmative, 15 in the negative.
These
the
motherfuckers
amendment
are
is
talking
not
about
agreed
back
to.
rubs
Is there
and
further
shit.
discussion on the amendment and the nature of a substitute? Ms. Scanlon.
I just wanted, with respect to the underlying bill, I just wanted to associate myself with the remarks of the ranking member and with Ms. McBath. I think they very eloquently stated the base points, but above all, we need to close loopholes, not create new loopholes. When I talk to our law
Loopholes?
enforcement officers in my district at every
What is a
level,
loophole?
they say they need help to make sure that we keep guns out of the hands that don't, of people who shouldn't have them. So I can't support the law because it does create a new loophole. And with that, I yield back.
Gentlelady yields back. Is there further discussion on the amendment in nature of substitute? Mr. Raskin.
Mr. Chairman, I have an amendment at the desk.
Clerk will report.
God damn it, a dumbass fucking
Gentleman
amendment
from
for
Arizona
Raskin.
reserves a point of order.
Substitute for the amendment and the nature of a substitute to H.R. 2255, offered by Mr. Raskin of Maryland.
Without objection, the amendment is considered as read. The gentleman from Maryland is recognized.
Thank you kindly, Mr. Chairman. My amendment would substitute for this unnecessarily politicized bill text the language that was voice voted unanimously, as far as I could tell, out of this committee without objection during the 118th Congress. The bill before us would allow law enforcement officers and retired officers to buy an assault weapon, a hand grenade, or a National Firearms Act weapon from
Sorry,
the
everything's
government at a
flashy, but-
sharp discount without a background check, opening up a significant and dangerous new loophole in the background check system. This is despite the fact that 6 in 10 Americans support stricter common sense gun safety laws to reduce the horrific gun-related death toll that we see all around us in the cities, in rural areas, and suburban areas. My amendment returns us to the version of the bill that was previously reported out of this committee and would likely yield substantial bipartisan support on the floor. It would ensure that only active law enforcement officers can purchase retired service weapons, significantly reducing the risk that a prohibited purchaser would be able to buy a gun as a result of our legislation. It would also limit purchases of retired weapons to handguns and ensure that taxpayers are not subsidizing the private purchase of weapons by requiring an officer to pay the fair market value of the weapon. I urge our colleagues to take yes for an answer to restore the bipartisan common ground legislation we all approved of last Congress, and which will achieve perhaps unanimous support on the House floor. I thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Is there discussion on the amendment by the ranking member? Mr. Knott.
Mr. Raskin, may I ask a question?
Yes, of course.
What's the purpose from limiting this just to a handgun if an officer or an agent is familiar with AR-15s or whatever the shotgun, long guns, whatever they may be, what would be the purpose that you're seeking to achieve in precluding them from being able to take those weapons home?
Well, the purpose is consistent with what I understood to be the original motivation behind the legislation that Congresswoman Demings had introduced. I was here on the committee, and she talked about giving officers the right to purchase a gun that they had used for self-defense. And as the Supreme Court determined in the Heller versus District of Columbia, that's a core Second Amendment right to be able to carry a handgun for self-defense. So
may I? Mr. Raskin, in regards to the threat to law
That
enforcement,
does not
the threat to the
explain why you
public,
would say they can't
handguns
use a
are
long
used
gun.
in far more crimes. They're responsible for far more deaths than long guns, whether it's shotguns or AR-15s. Does that alleviate any concerns you have about allowing federal agents or officers to take those guns with them in the same spirit as this language?
Well, we could check with Mr. Fry about it because this was his original legislation, and it is true that the toll of handgun violence is extraordinary because we don't have a universal violent criminal background check, and we have so many loopholes.
Yes, we fucking do.
So I'm not certain I know the answer to that question. I think we could check with Mr. Fry, who originally introduced it this way. It struck us as a reasonable, common sense, bipartisan compromise consistent with the original bill that had been introduced by Congresswoman Demings.
Thank you for the discussion, sir. And I'll just state for the record, Mr. Chair, that having worked with law enforcement at every level, their training, their handling, their abilities with those firearms, I've never seen a law enforcement officer act irresponsibly in allowing them to take home their service weapons. In the spirit of this law, I fully support. I yield back.
Gentleman from North Carolina yields back. Is there further discussion on the amendment? Seeing none, the question is on.
I'm sorry.
Mr. Massey.
I think there's a fair point here that Mr. Raskin has. I'm not going to vote for his amendment, but because our friend over here has a great point that long guns and shotguns can be just as effective or more effective in certain circumstances for defending a person or the public. And so we shouldn't exclude those.
He's got his little
But the point I believe you do have is that there may be some NFA, National Firearms Act, weapons that would be allowed under this that might not be necessary for self-defense, like hand grenades. So I plan to offer an amendment that takes care of that issue here after your amendment is voted on.
Jenny is back. Is there further discussion?
In response to Mr. Goldman's concern.
Does Mr. Massey yield to Mr. Raskin?
I'll yield to Mr. Raskin.
Yeah, no, I appreciate that very much, Mr. Massey. Look, the legislation that we adopted by voice vote last Congress was a compromise which articulated the basic common sense understanding that an officer could essentially take a gun with them, purchasing it at fair market value, in order to have self-defense. And then when we add in everything else, we do get hand grenades and semi-automatic assault weapons and all of these things, which raises different kinds of issues and strays.
Wait. When does a police officer come in contact with fucking hand grenades in their everyday use? I have never heard of a police officer riding around with hand grenades in the fucking trunk. What the? yeah, you're being hyperbolic at the whole damn thing. Yes, I've made the argument before with it. You know, the American people should have everything the federal government does as self-defense as far as that's concerned, which does say nuclear weapons and biological chemical agents, which is incredibly fucking dumb because I know what I would do with them. So I would say we would still keep these things out of the American people's hands. Like just like the argument I made about the largest stockpile of explosives in a somewhat densely packed residential area, which would have eliminated half the little residential area, the cul-de-sac that he lived in. Maybe we shouldn't let that happen. Maybe we shouldn't have regular fucking dumbass motherfuckers creating nitroglycerin in their basement, shaping it up, labeling it do not touch, and then putting that substance in their fucking fridge where their kids have food. Maybe we shouldn't allow that to happen. Let's just be honest here. You're talking about something that's so volatile it can and will explode when molecules rub against each other because it heats up. And you put that in a fridge with a kid who doesn't understand, may grab it, drop it, boom. You have a point to be made here, Raskin. But to sit there and say that police officers are going to be able to buy hand grenades? Your argument is already falling apart, and you are literally grasping at straws with this now.
Is far from the core meaning of a self-defense weapon. And so that's why I think this, again, would...
That's Ghost Hunter. This is part of the actual bill that they're arguing about. It's an amendment in there. Their argument is, I swear to God, their argument is, okay, fine. You want retired police officers to be able to buy firearms? It must be the firearm that they are issued. It can only be the handgun. It can't be anything else that they carried. Just because they have gone through all this time and been able to successfully demonstrate for 20 plus fucking years that they can handle a firearm in public. But it can only be the firearm that they issued, not any other firearm from the agency at all. It must be the one that they issued. And they want to make sure that they can only buy the firearm and nothing else. This is your taxpayer dollars at work, and this is your Democrat Party. It's dumb. It's really fucking dumb. But this is how they hold up the bills. This is how they do the obstruction. They don't have the control of the House or the Senate anymore. This is how they are going to obstruct. They offer up these dumbass things. They argue these dumbass points. They know it's going to go nowhere, but we're just wasting time and just pissing everybody off because we're not getting our ways, so we're just going to stomp our feet.
Pass overwhelmingly, if not unanimously, in the House if we just went back to that original compromise. But it has been shot through with a bunch of loopholes that are unnecessary. So, I would view your suggestion as a second best solution to just going back to the compromise that we originally had. Thank you.
Mr. Massey. Reclaiming my time, I think we can make legislation.
Oh, and Ghost Hunter, we were listening to the House last night kind of talk about this bill that was coming forward through the judiciary. There was an argument where somebody said that, hey, you're talking about shutting down corrupt-ass people in our Department of Justice. You want to get rid of the FBI, so therefore you shouldn't be able to vote on anything. You shouldn't be able to vote on any kind of bill. You shouldn't even have a say in any kind of argument because you want to get rid of the agency altogether. It's literally all or nothing. You know full fucking well they ain't going to get rid of the agency in this presidency. That's not a thing. It's not going to happen. So because you want to get rid of it, you don't like it, it has become corrupt, you shouldn't have a say in any kind of bill that may reform what you see the corruption in that thing for. That was in House rules last fucking night.
Legislation better. We don't have to use the same stuff we had last year if we found a better way to do it. So And oh, by the way, I think your amendment has something about the price of the gun that the officer has to pay. And again, the motivation, I believe, behind this bill is if you encourage or make it easier for retired police officers who have decades, in many cases, of experience of defending the public, make it easier for them to carry their service weapon when they retire.
And one more thing. I think it was Goldman who made the point that just because the officer does have their retired firearm that they bought from the agency after they have retired, they cannot use that in defense of another person. They must only use it in defense of themselves. Nobody else, because they're not law enforcement, so they can't defend anybody else anymore. That was one of the arguments. I think that was Goldman. That was either Goldman or Raskin that made that argument.
That they could provide that help. And by the way, retired police officers are often used in school settings to
Same here, Ghost Hunter.
The security.
Mine was the good people on both sides.
Because they recognize there's training there.
I saw that happen in real time, and I was like, yeah, motherfucker's been lying to me from the start now.
So I think charging more for the firearm doesn't help. And that's one reason that I can't vote for yours, but I will try to address the concern that you have about NFA weapons with my amendment that I will offer next.
Would the gentleman yield?
And I'll yield to Mr. Vandrew.
Just want to associate myself with the remarks by Mr. Knott and Mr. Massey. I think is one point about the hand grenade or something that wouldn't be appropriate is a good point. And his second point, why are we trying to squeeze police officers and say they have to pay more than the salvage value? Again, they serve their long career. They put their lives on the line. We certainly can do this tiny, tiny little thing for them. However, I think the legislation could be tightened up, and I think that would be an appropriate amendment. I would support that amendment, Mr. Massey, just so you know. I think it's a good idea, and I yield back to you.
Mr. Massey.
And I yield back to the chairman.
Gentleman yields back. Is there further discussion on the amendment by Mr. Raskin? Does Ms. McBath seek recognition?
Yes, I do, Mr. Chair. And having good conversation with Mr. Goldman and also with Ranking Member, I would be willing to accept the amendments. I would be willing to have Raskin's amendment. I think the further discussion that we've had is amenable, and it does still continues to close some loopholes. I yield back.
Further discussion on the amendment? Seeing none, the questions on the adoption of the amendment by Mr. Raskin. Those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed say no.
No.
The noes appear to have it.
Could we have a recorded vote?
A recorded vote's been requested. Clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Jordan. Mr. Issa. Mr. Biggs. Mr. McClintock.
Nope.
Mr. McClintock votes no. Mr. Tiffany. Mr. Massey.
No.
Mr. Massey votes no. Mr. Roy. Mr. Fitzgerald.
100.
Mr.
cents?
Klein.
What was that
Mr.
little
Klein votes
emoji?
no. Mr. Gooden. Mr. Gooden votes no. Mr. Vandrew. Mr. Vandrew votes no. Mr. Nels. Mr. Moore. Mr. Moore votes no. Mr. Kiley. Ms. Hageman. Ms. Lee. Mr. Hunt. Mr. Fry. Mr. Fry votes no. Mr. Grothman. Mr. Grothman votes no. Mr. Knott.
No.
Mr. Knott votes no. Mr. Harris. Mr. Harris votes no. Mr. Onder. Mr. Onder votes no. Mr. Schmidt. Mr. Gill. Mr. Baumgartner. Mr. Baumgartner votes no. Mr. Raskin.
Aye.
Mr. Raskin votes aye. Mr. Nadler.
Aye.
Mr. Nadler votes aye. Ms. Lofgren. Mr. Cohen. Mr. Johnson. Mr. Swalwell.
I like how Hank Johnson came in there to make his speech and then dip the fuck
Mr.
out
Liu.
again, and he hasn't voted on shit.
Ms. Jayapal.
Your taxpayer dollars at
Mr.
work?
Correa. Ms. Scanlon. Ms. Scanlon votes aye. Mr. Nick Goose.
I mean, I can't change
Ms.
top chat to
McBath.
live chat in
Ms.
the
McBath votes aye.
on
Ms.
Discord,
Ross.
but no, or not on Discord, but on
Ballard.
OBS. But
Ms.
no,
Ballard
I'm in
votes
live
aye.
chat.
Mr. Garcia. Mr. Garcia
I saw
votes
that
aye.
little
Ms.
C
Kamlager
with the
Dove. Ms.
like
Kamlager
the
Dove votes
copyright
aye. Mr.
symbol.
Moskowitz. Mr. Moskowitz votes yes. Mr. Goldman. Mr. Goldman votes aye. Ms. Crockett. Ms. Crockett votes aye. Mr. Swalwell, you're not recorded. Mr. Swalwell votes aye. Mr. Roy, you're not recorded. Mr. Roy votes nay. Mr. Fitzgerald votes no.
Clerk will report.
Mr. Chairman, there are 11 ayes and 14 noes.
Vote being 11 in the affirmative and 14 in the negative, the amendment is not agreed to. Is there further discussion on?
Yeah, I know. I can't change it to live chat when I bring it up on the screen. It only goes to the top chat. All right.
Yeah.
Are we good? Can we get on to the next thing or no? Oh, we're waiting for somebody to bring their amendment forward. Is this what's going on?
Is there further discussion on the amendment, the nature of a substitute? Mr. Massey.
Mr. Chairman, I have an amendment at the desk.
Clerk will report.
No, they were waiting
Amendment
for
to the
his
amendment in the nature of a substitute to HR 2255 offered by Mr. Massey and Mr. Goldman. Page 1, line 10, after quote firearm.
Without objection, the amendment be considered as read. The chair recognizes Mr. Massey.
In the spirit of bipartisanship, I want to recognize that Mr. Goldman and Mr. Raskin have identified ways to improve this bill. And so I want to offer an amendment to address their concerns. It makes two changes to the bill. Page 1, line 10, after firearm in the first instance, where it's mentioned, add, quote, issued to the federal law enforcement officer, unquote. This takes away any ambiguity that might exist about whether the federal law enforcement officer is going to receive the weapon that was issued to that officer, or whether it would be any weapon in the, obviously, after this, it's obvious it doesn't include any weapon in the inventory of that agency. The second change that this amendment will affect on the bill is instead of just excluding machine guns, it will exclude all weapons and firearms covered by the National Firearms Act of 1934. So that would cover, for instance, the hand grenades that they mentioned, or other destructive devices, such as a sawed-off shotgun. Those would be excluded from the transfer to the law enforcement officer if it's and of course, machine guns are also included in that exclusion as well. We're keeping that exclusion. So with that, and Mr. Goldman has worked with me on this. We've used his language, and I'm offering this in the spirit of bipartisanship. If Mr. Goldman would like to speak on this, I would yield.
Yeah. Thank you, Mr. Massey. This certainly makes an improvement to the bill, and I appreciate the fact that we're engaged in meaningful legislative discussion here. We've never had a hearing on this legislation specifically, so I appreciate the fact that the markup is an occasion for us to make some improvements. But and it does, in terms of the things that I've raised, it does take care of not just machine guns, but other, hand grenades, short-railed rifles,
my wife just gave me a rundown of the
other destructive devices that are
the DNI Tesla bombing
by
thing.
federal law. My problem,
I gave
my
her a
essential
rundown
problem, though,
about
is a
this
somewhat different one, which is that
We're going to listen to the
retired
Tulsi Gabbard one
officers
next.
don't need to have a background check before they get whatever guns they're going to get. And that means the person could actually have committed crimes, but we wouldn't know about it because we don't take the 5-minute time period to do a background check on it. And that just doesn't make any sense.
I'm sorry. The only thing that my concealed carry license when I had it was actually good for was surpassing and going around that background check and that wait period. Because if I had the permit, it meant I already went through that. And to renew that permit, I have to go through the background check again. The fact that I don't have it means I have to go through a background check every time I want to go purchase a firearm. It takes longer than 5 minutes, Raskin, but every single fucking person goes through this shit when they try to legally buy a firearm. What you were proposing is illegal actions that are not covered by the law in any way, shape, or form, and you do not have to have a background check for those purchases because it's an illegal purchase. I am so fucking sick and tired of the stupidity within our federal government, ladies and gentlemen. These are coming from the people who literally tell you you can just walk into any firearm store right now, anybody, even Walmart, and just buy a firearm without anybody asking any questions right now and just go out and just shoot up the place. Anybody that has ever tried knows that's not true in any way, shape, or form, but that's still the message they want to push because these motherfuckers have never even tried.
Sense. I mean, sometimes it takes 2 minutes to do a background check. And so I think there's some confusion about the word retirement and the 6-month period.
But the National
When I first
Firearms
read
it takes a
seemed
lot
like,
longer.
okay, somebody retires and then within 6 months they can purchase the gun, the rifle, what have you. But it's actually within 6 months of the retirement of the
Yes,
gun.
Ken. It's
not the
called
retirement
being
of the
a
person.
lawyer.
So it could be 5 years later or 8 years later or
Most
10
of
years
these
later.
motherfuckers have a
That's
lawyer
a lot of time
background.
in which a person conceivably could have crossed lines with the law. And so all we're saying
Reclaiming
is
my time.
Yeah.
I hope we've ameliorated that concern somewhat by clarifying that it is the firearm that's being retired and the officer that's retired, and they are paired up. So it's not a carte blanche, open pass to go buy anything in the inventory and it's reasonable to expect they're going to retire at the same time, the gun and the officer.
Yeah, but you're much more of a gun guy than I am, Mr. Massey. So I don't know what the average, length or endurance of a gun is or a firearm is. And I just don't see the problem with restoring the background check. If we take your
not heavily
very fine
used,
amendment and we
it'll
add
last
it
a
to
long
a
ass
background
time.
check, I think we're close to the common sense, common ground legislation we're looking for.
My problem with that is this is an officer probably likely has 2 or 3 decades of experience, and there are 100,000 false denials in the background check system. And it would add, I think, insult to injury to tell an officer, hey, your name is similar to somebody else. I'm sorry you can't have the gun you've carried for 3 decades. Yeah.
With the ranking member,
And they would have to be in good standing when they retire. It's not like
Mr.
somebody
Massey
was
controls the time.
fired. I'll yield to Mr. Natter.
well, wouldn't a further amendment that made clear that you're talking about the retirement of the officer, 6 months within the retirement of the officer, rather than the retirement of the gun, take care of the problem?
This seems like we're in the weeds here. This is a common sense bill, and I think to complicate it with that. I'm bending over here quite a bit.
Well, if the
Gentleman's time
gentleman would further
expired,
yield,
Mr. Nadler.
just clarifying that we mean retirement of the officer doesn't impose any burden and would and makes clear that
But what I've just been informed, the way the bill's written,
So the way they're trying to structure this, if the actual firearm is retired before the officer retires, then the officer would never be able to purchase a gun after his retirement because the one that was issued to him was retired before he retired. So because a weapon may outlive its usefulness may become to a point to where it could be dangerous if continuously fired, like they under heavy training or something like that, because a weapon wears out. It can actually be retired before the officer, making that officer ineligible to purchase that retired weapon because he didn't retire at the same time. What the fuck?
If the firearm is retired, the officer can obtain it, even if the officer is not retired.
Yeah, but the problem with
What
that...
is the problem
That's
with that?
exactly right. That's exactly correct. The problem with that is that the firearm may not be retired till 10 years after the officer retires, and maybe the officer, when he retired, is a perfectly fine guy, but in the interim 10 years, he committed crimes, and you wouldn't know that. So if we simply said 6 months from the time of the retirement of the gun...
I'm sorry, if I retired from the police force and I had to wait 10 years for my weapon that was issued to me be eligible for retirement, I don't want the fucking weapon. Because I don't know how well it was maintained. I don't know the upkeep on the weapon 10 years after I had turned it in because it's no longer my weapon. It's like literally you giving something to a friend. They hold on for it for 10 years and then they just, hey, I'll sell this back to you. This was yours, but I'm going to sell it back to you. Okay. How good is it? Eh. What kind of condition did you leave it in? Or did you keep up with it? Did you maintain it? Did you clean it? I don't know. Did you leave it in a wet area that's just infested with bugs, maybe? Man, do you want it? Would you buy that shit back from your friend? Whatever it is. Then why the fuck would you buy a weapon back 10 fucking years later when you have absolutely no idea how well or unwell it was maintained? Damn.
Then, well, you wouldn't have the problem.
Reclaiming my time, which
Mr.
doesn't really
Mr.
exist
Nadler
right now.
controls the time.
Whose time is it?
Is
Mr.
Nadler
Nadler, would you
hungover?
yield?
Okay.
Adler's like 4'7" and 400 pounds.
A special
Okay, maybe not
safe
400,
for
but
guns that officers might want 10 years later. The gun is either going to get reassigned to another officer, i.e. not retired, or it's going to get destroyed or disposed of some other way. They're not going to keep us.
Reclaiming my time.
It's not Dick's Sporting Goods.
Hopefully. Reclaiming my time, the Republicans had a common sense bill on the floor, and it was filled on the floor with loopholes. This amendment would simply restore it to the bill that the Republicans first. The Raskin amendment would simply restore it to the same bill that the Republicans offered on the floor last year.
No, it would not.
And we should have adopted it, and then we could. And if this amendment were adopted, we could support it now.
Would the gentleman yield?
I will.
But thank you. Look, here's where I think we are on this, and the public's getting the inside view of the sausage factory here. We had a bipartisan bill that the vast majority of people supported on the floor. Then it was revised with a whole bunch of...
I want you all to understand that woman sitting right next to Raskin right now has been talking to everybody this entire time. So all this bullshit that they're actually trying to spew right now is not coming from them. It's coming from her.
New amendments that...
I'm sorry, did we elect her or did we elect Raskin and Nadler?
And added loopholes that you have candidly acknowledged, Mr. Massey, with your amendment to take care of one of the problems. To my mind, it doesn't take care of the essential problem. Which is that we don't want people being able to purchase firearms, especially from the police, without a background check. And the vast majority of background checks take place in 2 or 3 minutes, right? And I know you have a different perspective on that. You've got some cases where people have been caught up in that, and maybe there are some false positives or false negatives or what have you. But in the vast majority of the cases, it works, and most Americans are willing to pay that price for the purposes of public safety. If we can come together on that, in addition to the amendment you have, then we're back to the common sense, common ground gun safety legislation that allows for this to happen that we agreed to in the last Congress. So thank you for yielding, Mr. Nedler.
I would hope that Mr. Massey could accept this further amendment to that we could support this. We're going to support until it was filled with extraneous
Is it out of sync again?
And it would enable officers to who presumably had a background check while they were officers to take their to possess their guns, and if someone had waited years to try to do this after they retired, it would require a background check, which should be the case because who knows, the former police officer may in the ensuing years have committed crimes, and we ought to know that before we allow the possession of the firearm. So I support Mr. Raskin's amendment, and I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. So further discussion on the amendment by Mr. Massey. Gentleman from Wisconsin.
Fast and Furious mean anything, Ratskin?
Move to strike class 4.
No, Rat Foreskin is. He was for that.
I think the basic problem, there's two basic problems here. What you're saying is you don't trust police officers, retired police officers, a federal police officer, or the federal agency who may be giving them the firearm. They have to be in good standing to receive it. Here's my problem. Over 99% of NICS denials are false denials. Now, I know you assign value to the 1%, and you say that's better than it's worth stopping the 1% that NICS may be accurate for, which is actually probably smaller than that, and burdening the public with the 99% false denials. To me, we shouldn't put a federal law enforcement officer in that kind of jeopardy. And the other problem that I have here, or that I'm seeing, this is not exactly the same bill. This is a better bill. And the problems that have been identified, I'm addressing with this amendment. And I believe there will be some on your aisle who recognize that. I would hope you would vote for my amendment, those on the other side of the aisle. But you know, I worked with Mr. Goldman on this.
Would the gentleman yield for a moment?
And I'm sure you all have worked on this with people on this side. You'll find we've got reasonable people, and some days we've got unreasonable people. But what I've found is somebody who's reasonable over there who wants to work with us and improve the bill. So that's what I've done.
The gentleman yield for a moment?
It's Mr. Fitzgerald's time.
I will say this, though. Massey's going through a lot in his personal life that would wreck anybody else, but this motherfucker's still up there every damn day putting up with this retardation. Even after the death of his wife and everything. But, sir, I applaud you. I applaud you for that, but I will say this. I like this new little scruffy look for Massey, and instead of the baby face, all shaven kind of look from him. I like the scruffy look.
Yes,
Makes him look
I
more
just want to point out that
distinguished.
Mr. Massey, I think, was mistaken. 99% of denials are correct. 1% are incorrect, not the other way around.
Okay.
I yield back.
Well,
Reclaiming. Yield up, Mr. Massey.
okay, for the year that we have data, there were 12 prosecutions, federal prosecutions, and 110,000 denials. So and by the way, if you are denied, if you're rightfully denied, that means you tried to illegally purchase a firearm. You were a prohibited person who lied on the form, or, and those should have been, if it was 99% accurate denials, there should be tens of thousands of prosecutions from those denials, but instead there are 12 in a given year. And in the best year, no more than 24.
What will the gentleman yield?
I would yield.
Well, but I believe there is a scienter requirement. There's a specific intent requirement. I don't know why they're not bringing all of those cases, but it doesn't follow. It seems to me to be a non sequitur to say because they didn't bring prosecutions in all of those cases, those people were actually qualified to get
Reclaiming. Yield, Mr.
Okay,
Massey.
so here's the specter of what happens when you're denied. You can appeal, and if that appeal doesn't work, then you have to hire a lawyer. And now you're spending money. which defeats the whole purpose of this thing. And by the way, of all the denials ever, I suspect never was one a retired police officer. I mean, I don't know that, but common sense would tell you that. So it defeats the purpose if you're going to put the officer in jeopardy of having to hire a lawyer to get past the second denial of the background check if it's not overturned on the first appeal. And the purpose of this is we trust law enforcement officers. We've trusted them with our lives. They're in charge of public safety. They've spent decades doing it. It's the ultimate background check. You have put your life on the line. You have carried this firearm loaded for 365 days a year in many cases for 30 years, 20 years. That is the ultimate background check. We don't need to put them through some system that's hobbled with all sorts of inaccuracies. And let's just keep the intent of the bill. Let's clarify the objections that you had. I think that Mr. Goldman and these, I think you shared these objections, Mr. Raskin, that I'm addressing in this amendment. We're fixing 2, not 1 of the objections. And let's get this bill done.
Gentleman
back to the
goes
gentleman
back.
from
Is there
Wisconsin.
further discussion on the amendment by Mr. Massey, Mr. Goldman?
First, I just want to thank my colleague, Mr. Massey, for engaging in this good faith effort to reach a resolution. I will say that as part of my discussions, I was under the impression, the wrong impression, that the officer would have to purchase the retired firearm within 6 months of the officer's retirement. If that were the case, I do not worry nearly as much about a background check, since the officer would be in good standing upon retirement and then would purchase the firearm within 6 months. I think it is very unlikely that 10 years, there are many officers who purchase their own firearm 10 years later.
So much.
But I
do
do
too.
think that
He's one of the worst.
Open-ended time frame
He's one of the
for
fucking worst.
an
He makes the
officer
dumbest ass
to
arguments.
purchase the firearm
Gets trapped in his own shit.
Is
and then goes
potentially
back on his own work.
problematic. And
Every
I
time.
agree with Mr. Massey that it is the ultimate background check, which is why I have no problem if the officer has 6 months to purchase the firearm. But I think that we run into potential issues, and I would hate for an officer 10 years out, a retired officer, to have, to be able to purchase a firearm that another civilian would not have been able to purchase, and God forbid, do something terrible with the firearm. I am willing to continue to work with Mr. Massey if 6 months is not reasonable, given that firearms may be retired after the officer is retired. I understand there may be additional issues, but if there were some guardrails on the length of time, and I'm not requiring 6 months, but if there were some guardrails on the length of time so that it wasn't open-ended, I would certainly support this amendment, and I would support the underlying bill as well.
Would the gentleman yield?
Yes, of course.
I think you're correct. It's highly unlikely that 10 years later that the gun is still going to be in inventory and that the officer's still going to be interested in it. He's going to wake up one day and say, oh, you know that Colt I had? Boy, I miss it. It's been 10 years since I held that baby. And it belongs in my safe or on my side. I just don't see that happening. I think you don't either.
Not gonna.
Ultimately, what I need to know is if you're going to vote for the bill, if this amendment passes. I thought we had an agreement. I was working in good faith. I've modified this thing to ameliorate your first concern, and then you said you had another concern which you brought to me. And so I sent everybody back there to change the amendment again for your second concern. And so I'm all out
now
of
there's
concerns.
another concern.
If you can't, after I've addressed, the 2 concerns that you
No,
had,
Rhonda.
if
Just
you can't
Dan
vote for
Goldman's
the bill with this
retardation.
amendment as part of it, I will withdraw the amendment, and we'll have the partisan vote that that it seemed we were doomed to on the way in that I was trying to avoid.
And I reclaim my time.
To see, ladies and gentlemen, he pointed it out, and he's just going to look over everything that he just fucking said. Look, dude, I took this amendment, And I went back and changed it twice to help you, to serve you and Mr. Raskin, to make you feel more comfortable with it. But yet you're still throwing concerns everywhere to try to change the entire thing, to completely fundamentally rewrite the entire thing to suit your fucking needs. So I'm just going to pull this amendment off the fucking table. Go fuck yourself. Well done, Mr. Massey. You have more balls than most of the Republican Party. And the Republican Party is actually starting to hate you now. But you're still standing firm to everything that you believe in. The things that still brought you forefront into the Republican Party are the things that you still stand by, even as they say, wait, I don't agree here. I appreciate the fuck out of it. And the fact that you actually have enough balls to say, look, I tried to change it twice for you, and now you want to change it again. Go fuck yourself. I'm taking this out.
And
gotta
you
pee,
are
I'll be right
correct.
back.
You did address the two concerns I raised. As I said, I was under the misimpression that there was a time limit on the amount of time that an officer can do this. I am not prepared in this exact moment to tell you whether I will vote on the underlying bill. I understand that that is a concern of yours. Given the fact that we haven't had hearings on this bill and that we are doing this in real time, I would ask the chairman to table this amendment and this bill until later so that we can have some further internal and bipartisan discussion.
Will the gentleman yield?
Yes, I yield.
Just to add to one more concern, Mr. Massey, first of all, I hope you don't withdraw your amendment. I thought you were introducing the amendment in order to improve the bill, which it does, so people aren't getting hand grenades and other, dangerous, destructive devices. But in any event, if you look at page 2 on the amendment in the nature of substitute, I'm just confused about this because it begins with the limitations. A federal law enforcement officer may purchase a retired firearm under subsection A if the purchase is made during the 6-month period beginning on the date the firearm was so retired. And then, the top of page 2, with respect to such purchase, the officer is in good standing with the federal agency that employs or employed such officer. What does it mean for a retired officer to be in good standing with the federal agency? And that's why what I'm
It means
insisting
they
on is the
haven't fucked
background
up and
check. I
been
just don't know what
formally
that
fucking
means.
The gentleman's
reprimanded
time has expired. The
for
chair
something
takes
violent.
his time and yields to Mr. Massey.
What the fuck are you talking about? What does it mean?
Mr. Chairman, I thought I was working in good faith with the other side of the aisle. There was a legitimate concern, some ambiguity in the language. I committed to fixing that, and I thought I had at least one person who said if I fixed that, they would vote for it. But then he had another concern, and he said, okay, well, I've got this other concern. I need it fixed too, and then I'll vote for it. And I fixed the other concern, and we had an agreement. This isn't a backroom deal. This is all played out here in front of the public. You can watch us communicating with each other. And since the agreement is now broken, I regrettably am going to withdraw the amendment, and this will diminish my appetite for trying to work with the other side of the aisle in good faith, because
will the gentleman yield?
It has not worked
No.
out. It's Mr. McClintock's time.
Will
Yep, I yield back to Mr. McClintock.
I'll yield.
Thank you. I understand your frustration, Mr. Massey. I want to be very clear that I was also engaging very much in good faith. As I said to you.
No, you were not.
I take responsibility for
Goldman. He brought up the fact that he alleviated a problem from Raskin, and then you popped in and said, hey, I have a problem with that. And then he changed the wording again, and then you come back to say, I have more problems, which means you were trying to obstruct and change in a good faith effort from Massey, change Massey, everything that he wrote to fundamentally change what it is so it can suit your fucking needs, and you will do nothing different. It doesn't matter. You will never compromise. You want it to say what you want it to say, and if it doesn't, you're not going to vote for it in any fucking way. It's all or nothing for you, Goldman. It's the same shit with 118 Congress that do nothing Republican Congress. They did the same fucking shit. Not a single fucking one of them tried in any way to do any kind of real work with the other side and change up language in this. They do things in the background, but when it came to an actual committee hearing or a vote, they would literally vote against what they put forward because it didn't say exactly what they wanted it to say every fucking time. Instead of doing what Congress should do, which is come to a meeting to where an understanding to where you get something you want, you get something you want, and we may kick this can down the road to where later, hey, you may get something that you want that goes above what they get in return. That's how our fucking system works. But to sit there and say, I'm not going to vote for it because it's not written exactly the way I want to, and cry and whine and bitch, moan and complain every goddamn day of your life and still do absolutely fucking nothing to help the American people, as Goldman, as Crockett, as Scanlon, as fucking Raskin, as all these other motherfuckers have. They've done everything to destroy your life and nothing to fucking fix what the fuck they fucked up. This motherfucker's going to sit here and, hey, you want to work? Okay, cool. I get to change it. And I'm not going to come to any compromise. It's going to say what I want it to say, Massey. And I'm not going to vote for it until it says what I want it to say. Every single one of you. If I were to come to you and say those things, maybe in a nicer way, you'd tell me to suck a dick. But this motherfucker right here got a little bit of what he wanted to alleviate a problem, and then he's like, hey, I got another problem. I just want to rewrite this whole shit because I'm going to have problem after problem after problem until I get my way, son. This is not what they were put in office for. Not a goddamn bit of it.
For this, I thought the time frame of 6 months was the retired officer, not the retired firearm. That changes the calculus a little bit for me because I did not think that a background check would be necessary within a 6-month time frame. If we are now talking about 10 years or more, I just want to have an opportunity to think about this. You are certainly welcome to withdraw the amendment. But this is not a trivial matter, and I think that given that this is playing out in real time, we ought to take a few minutes
always
to
do this every time, then go on news and claim the
speak
Republicans
to some
are doing
experts
it.
and make sure
Yes.
that I am not, I don't have another misimpression about what we're doing here. But I do just want to emphasize in response to your insinuation that I was not acting in good faith. I very much was.
No, you
and
were
just
not.
simply
You were acting in
was
good
under
faith
a
to
misimpression
change everything to be
on
what you
the
wanted to be.
parameters that are in the bill already that I thought provided guardrails that it turned out do not. And so,
I'm reclaiming my time and yielding to Mr. Massey.
I withdraw the amendment.
Okay.
And then, so if I understand
gentleman-
it, there's no debate at that
The
point.
gentleman begs leave to withdraw the amendment. Without objection, the amendment is withdrawn. The question
Good.
is on the,
So, Mr. Chairman, I have an amendment at the desk.
Mr. Raskin.
But my amendment, the Raskin amendment is newly
Gentleman suspend for a moment.
yeah.
Clerk will report the amendment.
Reserve a point of order.
Gentleman reserves a point of order.
Amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R.
Without
22.
objection, the amendment is considered read. Chair recognizes Mr. Raskin for 5 minutes.
Mr. Chairman, thank you very kindly. This amendment, formerly known as the Massey Amendment, is now the Raskin Amendment. And it will do two primary things here. First, it will make clear, as I think we all agreed, that the firearm denominated in the legislation is the one that was actually issued to the federal law enforcement officer. And I want to thank Mr. Goldman for raising the issue, and I want to thank Mr. Massey for giving us the language to clarify that it is the firearm issued to the law enforcement officer. And secondly, it makes certain that what can be purchased by the officer, or in the newly expanded version, the retired officer, is a handgun, a pistol, a rifle, but not weapons and firearms covered by the National Firearms Act of 1934. And as the distinguished gentleman from Kentucky candidly acknowledged, we don't want to create this gaping new loophole where people can get a hold of hand grenades, sawed-off shotguns, and other types of firearms that have been regulated for decades in America. So, but I'm sorry.
Hold up. So Raskin here trying to lick his wounds because he might have gotten a little bit of what he wanted, and then Massey said, "No, go fuck yourself." He's trying to lick his wounds right here by saying now that this isn't going to happen, people will be buying hand grenades and sawed-off shotguns. Guys, do you understand the amount of retardation that needs to happen for your mind to get to that? I mean, Hank Johnson, we understood. We understood coming from them. He thinks the fucking Guam's going to capsize. I mean, look, I know Democrats are very, very, very uninformed about shit. I'm starting to come to, I'm not starting to, I've already known for a while, but we're all starting to come to the realization that maybe now they are actually mentally retarded. So because he doesn't get what he wants, somehow retired police officers are now going to start buying sawed-off shotguns and hand grenades, ladies and gentlemen. No wonder this motherfucker's only got like 4% approval for 4% approval rating throughout the entire Democratic Party.
Sorry,
I'm not going to say
that,
entire Democratic
that
Party,
he
but
and Mr.
those that were
Goldman,
polled in the Democratic Party.
fell out of love there briefly. But
I'll
in
be
any
right back.
event, this is all about advancing public policy legislation, and we want to make sure we make the improvements that came through in actual legislative discussion. We had no hearing on this legislation, so we're essentially doing an impromptu hearing through the markup, and this will at least make what I think is a potentially very risky bill somewhat better. And I want to thank everybody who was involved in this. And so I recommend that we adopt this unanimously in the committee.
One from Kentucky is recognized.
I got to do something here to
I
occupy
appreciate
my
what
time.
the
So
ranking
I'm
member's
just gonna
trying to do here.
Keep trying to stretch
But
it out.
the amendment was
Well, not
offered
stretch,
with
but straighten.
a concomitant promise to vote for this, to have a Democrat on the other side of the aisle vote for the underlying bill if this amendment became incorporated as part of the bill. And that's no longer the case. It's no longer the case. It was a compromise. It was a compromise. I apologize to the originator of the bill for trying to amend his bill, which I think actually was fine. And we were going to come to the other side of the aisle here, which I did twice. And so if you want to offer this amendment, that's great. I will not be voting for it because it's half of the bargain. It's the half that I offered without the half that your side offered. So it sounds pretty clever, but it's really not. It's very
Brenda, I'm not talking about our politicians, our Democrat politicians. Some of them are mentally retarded, but I'm not saying that. No, they're just manipulating the fuck out of the random fucking citizens who at this point we all know full fucking well lines have been clearly drawn and you're not going to get people to flip anymore. Let's just be honest, ladies and gentlemen. It doesn't matter if you're already still behind all this bullshit that they push in these hearings. You'll never understand reality. That's the retards I'm talking about. The people that vote these people into office, that make these laws that tell you how to live your life. I'm starting to understand that the Democratic Party is actually mentally retarded. And this is proof of it. Why the fuck would you keep putting these people in? Why the fuck do you think everything's good? And then How the fuck could you sit there and listen to somebody for 2 years say, hey, this is a problem, Orange Man bad, and then as soon as Orange Man takes office, everything that we did to stop Orange Man bad is now Orange Man's fault? Like, you can't rationalize that in your own damn head. That's what I mean by that. Democratic Party as a whole, the people, are just too damn retarded, man.
I don't want to characterize the motives behind it, but I'll just say that I'm a no. And with that, I yield back.
Gentleman yields. Gentleman from Florida is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So I just want to make sure I'm following. And it's good that we're having these discussions. The American people want to actually see this, right? And it's okay that sometimes a deal falls apart. But obviously, I think you agreed that there isn't that
Sometimes a
issue in
deal
the bill.
falls apart every time he tries.
Regardless of the vote in here, Mr. Massey, there
Every
will be a
single
vote on the
time
floor.
Massey
And I do
tries,
think
it falls
that
apart.
that language that you proposed
Because they
would
don't get what they
achieve
want.
the goal you were trying to achieve, which would be making it bipartisan on the floor. Because remember, this bill could still be amended beforehand, right? And so, as it was last time. And so it's, I would ask that you reconsider either your own amendment if you want your name on it, or the new Raskin amendment. Another thought I had, by the way, while I was sitting here is that, we're talking about an officer being able to buy a gun from the agency that issued it. I mean, the way things are going, you got members that actually want to eliminate the agencies that issued the gun in general. So
Here we go.
This could be moot anyway, right? If you eliminate the ATF and you eliminate the FBI, the officer won't be able to buy the gun anyway. So, it may be moot to the point, but...
Will the gentleman yield?
I will.
Thank you kindly. I wanted to respond to the distinguished gentleman from Kentucky. In the first place, there was no deal with the Democratic side. I think there were two discussions taking place.
No, it was with Mr. Goldman.
Okay, so the first one was in discussion with Mr. Goldman about an ambiguity
Here we
in
go.
the
He's trying
language,
to
which
leak this
both
wound.
of you recognized. And the ambiguity was whether or not the retired law enforcement officer could purchase any gun from the agency where the person had worked, or just the specific gun. And what you were doing, I understand, was clarifying what everybody understood.
What does purchasing any gun from the agency versus the specific gun that was issued to them from the agency have anything to do with it? When you automatically say shotguns and long rifles aren't a part of the deal, so all you're doing is just buying a handgun, what's the problem of buying a handgun that was never issued from you from the department that you worked for 20 fucking years and retired from? I'm so fucking done with this stupidity.
The intent of the legislation was, which is to give the officer the right to buy the guns that they actually used. So all you were doing there was clarifying what was the commonly understood intent of it. Now, on the other thing, I think, and the record will bear this out, as you said, the whole country is watching this, you said that I had correctly and accurately identified a real problem in the legislation as it was brought to us without a hearing. And that problem is that people could purchase hand grenades and sawed-off shotguns, and you said nobody thinks that that's what we should be doing. So that wasn't a deal. You and I arrived at the same conclusion about the problem with the bill. So basically, everybody...
No, he did not arrive at the same conclusion. He was saying, hey, look, okay, you want to change this from A to the, so they can't buy a firearm, they have to buy the firearm. And out of that whole thing, now you're saying hand grenades and fucking sawed-off shotguns and fucking landmines, C4, proximity mines. They can do all that now. Just because I didn't get my way, they can do all that now. What the fuck, man?
Everybody has agreed at one point or another in this conversation that this amendment will dramatically improve the legislation. Now, I don't think in a fit of pique towards Mr. Goldman, you should oppose the legislation that you wrote. You wrote this amendment. You were about to oppose the amendment that you wrote in front of the entire country. And I hope it hasn't gotten to be that bad. Thank you for yielding.
Okay, well, let's start. I was mollifying concerns I think the language was pretty clear, but if there was any doubt in the first instance of whether it was something assigned to the officer or something just randomly in inventory, I think the language was clear. I did tell you I thought the language was clear. I may have pejoratively said you refused to diagram the sentence, and I apologize for that.
I love diagramming sentences, but I think you diagrammed it well. Yeah.
So the other thing here is, okay, the instance of the grenades, there is some concern there, but the reality is federal officers aren't issued grenades. You don't take the grenade home and keep it in your glove box. Like, these are things that are issued. So even though I knew your example was somewhat ludicrous that a federal officer be issued a grenade, these are not Army officers we're talking about. We're talking about law enforcement officers, okay? So I thought, well, if Raskin thinks they're issued hand grenades to take home in the glove box, let's take care of that concern. But that's not the way it works. And then you're like, this is a free transaction. It's actually not. You may have gained something in this amendment that I didn't mean to give up, or that I didn't want to give up.
For claiming my time, what if I put a balanced budget amendment in there, and would I get Mr. Massey's support back?
No, that's a fake fight. I vote against the balanced budget amendment. Because I mean, you could go back and look in the record. I think I voted.
belongs to the gentleman from Florida. Gentleman from Florida yields to the gentleman from Kentucky.
So anyways, there's also the question of, and I'll tell you one reason I'm not going to vote for the amendment. When you throw all NFA items in there, you may be including suppressors, which are legitimate, they shouldn't be categorized as weapons, but they may be under the NFA Act, and those are typically paired with the firearm. If an officer has carried a firearm with a suppressor on it, then it wouldn't really make sense to divorce those two items. But yet, you may have accomplished that in this amendment, in the amendment that I wrote. So it wasn't a free transaction. Something was given up here.
How you doing?
And that's why I'll vote against it.
Time has expired.
Given up in exchange for a vote, which has been revoked.
Chairman,
The gentleman from New York is recognized.
move to strike the last word.
Gentleman's recognized.
I know what I would do
yield
with
to
them.
Mr.
I don't think people like me should
Thank
be able
you,
to buy a hand grenade.
Mr. Nadler.
I could just
will
get pissy
continue
and
to
lob a
stand
hand
up
grenade out my
for
window
the
driving
Massey
down the road.
compromise, even if Mr. Massey will not.
I
And
ain't
so I
doing
urge
that,
everybody vote for
You
this
get what I'm
amendment.
saying? You could actually have people
And
raging out
reclaiming
like
my
that.
time, I do the same. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back.
May I be recognized briefly?
The gentleman,
You up, Jasmine?
I think so. But I'll,
gentlelady is recognized to yield to the gentleman from New York.
Mr. Massey, I thank you because, you yielded to me, right? Okay, good. I thank you because right now, it seems like we can't work together on anything. And so the fact that you put forth the effort, it matters to me, even though I wasn't engaged in this conversation. If you would, for me, just riddle me this. Do you understand that we have fears that say someone could retire as a law enforcement officer today and on tomorrow could go and commit some heinous crime or some crime that would prevent them from being able to walk into a store and buy a firearm? It's the reason that the gun show loophole is a big deal for us. And so do you understand that we understand that anything can happen on any given day? I'm asking. If you don't want to answer, it's okay.
Oh, no, I'd love to answer. If it's a heinous crime, they should be in prison. If it's a notorious crime, the federal agency would know that, and it would be on its face ridiculous to issue that firearm to them. They are now then a prohibited person, okay? So just because they don't undergo a background check doesn't mean you're not breaking the law if you give that person a weapon. You are, in fact, breaking the law. The federal agency would not be issuing a firearm to somebody who's broken the law, or they would be in violation of the law as well.
So let me...
Regardless of background check. Now you back to you.
Thank you so much. So one of the things that we used to have to deal with, more so on the state level in Texas, is that someone would get arrested for an offense, whether it's domestic violence or whether it's something.
I have to pause it here because it just struck me. It's just fucking struck me. Okay. Jasmine Crockett. She's been raging out, making a fool, doing all the social media things instead of doing her fucking job. Left, right, and center tore her ass apart on the social media. She's no longer using the ghetto black voice. She's no longer raging the fuck out. She's actually being calm and reasonable in these situations now. She got the message.
Something that is a felony.
Someone told
but
Ratchet to
because
calm
they had
down.
not been
She
found
isn't
guilty,
being her normal self. Yep.
the judges oftentimes would have to issue an order telling them to give up their firearms, list all their firearms, and it was really difficult to enforce that order because you're relying on a person who's just been incarcerated. And I personally know of a number of cases where someone would say arrested for domestic violence. They then end up getting out. They did not turn in their firearms, and then they go out and they do something like the murder-suicide situation. So I guess my question is more so, what is the problem with a guardrail that you see? And is there another way that we could categorize the guardrail that would be amenable, such as there is no other law that prevents or precludes the officer from possessing a firearm, so that we could maybe have an enhancement if for some reason that officer, say, did end up catching a case and they caught the case in some other state and law enforcement was unaware. This isn't a background check, so it wouldn't be anything that would prevent them.
She is the
but
ghetto
it
trash
would
Barbie.
allow for the potential of an increased penalty if for some reason they should not have been allowed to possess that firearm. Would you be amenable to any language like that? It still would allow them to go, they could still go get the gun.
Gentlelady yields.
I'm just trying,
Yeah,
because you're the only person that I've seen, honestly, since I've been in Congress, that is trying to work. And so I want to work. That's it.
Yeah, I don't think we need to go modify federal statutes that are already clear that say it's a crime if you give a prohibited person a firearm. It's a crime.
You ain't gonna sit there and tell me she ain't trying to cover her fucking ass so she stays in goddamn Congress now. No. You were the one raging out about documents in the shitter. That was you. You were the one raging the fuck out every time you got in front of a microphone, arguing with Marjorie Taylor Greene about some bad butch blonde built body or whatever the fuck that was. That was you. And now you're gonna sit here and say, look, Thomas Massey, you seem to be the only person that's willing to step across the lines and work with us. I want to work. Now you want to work. Oh, wait. Midterms are coming up and you need to clear the air from all the bullshit that has been thrown at you where everybody started looking at you and be like, hey, you shouldn't be acting this way in Congress. And then somebody came to you and said, bitch, you about to lose your seat if you don't calm the fuck down and be reasonable with shit. And now you want to be reasonable. Okay.
Crime to receive it, it's a crime to give it, and a federal law enforcement agency is not going to be committing crimes. They're just not. If we can't trust a federal law enforcement agency with the discernment to not give out guns to former federal officers who've committed crimes, which is a completely hypothetical situation, then we got bigger problems. And I yield back.
You want the remainder?
Gentlelady.
I yield.
Yield back or yield to the gentleman from New York.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My concern is a little bit different than my colleague from Texas because I tend to agree that the likelihood of someone committing a heinous crime and then purchasing a firearm from their agency is very low. What I am concerned about, and I would love for my colleague from Kansas to address this, I'm concerned about domestic violence. Domestic violence is something that does not always lead to a conviction, but oftentimes will lead to an order of protection, and in many states prohibits someone from purchasing a gun because of the danger to the domestic partner. And I think I just want to be clear that that is the derivation of my personal concern, that I think the statistics show that there are, as with any sector of the population, a portion of retired federal law enforcement officers who would be prohibited from purchasing guns because of domestic violence incidents. And
I'm over here
that may
trying to
not be
distract myself so I
known
don't
by
rage
the
the fuck out.
agency, but would, I think, be very problematic. And so, just so the record is clear, Mr. Massey, that's where my concern stems from.
Let me guess. If I modify my amendment to address domestic violence, you will vote for this until I offer the amendment, and then at which point you'll have another concern.
Yep.
Then I have to withdraw the amendment.
I
And
tell
Mr.
you right
Raskin will
now, if
offer it.
you add domestic violence, I will vote for the amendment and I will vote for
No.
the underlying bill.
Do not add
So,
it. Do not
fool me
add it,
once,
Massey. Do not fall for that
Shame on
dumb
you.
shit.
Fool me twice. Shame on me. I've fallen for it twice. I won't do it a third time. I hope the public sees that I've tried to work in good faith here. There's an infinite number of concerns. There are all these scenarios that are being dreamed up on the other side of the aisle, which basically have to imagine that federal agencies are not trustworthy and that former federal officers aren't either.
I reclaim my
I'll yield
time.
back. Yes.
I reclaim my time. I want to be really clear. That's not what I'm saying. I agree with
Yes.
you. That,
Yes, that is what you were fucking saying.
Somebody commits a crime and then tries to
You're not trying to,
buy
but you're saying it.
a firearm from an agency that the agency's not going to allow. That's not my concern. But there is data that shows that retired officers do engage in domestic violence incidents, which would prohibit them from purchasing firearms if there were a background check. This is not a hypothetical. This is real. There's data on this. And I want to just ground this conversation in the data, but that is my concern. And given that there's no time limit within which a federal officer can purchase his or her own firearm from the agency, and the fact that an order of protection would not necessarily be known by the agency, that is why that 6-month time limit was originally very important to me when I was under the misimpression that it applied, and that is what my concern is without having a background check. As I said, if you want to address domestic violence, which I think would be the vast majority of circumstances when an officer would otherwise be prohibited from buying a gun in any state, I am happy to support this amendment.
Of course,
and
Dan would address
give
this.
you
This
and
House
the
is still
American people my
statistically
word
number
that I will
one
vote
spouse
for
abuser.
the underlying bill.
Will the gentleman yield?
Honestly, yes.
The distinguished gentleman from Kentucky implies that he's somehow like Charlie Brown, and you keep on pulling the football away from him every time he's about to kick a field goal. In fact, we never had a hearing on this bill, so this markup session has become a hearing. But here's the bottom line, Mr. Massey. We had a deal in committee last Congress. It passed by voice vote, unanimously as far as I can tell. Everybody supported it, and then it was tanked on the floor with all of these amendments which riddled it with loopholes. And now we're discovering what the public safety consequences are of those loopholes, and you did, at least briefly during this hearing, recognize them, and you agreed to change the language, and yet you seem to be more invested in your spat with Mr. Goldman as opposed to advancing public policy here. Let's pass my amendment, which used to be your amendment, which everybody can agree to, and let's make this better legislation. I yield back.
Gentleman's time has expired. Is there further?
I'm just going to say this, Jennifer. Thank you for the $1 dono. Thanks for live streaming these boring hearings. I mean, this is what I got myself involved with, so I'm just going to bring it to you so you can actually hear through unabetted, unedited, and unadulterated what the damn thing was about versus what they actually said. So that way, when you see these clips on social media, you know exactly what the hearing was about. You know what they were actually talking about, so they can't use these kinds of things on social media to just twist your thoughts about what they're really talking about and arguing in Congress. Jennifer, again, thank you for the 5, meant to donate 5. All the likes of the excited. Yep. That sounds like body.
Further discussion on the amendment by Mr. Raskin.
I think I would.
What up, RP?
Does Mr. Knott?
I yield to Mr. Massey.
I would just point out that even Mr. Goldman is not satisfied that your amendment goes far enough at this point.
We're over there on Rumble talking to each other a little bit too.
I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. The gentleman from Georgia is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I rise in support of the Raskin amendment, but I would again point out the fact that
I'm just going to say this. I'm not going to go touch any further into this. I will say this, though, Jennifer. I'm going to say this verbally. Another way you can check to see if that's done. You're not going to be able to see it, but the analytics in the background. If you jump from 1,300 views to 1,700 views for a video that's 6 months old, if you actually saw the analytics, I guarantee you that's just going to be like the average view time would drop. And it would drop hard because it's just literally you click on it, it loads up, you give it a couple of seconds to let it register, change the account, click on it. You can have a bot situation do that. I can set up a macro on my fucking computer right now. Like set up hundreds of accounts. Just set up a macro on my computer where I push one button on my fucking mouse and it'll just go through multiple accounts, hit the like, and just roll a little bit, give it some time, couple of seconds. I put a delay on it before it makes the next movement. I can program all of that on my mouse. So that way, all I have to do is, hey, somebody pays me. I go onto their account, hit a button, it starts registering. I walk away until it's all done.
you know, law enforcement is a brotherhood. They protect each other. When one has a problem, say alcoholism or...
That's why the 10% rule came into effect.
Somebody gets a call
10% of your
from
views,
the wife
should reflect,
of an officer calling
take your
his
views,
supervisor
10% of your
saying,
views should be your likes.
my husband
10% of your likes should be your
me.
comments.
And,
that's roughly the 10% rule. If you're running with that 10% rule, your channel is doing really good.
And experiencing trauma that causes them to act out on the job. And because law enforcement is a brotherhood, the agency allows that officer who's having trouble to resign in lieu of termination. Or that officer could have even more pressing issues like the use of excessive force repeatedly, or maybe even theft of government property, some
Here we
kind
go
of
again. How the hell did you get
involving
another
the
round?
criminal law, but yet the brotherhood, in an effort to protect that officer, one of the brothers allows that officer to resign in lieu of termination. Well, that officer, when he or she resigns, is in good status with the agency, and under this legislation, they would be able to purchase their firearm. And I don't know why we're treating firearms like, say, police dogs, when you have a police dog that is assigned to you, and you and that dog work together over the years, and then you retire, and you have a relationship with this dog, and you want to take that dog. We all understand
It is
that.
also very
but how can
suspicious
you
that
have
that video
a
is over 6
relationship
months
with a
old,
firearm?
and it's just now catching on?
Apparently, some folks do, and that's what gives rise to this legislation. And, you know, because it potentially puts a loving firearm in the hand of someone who is not so loving, I'm going to be voting against this legislation, but I think the amendment makes the legislation a little better, so I'll be supporting the amendment. And with that, along with my condolences,
A loving firearm? A loving firearm is put in the hands of somebody who's not so loving. Oh yeah, Guam will tip over. Never mind.
Condolences to the many officers who are forced to retire with no way
Since
of being able
2007,
to
ladies and gentlemen.
connect with that precious firearm that they have lived with for 10, 12 years. My condolences to them. Thank you, and I yield back.
Gentleman yields back.
Wait a minute. Maybe in his retardation, what he's saying is, if you allow this, somebody who actually cared about their firearm would be sold after they left, would be sold to somebody who's not good. So that firearm that might not have ever taken a life in its existence would be sold to somebody that would probably go out there and do harm with it. Am I starting to learn retardese now? I mean, that's a weird-ass stretch to go through and a weird-ass thing to be concerned about. But am I starting to understand their language? This is too much.
Question occurs on the amendment offered by the ranking member. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those
I
opposed,
cradle my
no.
6 hour in bed each
Opinion of the
night.
chair, the noes have it.
Can we have a recorded vote, please?
The sponsor asked for a recorded vote. The clerk call the roll.
Mr. Jordan?
No.
Mr. Jordan votes no. Mr. Isa?
Hell yeah, Rhonda.
Mr. Biggs?
I'll help you out.
Mr.
I'll get you
McClintock?
set up.
Mr.
We'll get
McClintock
you
votes
going.
no.
Don't worry about
Mr.
it.
Tiffany? Mr. Massey?
No.
Mr. Massey votes no. Mr. Roy? Mr. Roy votes no. Mr. Fitzgerald? Mr. Fitzgerald votes no. Mr. Klein? Mr. Klein votes no. Mr. Gooden? Mr. Van Drew? Mr. Nels? Mr. Moore? Mr. Moore votes no. Mr. Kiley? Ms. Hageman? Ms. Lee?
The Lord of the Rings
Mr. Hunt?
amendment. It's
Mr.
just
Fry?
precious.
Mr. Fry votes no. Mr. Grothman? Mr. Grothman votes no. Mr. Knott? Mr. Knott votes no. Mr. Harris?
Only if you had
Mr. Harris votes
relationships
no.
with
Mr.
dogs.
Onder? Mr. Onder
I
votes
forgot
no.
about that
Mr.
one.
Schmidt?
I forgot about that one, RP.
Mr. Gill? Mr. Baumgartner? Mr. Baumgartner votes no.
God
Mr.
damn it, that was
Raskin?
funny.
Aye.
Mr. Raskin votes aye. Mr. Nadler? Mr. Nadler votes aye. Ms. Lofgren? Mr. Cohen? Mr. Johnson? Mr. Johnson votes aye. Mr. Swalwell?
Senator
Mr.
Schmiegel.
Liu? Ms. Jayapal?
I love that. They might have actually
Mr.
fixed the
Correa.
algorithm on that, though, because
Ms.
the
Scanlon.
comments aren't saying
Ms.
calling
Scanlon
him
votes
Senator
aye. Mr.
Raskin.
Neguse? Ms. McBath?
That's the first thing that actually clued me onto the fact that the House Committee on the Judiciary is botting the fuck out of any video that's just with Ms. Raskin. Like, the ones from Jasmine Crockett, I could understand being very, very high in view count because she has a social media presence and people do actually like her. Fucking weird. But Raskin, out of fucking nowhere. You look back like September, October of last fucking year, Raskin had videos on this fucking channel. It didn't do shit. And then all of a sudden, out of nowhere, he just picks up view counts. They're saying, thank you, thank you, thank you. You're a great man. You are awesome. You are so great. You're Senator Raskin. And I was just like, this motherfucker's, I mean, I know y'all are stupid, but he's a representative. And then it just kept happening and happening. And I was all of a sudden, I was calling it out on video, every video, commenting on them. I was just like, hey, you realize you got people in these comments calling you Senator Raskin. Your botting is not actually working. It is way too evident. And people were like, well, what do you mean? How do you know these are bots? And I was just like, look at the usernames. It's user 7B7_V67235. You look at the comments that they've made, and it's nothing but any video of Senator Raskin. They've supposedly been there for years, but the recent comments from them is just videos of the Senator Raskin. It's weird, but it seems they fixed the senator thing because it wasn't on the last two videos.
Ms. Ross? Ms. Ross votes aye. Ms.
Yeah,
Ballant?
y'all go ahead and go over to Rumble. If you
Mr.
use Rumble,
Garcia?
go over there and go
Ms. Kamlager Dove?
go visit Just Rhonda's channel.
Mr. Moskowitz?
But she's about to
Mr.
restart the
Moskowitz
whole
votes aye. Mr. Goldman?
Holtzclaw
Mr.
trial.
Goldman votes aye. Ms. Crockett? Ms.
That's a
Crockett
messed
votes
up
aye.
trial.
Ms. Ballant, you are not recorded. Ms. Ballant votes aye. Mr. Van Drew, you are not recorded. Mr. Van Drew votes no. Ms. Hageman, you are not recorded. Ms. Hageman votes no.
I'd love to hear what Hageman has to say in this.
On reporting the bill now occurs on the amendment.
And there are 9 ayes and 15 noes.
The amendment is not adopted. Question now occurs on the adoption of the amendment in the nature of a substitute. This will be followed immediately by a vote on reporting the bill. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no.
No.
In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. The amendment in the nature of a substitute is adopted. The question is on favorably reporting the bill. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no.
No.
The ayes have it, and the bill is ordered to be reported favorably to the House. Members will have 2 days to submit views.
We have a recorded vote, Mr. Chairman.
Recorded vote requested by the ranking member. The
That's
clerk will call the
actually good
roll.
enough right
Mr.
now.
Jordan?
Yes.
Mr. Jordan votes yes. Mr. Isa? Mr. Biggs? Mr. McClintock?
I've been working on this when I'm
Mr.
bored.
McClintock votes aye. Mr.
Straightening
Tiffany?
out a paperclip. Can't really
Mr.
see it.
Massey? Mr. Massey votes aye.
But
Mr.
other
Roy?
than the ends, it's getting pretty
Mr.
straight now.
Fitzgerald?
Once in a while, I'll just come over here with pliers and
Mr.
just
Klein?
bend at it.
Mr.
Just
Klein
fuck
votes
around with it.
aye. Mr. Gooden?
What up, Shane?
Mr. Van Drew? Mr. Nels? Mr. Moore? Mr. Moore votes yes. Mr. Kiley? Ms. Hageman?
I think we'll go to Massey's next bill.
Ms. Lee? Mr. Hunt? Mr. Fry? Mr. Fry votes aye. Mr. Grothman? Mr. Grothman votes aye. Mr. Knott? Mr. Knott votes aye. Mr. Harris? Mr. Harris votes aye. Mr. Onder? Mr. Onder votes aye. Mr. Schmidt? Mr. Gill? Mr. Baumgartner? Mr. Baumgartner votes aye. Mr. Raskin?
No.
Mr. Raskin votes no. Mr. Nadler? Mr. Nadler votes no. Ms. Lofgren? Mr. Cohen? Mr. Johnson? Mr. Johnson votes no. Mr. Swalwell? Mr. Liu? Ms. Jayapal? Mr. Correa? Ms. Scanlon? Ms. Scanlon votes no. Mr. Neguse? Ms. McBath?
Yeah, you might have missed it,
Ms.
Shane.
McBath votes no. Ms. Ross?
Hank
Ms. Ross
Johnson
votes no.
made the
Ms. Ballard?
argument that a loving
Ballard
gun
votes no.
might go
Mr.
into the hands
Garcia?
of somebody who's not a loving person.
Ms. Kamlager Dove? Mr. Moskowitz? Mr. Goldman?
You heard that right.
Mr.
I didn't
Goldman
fumble
votes
my
no.
words.
Ms. Crockett? Ms. Crockett votes no.
A loving gun might fall in the hands of an unloving
Mr. Van
person.
Drew, you are not recorded. Mr. Van Drew votes yes.
I guess that's really not surprising. I just wanted to bring that to your attention that Hank Johnson said that shit. I get his meaning because I guarantee I'm probably starting to pick up on retardees, but it's still weird. It's still weird to even try to pronounce it that way. Like, guns are inanimate objects. You want to ban guns because they kill people, but they're inanimate objects. So a gun is loving now, apparently, because the gun hasn't killed anybody. It's a loving gun. So a loving gun might be put in the hands of somebody who's not a loving person. It's a weird fucking stretch to get to that. It really is. But yeah, that's Hank Johnson. Oh, and Guam. Guam still hasn't capsized yet. I don't know when that's supposed to happen, but yeah. Sorry. Since 2007, ladies and gentlemen.
Mr. Roy, you're not recorded. Mr. Roy votes yes.
Bill's ordered to be reported.
Mr. Chairman, there are 14 ayes and 9 noes.
The ayes have it, and the bill is ordered to be reported favorably to the House. Members will have 2 days to submit views. Without objection, the bill will be reported as a single amendment in the nature of a substitute, incorporating all adopted amendments, and staff is authorized to make technical and conforming changes. Pursuant to notice, I call up H.R. 2267, the NICS Data Reporting Act for purposes of
Muffin,
markup.
he's in last
and
place
move
for the race
committee
for more
report
brain
it
cells than an
favorably to
amoeba.
the House, the clerk will report the bill.
HR
Without
2267.
objection, the bill is will be considered as read and open for amendment at any point. The chair now recognizes the gentleman from Kentucky, Mr. Massey, for his opening statement.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The NICS Data Reporting Act is a simple and straightforward piece of legislation that many of our colleagues here today have voted for on both sides of the aisle. It simply requires the Attorney General to submit to Congress a report that includes the demographic data that they already collect when they do the background check. They collect this data on 4473s,
They're talking about amendments to the bill.
such as race.
This is Massey's
and,
amendment.
You know, when in sales,
This
they
one
say
is
when
now.
you've got to
The
sell,
other one was Raskin,
quit
I believe.
selling. And so I don't want to oversell this because this is the identical language that we've all voted on before, but it did pass as an amendment to a bill introduced by Mr. Nadler. These were the golden days when we worked in bipartisan fashion, and I offered an amendment, and we got this done on the, and that bill actually passed the floor of the House. So it was a Democrat bill. You all incorporated my amendment, and it passed the floor of the House. Then, last Congress, this committee also unanimously reported this bill out, and hopefully we can advance it out of this committee now. Let me tell you what the bill does, or the concern that we have, and what I'm trying to address. And Mr. Ivey spoke to this last Congress. He shared the concern. It was actually our late colleague,
another thing.
Ms. Jackson Lee, who also shared this
scroll out here in
concern
a
with
second.
me and spoke for this bill. Here's the concern. When you undergo a NICS background check, if you have a name and or birthday that's similar to somebody who's been convicted of a crime, a disqualifying crime for firearms ownership, you could be falsely denied. Now, this happens, we understand, but we estimate that it happens 3 times more frequently for blacks and twice as frequently for Hispanics, because within ethnic and racial groups, you share first names and surnames as well. And there is a large population of blacks that is incarcerated or has committed crimes and have been convicted, and because they share these names. And by the way, probably, I'll say this from my side of the aisle, over-incarcerated. And so it's not fair. It's built into the system and it needs to be fixed, but to fix something, we need to see the data. And that's what this would do. This would require publishing the data so that we can all look at it and see what happens. Because once you're denied, your options for owning a firearm are to go to somebody else, not through a background check. It's the only way you can do it. If on appeal you don't succeed, and if on first appeal you don't succeed, you have to hire lawyers, it becomes expensive, and you may be deprived of your Second Amendment rights simply because you had a surname and a first name that were similar to somebody who was incarcerated or had been convicted. So hope to get this passed out of here without much debate or discussion. I want you to note that in the bill, it asks for the ATF to report sex and gender. Now, this isn't because I've gone woke. It's because the ATF used to ask for sex and then they changed it to gender, or vice versa on the form. And so we need to know that data. There were some conservative groups who were concerned that I'm asking for sex and gender for some liberal reasons, but maybe I just took a reason away for you all to vote for it. But the reality is, on the form, it changed from sex to gender or gender to sex, and we need to collect that information. Also, we're not asking for more information to be collected on the Form 4473 when you undergo a background check. We're just asking for them to report the data that they already collect, and we're not asking for personally identifiable information. This is not to create a registry. We just want to know to what degree this is a problem. And so with that, I urge my colleagues to support this bill, and I yield back.
Gentleman goes back.
All right, hold on. You want to squirrel out on something? Where was that? It was something Muffin right there. Yeah, Muffin made the better run faster than a bullet. Yeah, that was the from the Foster the US or something like that, the song called Pumped Up Kicks. It bothers me that Cartoon Network used that song for one of their commercial things, one of those little ads that they would run, because the song was inspired by the Columbine shooting. And Cartoon Network, because it became famous because nobody knew what the fuck they were talking about, Cartoon Network threw it on a commercial, people started complaining about it, and Cartoon Network ripped it the fuck down. Just the same thing with that Blitzkrieg Bach from the Ramones. That's about kids fucking in the backseat of a car. And they use that on a commercial too. It's a weird squirrel out moment. I just wanted to touch on that because it reminded me of that.
Recognizes the ranking member, Mr. Raskin, for an opening statement.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. To prove to my friend that bipartisanship is not dead and the spirit of common ground, common sense legislation still works, I will support the NICS Data Reporting Act and recommend that we all support it. I do have this question after your interesting preface to filing it, Mr. Massey. Do you think the Attorney General will even be allowed to write the report
Yeah,
that
that
you're
was it.
talking
Thank you,
about?
Rhonda.
Will she be allowed to publish it? Given the war on so-called DEI and race and gender discussion and description, because I've got constituents who are being fired for reasons like this. I had one constituent, her job was to assemble patient pools for drug cancer tests, and one sentence in her job description said, and to do outreach to diverse constituencies in order to make sure that there was a cross-section of patients being tested, and she was fired as a DEI employee. So those words are radioactive now in the administration, and I'm just wondering, what the practical effect will be. And you seem to gesture at this a little bit. You hasten to assure everybody you hadn't gone woke, but you still thought it was important for us to get this information. I don't think that we should ever be afraid of information or facts or data. Despite the full-blown war that is taking place against facts and data at the National Weather Service, at NOAA, at the NIH, and throughout at the EPA, the Department of Agriculture, throughout the government. So I'm asking with all seriousness whether you think the Attorney General would even comply with what it is you're asking them to do. And I don't know if it's appropriate in my opening statement to be able to yield to you, but I would yield to you.
It's not. The gentleman's recognized for an opening statement.
Okay. So therefore, but I agree with it. I think that the political perils of the gentleman from Kentucky's amendment demonstrate what a serious situation we're in America right now, where it seems like certain words have become forbidden or illegal. The Associated Press was banned from certain parts of the White House because they dared to call the Gulf of Mexico the Gulf of Mexico. And there's some other real bad words out there now under the Trump-Musk regime, including equity and diversity, and I think women, gender. But I have some constituents, Mr. Chairman, who are in the military service in Germany.
You like the way he tried to just kind of did that little running Superman punch right there and completely fucking missed. Oh, there's a lot of negative talk about gender and equity and inclusion and women from the Trump administration. Him saying this fucking stupid ass shit about men being women and there are only two genders. Yeah, we're just going to end that. Oh my God, ladies and gentlemen, it's an attack on democracy. Did you enjoy yourself with that failed running Superman punch there, Raskin? Because that did nothing. You look like... I wish I could find that video. Me and my wife watched a video last night of people like failing hard. And they were playing volleyball. And they slow it down as you see the ball come down. This kid out of nowhere just jumps up like 3 feet to the side of the ball to try to spike it as the ball has already passed him. That's what he just tried to do here. You're a fucking failure, Raskin. There's no way you thought any of that was going to work.
Germany, and they were sent a memo, which I actually showed in this committee, saying that the school libraries for the kids of military families would be closed for 7 to 10 days in order to make sure that the books and the learning materials in the libraries conform to the new executive order against equity ideology. I thought the Declaration of Independence was equity ideology.
So you're talking about, let's say, books that depict a contract of whiteness is what they called it in the book, where it was being handed to a kid from a devil hand with the devil tail in the background, determining that white people are always evil, and that since you are white, you must sign this contract saying that you are evil. That should be allowed in schools, ladies and gentlemen. To sit there and say that black people have been oppressed all this time and they can do nothing for themselves, so therefore they must be handed everything because, well, the color of their skin has held them back to the point to where they can't function as normal human beings in society unless we push them forward. Yeah, that ideology removed from school. You're going to sit there and tell me, Mr. Rat Foreskin, that that's a bad idea? But yeah, hey, we can't put anti-Semitism in school, right? So that's because you're Jewish. That wouldn't be allowed in school. But hating on white people just because of the fact that they are white, well, that needs to be in schools. I'm sorry. How do you reconcile those two things? Oh, I'm sorry. One is because of your religion and the other is because of the color of your skin? You're advocating for the discrimination of a person or persons based on the color of skin with the belief that one's own race is superior. So by saying that white people are superior simply because of the color of their skin and black people have been oppressed so long that they can't actually function in today's society without getting a hand up and put into positions where they can effectuate change for themselves and do whatever they need to do to stand on the same ground as a white person is a racist fucking statement. But because you're white, therefore born evil, that should be allowed in schools. But again, because he's Jewish, anti-Semitism, yeah, we got no place for it.
I thought that was the whole premise of American democracy, that all of us are created equal. But in any event, that seems to be a basis now for purging books from the library in complete violation of the First Amendment, a special insult to the people who are serving us all over the world. So in any event, I just have that question. I hope at some point Mr. Massey will be able to answer it.
It is a violation of the First Amendment not to put porn in children's fucking schools, ladies and gentlemen.
A thought crime under the new Trump administration simply by asking the question of what the racial effects and the gender effects are of particular legislation. Having said that, I'm happy to support it, and I hope all our colleagues will.
Without objection, the gentleman yields back.
So retired black police officers, you believe aren't going to be able to buy their firearms now because of the color of their skin? There's no way you can make that fucking argument, man. What goddamn retarded ass shit just came from your fucking mouth? Other than the fact of a runaround of, oh, I lost on everything else. I look like shit. Everybody's just literally punched me in the mouth every time they vote. They've come back with everything. Racism. That's always worked, right? Black people aren't going to be allowed to get guns now, ladies and gentlemen. Jesus fucking Christ.
Without objection, all other opening statements be included in the record. Chair now recognizes the gentleman from Kentucky to offer an amendment in the nature of a substitute.
I offer the amendment in nature of substitute.
Okay. Clerk will report the amendment.
Amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 2267, offered by Mr.
Without
Massey.
objection, the amendment in the nature of a substitute will be considered as read and shall be considered base text for the purposes of amendment. The chair now recognizes the gentleman from Kentucky to explain his amendment.
So, as I said before, it's a very simple bill. We're just asking the the FBI and DOJ to report the statistics that are collected on the Form 4473 to basically quantify the degree of racial disparity that may result in these NICS background checks. And that's as simple as it is. It's passed before, it's passed here unanimously, twice out of this committee, passed on the floor once. I urge support for it. And to answer Mr. Raskin's question in his opening statement, we always have a problem with the administration, whether it's Republican or Democrat, getting them to respond to Congress. And if they do, I expect this administration to follow the law. And if they are tardy in giving this report to us, when the Attorney General comes to this committee to testify, it'll be the first question
I already
ask
see how
if
this
it's
is
not
going to
been
go.
submitted to us.
And I
this
guarantee
report.
you, it's going to shock me in the stupidity
And I yield back.
coming out.
Gentleman yields back. Is there further discussion on the amendment? Mr. Johnson.
Yeah, I mean, on its face, the legislation seems innocuous, but I'm just wondering, why is it necessary? What is
Because you were
going to be
screaming about black
accomplished?
people not getting guns.
Gentlemen,
Yes, sir.
allow me to answer a question. I'm concerned that
Before he answers that, why is it necessary? Because you were screaming about black people being discriminately rejected from background checks and everything by getting guns. So he's like, hey, let's put legislation forward so the agencies can actually give us more clarification based on racial reasons of why this is a thing. And the motherfucker's like, why are we doing that? Why do you need legislation to track that black people are discriminated against when you buy a gun? Ladies and gentlemen, this is your Democratic Party. They were screaming racism not too fucking long ago. Every single motherfucker was talking about it. There were even arguments on the fucking House floor about black people being discriminated against on background checks so they can't buy fucking weapons. And now Hank Johnson's like, why the fuck do you want to look into why black people are being discriminated against? I told you this is going to be stupid as fuck. And it's going to surprise me the amount of stupidity behind this shit.
there are inaccuracies in the NICS database, the way it works. For instance, if you have your name is spelled phonetically, if your name is phonetically similar to somebody
Oh, it
in
is.
the database,
This is a markup.
It will
And
catch
these are-
you. It will
this is
flag
what it
you.
is. It's a
if
markup
your
of the
birthday is
bill.
similar, not exact.
They're arguing about
And
language and what
if you
should
did
and
this,
should
let's
not
say
be
you
in
were
there.
hiring bank tellers at a bank, and you had a background check system.
They're arguing about what should and should not be in the bill. So of course it's going to be a large circle jerk kind of situation. These are actually it's literally going to do nothing but push a bill forward in the process, but it's an accurate representation of exactly what Massey pointed out earlier. He worked with Goldman and Raskin to change something that they had problems with. He changed his amendment and they said, no, I want more. It's a good way of seeing who's actually trying to help with their legislation, or like with most Democrats, trying to obstruct.
That ended up flagging 3 times as many people inappropriately of a certain race versus another race, you would be sued out of existence. But the federal government can get away with this. And what I would prefer to see is, if we're going to have a background check system, that it work accurately, that it deprive those who shouldn't be allowed to have a firearm, but it doesn't deprive those who should be.
Does the gentleman believe that that is a very persistent problem today?
This idea came from somebody I know who worked at the DOJ, was not able to publish data, but could see it there as well. And
that person believes that there's just a horde of people who should be eligible to purchase a firearm, but were rendered ineligible due to a deficient background check.
we do have a GAO report on this, and in 2017, there were 112,000 denials and only 12 federal prosecutions, even though the ATF referred thousands of those for investigation. So it's clear there are a lot of false denials. Now, they can be appealed, but it's a tiered appeal process. And if you don't get a remedy in the first appeal, it starts becoming expensive. So it does exist, and it happens thousands, tens of thousands of times every year. There are false denials, and those denials, I believe, have a racial disparity that's built in.
Does this legislation call for the disclosure of false denials?
Yes. It would disclose denials, and then appeals.
False denials.
You will know the false denials when you see the number of appeals that are granted.
So the answer is no.
No, we can, they will have to report how many initial denials by race. Then they will have to report on appeal how many were denied and subsequent denials. If you, for instance, have 100,000 denials,
Maybe I can fix my camera.
and
is the lighting better?
50,000 are appealed and overturned, then those were false denials.
Well, I don't see any language in the bill that would call for a disclosure of false denials, just demographic data on all denials.
Correct. I'm working in good faith here, and I think I want to explain, if somebody appealed their conviction and the appeal was granted and the conviction was overturned, I would characterize that as a false conviction.
Right.
And so that's how we'll know false denials by race, because if it was a legitimate denial, the appeal wouldn't have been granted.
So this legislation also calls for the identification of the person who was denied. Does it call for personally?
No, there would be no personal identification.
Just
I'm
broad
cutting too much.
categories of folks denied. And so if it should occur, if it should appear after this legislation is passed and reports are submitted that there were more, let's say, black people in the country, or people who are identified as being black, than whites, then what would you do with that information? What would that information mean?
You would try to improve the system. And instead of using
me a
phonetically
second, guys.
similar names, you would use exact spellings. Instead of using approximate birthdays, you would try to use accurate birthdays. You would do what they would do in the private sector, which is to try to make sure you don't falsely deny somebody and that their system isn't set up to biased for race or ethnicity.
Gentleman's time has expired. Further discussion on the amendment, Mr. Vandrew.
Thank you. And I'm going to be guilty of the same sin I guess the ranking member was, because I want to say I support the legislation. I'm not sure why anybody would not. But he then went on a tirade about equity and equality. And I had two choices. One was to sit there and just listen. I don't want the few people that happen to be watching this still, to think that means that we agree or we don't have an answer. So to answer Mr. Raskin, the ranking member, there's a difference between equity and equality. Equality, we are absolutely granted in the United States of America. It means that you have the chance to compete, that you are given equal access, that you, if you work as hard or are as smart or do as much, or whatever the case may be, that you have that opportunity. It should be a nation of equality, and when we are not, we have to fight to make sure that we do get to that point. Equity means you get the same result. Regardless of what you have, what you do, you're just going to always get the same result. That isn't life. That isn't the way it works. And what's happened is, especially in government and in education, and even spread to the private sector as well, every department, every agency, every division was hiring not always based on the best, the brightest, the most focused and talented, but on this artificial construct, this mechanism that we had to have all different kinds of balance. And not even sure what the balance meant. You know, I'm gonna tell a story. I'm not making this up. You're not gonna believe it, but a nurse and a midwife in my state, in the state of New Jersey, this is a state law, let me be clear, it's not a federal law, contacted my office, and they sent over a form that's given to parents with a newborn. This is a newborn. The baby's just born. For anybody that has children, you can relate to this. Your baby's born, you're there, husband and wife, whatever the case may be, and that baby's born. They ask if the baby is transgender. They ask if the baby is lesbian, LGBTQ+, heterosexual, and questions along those lines that are in depth. A little baby, you can't, they're trying to be so woke and so perfect. I couldn't believe that they asked those questions of parents when they have a newborn, and it wasn't for the parents, it was for the newborn baby. How do you know that with a newborn baby? This is crazy stuff. This all gets classified under crazy and too extreme. And American people don't like it and they don't believe it. So there are a small percentage of people that think that we want to completely restructure America in this way. It doesn't make sense. And that doesn't mean that we should do anything harmful to people that are different. It doesn't mean that these people don't have a right to succeed as well. It simply means that we all compete together, and then you let the chips fall where they may, that the best rises to the top, regardless of race or color or creed. We had it in our transportation, we had it in the EPA, we had it in, like I said, every division, agency, department. I mean, it was unbelievable. And guess what, folks? It costs billions upon billions of dollars to do that. Billions that don't go for better education, billions that don't go for more schools, billions that don't go to help veterans, billions that don't go to help senior citizens on nonsense. It doesn't make sense. And that's what I want to say back to the ranking member. It's not a desire to take freedom away. It's just a desire to return to some level of normal. That's all it is. With that, I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Is there further discussion? Gentlelady from Wyoming is recognized.
Thank you. I yield my time to the gentleman from Kentucky, Mr. Massey.
I thank the gentlelady from Wyoming. In response to the gentleman from Georgia's question, how prevalent it is, there were 22,615 appeals challenging a NICS denial with the FBI. This was in 2023. Of those appeals, 6,263 resulted in a denial being overturned. And so it's happened at least 6,263 times in a year. And the way, when we go look at the initial denials, and then you look at the ones that were overturned, and you go in and separate that by race, if you find out that there were more denials overturned for people within a certain race, then we can infer things from that. In the first denial, 93% of denials are dropped because you do a paperwork check, and then they find out it was a false denial, which results in, there's no lawyers involved. But if that first paperwork check doesn't fix it for you, and by the way, some people may just walk away and not exercise their Second Amendment on that first denial, but another 2% are dropped at the regional offices. They just do an additional check. If we just compared the race and sex of those who are initially denied with the race and sex of those cases that have been dropped at each of those first two stages, then we can from that divine whether this process of the NICS database process has a problem that results in a racial disparity. And I yield back to the gentlelady from Wyoming.
Would the gentlelady yield for a question?
Yes.
Thank you. Does the legislation call for the reason for the denial to be listed along with the demographic information requested?
If the gentlelady would yield to me to answer. They already disclosed Nick's data by category. The problem is they don't include race within that. So, for instance, some of the categories could be a fugitive from justice, misdemeanor, crime of domestic violence, illegal alien, dishonorable discharge. We have that data, but we don't have it. We don't have the racial data.
Would you be able to link it to the information provided under this legislation?
This just asks them to report the race, sex, and whatnot by category. Not like you couldn't go in and divine something from the Form 4473 to get
Sorry,
personally
guys, I got a phone
identifiable
call.
information.
Seems
still
like
looking
it
blue.
would be sensible to know the basis for the denial along with this other information that is sought under this legislation.
Yeah, we can, getting a report from them is the first part. We could work with them to get that report with the FBI.
Well, why don't we amend the legislation?
we
to
can't-
That might
provide
be better.
For the disclosure of the reason why the.
I'm open to your amendment.
And I'd certainly.
Why are you open to
support
Hank
that
Johnson's amendment, Massey? You know how this is going to fucking go.
We
He's
could,
too damn stupid to
do that
function
on
in
the floor,
society.
Or if you want to offer an amendment right now, we could do it, but maybe you want some time to think about what it would be.
Okay, well, I'd love to work with you as
Okay.
this legislation proceeds to the floor.
There would be nothing more disappointing to me than to get this bill passed, get the president to sign it, and then to get a report that doesn't give us the information that we need. So if you have ideas for improving it, I would absolutely be open to that.
Thank you.
Thank you. And I yield back to gentlelady from Wyoming.
Thank you. I yield back.
Gentlelady yields back. Is there further discussion? Gentleman from Texas, I recognize.
I'm just going to speak very briefly in support of my friend from Kentucky's bill. I think it is important. I'm glad there's bipartisan support for it. I would note, similar to my friend from New Jersey, the extraordinary difference in what is attempted to being done here, contra the ranking member's assertion.
Yeah, my bad.
I mean, this is focused on ensuring that the power of government is not being used against its citizenry for, in this case, reasons that would be
Oh, we didn't cover it
inappropriate.
up. Wait, never mind.
And I think that's a real core distinction. We can have our debates about DEI all day long, but debates about what the executive orders about the president, what we're doing on DEI, I agree with the president's executive orders. That's trying to pare back discriminatory practice, in our view. But all this is doing is simply saying where the power of the government is at its zenith to be used against the people, to deny them a fundamental right that is enshrined in the Constitution, that we ought to be mindful of how it's being used, collect the data, again, follow the truth wherever it may lead. Let's get the facts. I support the bill. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Is there further discussion? Seeing none, the question is on the adoption of the amendment in the nature of a substitute. This will be followed immediately by a vote on reporting the bill. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. The opinion of the chair is the ayes have it, and the amendment in the nature of a substitute is adopted. The question is on favorably reporting the bill as amended. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed say no. The ayes have it, and the bill is ordered to be reported favorably to the House. Members will have 2 days to submit views. Without objection, the bill be reported as a single amendment in the nature of a substitute incorporating all adopted amendments, and staff is authorized to make technical and conforming changes. Chair understands that votes are about to be called on the floor, and therefore the committee will stand in recess.
Are you done? Or are you taking lunch? Looks like y'all are taking lunch. Yep, so we can go back to the live version of that. I'll leave that running for now. Let's see. I'm gonna have to go back to the start of this one. This is the Senate. Tulsi Gabbard and Kash Patel, John Ratcliffe testified before Senate about shock leak of war plans. I'm definitely gonna have to listen to this one while that other one's on break.
Good morning. Welcome to the Senate Intelligence Committee Annual Worldwide Threats hearing. I'd like to begin by welcoming our esteemed panel of witnesses, the Director of National Intelligence, Tulsi Gabbard, the CIA Director, John Ratcliffe, the FBI Director, Kash Patel, the Director of the National Security Agency and Commander of U.S. Cyber Command, General Tim Hawk, and the Defense Intelligence Agency Director, Lieutenant General Jeffrey Cruz. Thank you all for your appearance. Thank you for your leadership. I also want to recognize the hard work and dedication of the thousands of men and women in our intelligence community whom you're here to represent today. Their successes are seldom celebrated. Their accomplishments are often unseen. But our nation is grateful to each one for the vital work they do to keep our nation safe, prosperous, and free. Our annual Worldwide Threats hearing allows for the American people to receive an unvarnished and unbiased account of the real and present dangers that our nation faces. As we will hear from our witnesses, many of the threats we face are truly existential. Communist China is actively working to replace the United States as the world's dominant superpower. China uses coercive military, economic, and influence operations, short of war, to shape a world favorable to its interests and hostile to ours. These methods include the biggest peacetime military buildup in history, rapidly expanding its nuclear forces, providing critical assistance to help Russia withstand U.S. sanctions, obscuring its role in accelerating the spread of COVID-19 beyond Wuhan, turning a blind eye to Chinese companies that enable the production of fentanyl flooding into the United States, and putting space weapons on orbit, among other tactics.
Wait, Mr. Cotton, are you saying the Jewish space laser thing is actually real?
Iran, despite setbacks inflicted on its so-called axis of resistance by Israel over the last year, still aims to destroy what it calls the little Satan, the state of Israel, and what it calls the great Satan, the United States. It continues to arm Yemeni rebels to attack global shipping, though these outlaws have suffered terrible losses over the last 2 weeks, thanks to decisive action by President Trump and our brave troops. I commend the President, Mike Waltz, Pete Hegseth, and his entire national security team for these actions. Iran also continues its decades-long effort to develop surrogate networks inside the United States to threaten
This
U.S.
is off
citizens.
topic, but I believe those new findings under the
Furthermore,
pyramids are a
Iran's
bigger
nuclear
issue
program
than
continues
they're
to
talking
pace.
about.
It's
The
actively
rewriting
developing
of history is
multiple
about to be done.
space-launched
Oh, yeah.
vehicles, which are little more than flimsy cover for an intercontinental ballistic missile program that could hit the United States in a matter of years. But all this will soon come to an end. The supreme leader of Iran now faces a stark choice, thanks to President Trump. The supreme leader can fully dismantle his nuclear program, or he can have it dismantled for him. Finally, today's report also acknowledges that illicit drug production endangers the health and safety of millions of Americans. For the first time, the annual threat assessment lists foreign illicit drug
see, that
actors
takes
as the very first threat to our country. As the report highlights, Mexican-based cartels using precursors produced in China continue to smuggle fentanyl and synthetic opioids into the United States. Last year alone, these deadly drugs tragically killed more than 52,000 Americans, more than the number killed in attacks by foreign terrorists or foreign nations. Given these threats, we have to ask, are our intelligence agencies well postured against these threats? I'm afraid the answer is no, at least not yet. As the world became more dangerous in recent years, our intelligence agencies got more politicized, more bureaucratic, and more focused on promulgating opinions rather than gathering facts. As a result of these misplaced priorities, we've been caught off guard and left in the dark too often. I know that all of you agree that the core mission of the intelligence community is to steal our adversaries' secrets and convey them to policymakers to protect the United States. At the same time, it's not the role of intelligence agencies to make policy, to justify presidential action, or to operate like other federal agencies. After years of drift, the intelligence community must recommit to its core mission of collecting clandestine intelligence from adversaries whose main objective is to destroy our nation and our way of life. The reason is not that our intelligence community lacks dedicated patriots who show up to work every day to protect the American people. On the contrary, it has an abundance of them. The reasons are a misuse of resources, bureaucratic bloat, a default to play it safe, and a past administration that prioritized social engineering over espionage. Coupled with recent failures, the finding in today's Worldwide Threat Report should be a wake-up call to all of us to get our house in order. The status quo is proving inadequate to provide the President and Congress with the intelligence needed to protect the American people. As more storms gather, America's intelligence capabilities require urgent reform and revitalization. As the chairman of this committee, I look forward to working with each of you to strengthen America's intelligence edge and refocus our intelligence community on its core mission, stealing secrets. The American people deserve nothing less. We've assembled an impressive team to get this done, and I look forward to hearing your comments. Now I recognize the Vice Chairman for opening remarks.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chairman, and good morning, everybody. I want to thank all the witnesses for being here. I got to say, I've been on the committee now for 14 years, and this year's assessment is clearly one of the most complicated and challenging in my tenure on the committee. And I want to get into that in a moment, but I want to first of all address the recent story that has broken in the news. Yesterday, we stunningly learned that senior members of this administration, and according to reports, 2 of our witnesses here today were members of a group chat that discussed highly sensitive and likely classified information that supposedly even included weapons packages, targets, and timing, and included the name of an active CIA agent. Putting aside for a moment that classified information should never be discussed over an unclassified system, it's also just mind-boggling to me that all these senior folks were on this line and nobody bothered to even check Security Hygiene 101. Who are all the names? Who are they?
Right? That's what I was saying the other day.
Well, it apparently included
Yesterday,
a journalist.
when we were going
No
through
matter
that.
how much the Secretary of Defense or others want to disparage him, this journalist had at least the ethics to not report, I think, everything he heard. Question I raise is like, everybody on this committee gets briefed on security protocols. We're told you don't make calls outside of SCIFs of this kind of classified nature. We don't know, and I'm going to ask, obviously. Director Gabbard is the executive in charge of all, keeping our secrets safe. Were these government devices? Were they personal devices? Have the devices been collected to make sure there's no malware? There's plenty of declassified information.
What about that list that they used? Could that have been a list from the previous administration where the motherfucker actually was on the inside of all that shit because he was a journalist?
That shows that our adversaries, China and Russia, are trying to break in to encrypted systems like Signal. I can just say this, if this was the case of a military officer or an intelligence officer and they had this kind of behavior, they would be fired. As I think this is one more example of the kind of sloppy, careless, incompetent behavior, particularly towards classified information, that this is
Y'all
not
are
a
going to love
one-off
this topic
or a first-time
later
error.
tonight because I will be talking
Let me
about
take a
this in our
couple
normal
minutes
show.
and review some of the other reckless choices
This
that this
story
administration has made
is in the
regarding our
lineup
national
for our
security.
normal show tonight.
We all recall, it seems like it wasn't that long ago, but less than 2 months ago, In the first 2 weeks, the
Hey, Stacey, how you
administration
doing?
canceled all U.S. foreign assistance. Now, some may say, how bad can that be? It's foreign assistance. Well, U.S. foreign assistance paid for the units in Ukraine that provide air defense to civilian cities being attacked by Russia. Foreign assistance paid for guarding camps in Syria where ISIS fighters are detained. Foreign assistance paid for programs abroad that ensure that diseases like Ebola don't come home. And until recently, it paid for the construction of a railway in Africa that would have helped given the United States much needed access to critical minerals in Congo. Now that project, China's going to try to finance it. As well, in the first 2 weeks, Dr. Patel, the administration fired several of our most experienced FBI agents, including the head of the Criminal Investigative Division, the head of the Intelligence Division, the head of the Counterterrorism Division, the heads of the New York,
It's looking
Washington,
really bad, kind of.
and Miami field
All
office.
that white going on.
All individuals who were distinctly and directly
Not even better there,
responsible
but
for helping to keep America safe. The irony a little bit was the currently,
figure out how to put a
the
fade-
recently dismissed
little faded
head of
background
the
on the chat.
Counterterrorism Division
So that stands out.
was
a little more.
involved in disrupting the ISIS attacks planned for Oklahoma City and Philadelphia, and helped lead the effort to bring to justice the key planner of the Abbey Gate bombing in Afghanistan that killed 13 U.S. servicemen and 150 civilians. That very Abbey Gate effort was actually praised by the president in his State of the Union address. Yet the response, the administration's response to these agents, I believe, good works and years of service,
Let's
was
see
to
if I
force
can do
these
this
folks
on the
out.
fly without fucking things up.
It's hard to imagine how that makes our country safer. Nor can I understand how Americans are made more secure by firing more than 300 staff at the National Nuclear Security Administration, including those responsible for overseeing the security and safety of the nuclear stockpile. Or by ousting 130 employees at CISA, the agency directly responsible for trying to take on China's Salt Typhoon attack. Again, after Salt Typhoon, I would have thought folks on that group chat might have thought twice. Or how we made safer by sacking 1,000 employees at the CDC and NIH who are actually directly working on trying to keep our country safe from disease. Or by pushing out hundreds of intelligence officers. The amazing thing is that our intelligence officers, they're not interchangeable like a Twitter coder. These intelligence officers, our country makes $20,000 to $40,000 of an investment just in getting a security clearance. Literally goes into six figures when you take the training involved. Can anyone tell how firing probationary individuals without any consideration for merit or expertise is an efficient use of taxpayer dollars? And just to make clear that yesterday's story in The Atlantic was not this rookie one-off, it's a pattern. I want to acknowledge Director Radcliffe was not here in his position when this took place. But again, earlier in the administration, when a non-classified network was used, thereby exposing literally hundreds of CIA officers' identities, those folks can't go into the field now.
Wait.
How does that make our government more efficient? You know, again, this pattern of an amazing cavalier attitude towards classified information is reckless, sloppy, and stunning. And perhaps what troubles me most is the way the administration has decided that we can take on all our problems by ourselves without any needs for friends or allies. I agree that we've got to put America's priorities first. But America first cannot mean America alone. The intelligence we gather to keep Americans safe depends on a lot of allies around the world who have access to sources we don't have. That sharing of information saves lives, and it's not hypothetical. We all remember because it was declassified last year when Austria worked with our community to make sure to expose a plot against Taylor Swift in Vienna. That could have killed literally hundreds of individuals. However, these relationships are not built in stone. They're not dictated by law. Things like the Five Eyes
I can't believe that was part of the
based
argument,
on
but okay,
trust,
fine.
built on decades. But so often that trust is now breaking literally overnight. Yet suddenly, and for no reason that I can understand, the United States is starting to act like our adversaries are our friends. Voting in the UN with Russia, Belarus, and North Korea. That's a rogues gallery if I've ever heard of them. Treating our allies like adversaries, whether it's threats to take over Greenland or over the Panama Canal, destructive trade war with Canada, or literally threatening to kick Canada out of the Five Eyes. I feel our credibility is being enormously undermined with our allies, who I believe, and I think most of us on this committee, regardless of party, believes makes our country safer and stronger. But how can our allies ever trust us,
ladies and gentlemen,
as the kind of partner we used to be,
I did put that background
when
in the
we,
chat.
without consultation or notice, for example, stop sharing information to Ukraine in its war for survival against Russia? Or how can our allies not only not trust our government, but potentially not our businesses with such arbitrary political decisions? Let me give you a few examples.
Dude, why is your mouth or
As a
your
result
tongue
of
walking
a lot
around
of
in your
work from
mouth
this
all this?
committee and others in Congress, we made sure America's commercial space industry is second to none. From space to launch to commercial sensing and communications, the United States has taken a record lead. Yet overnight, this administration called into question the reliability of American commercial tech industry when Maxar and other commercial space companies were directed to stop sharing intelligence with Ukraine. I got to tell you, I've been a business guy, I can't say longer than being an elected official, but pretty close. That shockwave across all of commercial space, and frankly, not just commercial space, I've heard it from some of our hyperscalers in the tech community, has sent an enormous chill. Who's going to hire an American commercial space company, government or foreign business, with the ability to have that taken down so arbitrarily? And it's not just in the case of commercial space. We've seen that Canada, Germany, Portugal have all been saying they're rethinking buying F-35s. I've heard from Microsoft and Google directly and Amazon that they're having questions about whether they can still sell their services. We've also seen foreign adversaries and friends take advantage of this rift in our national security areas and our scientists. Germany has already put out ads trying to attract some of our best scientists who've been rifted. And the Chinese intelligence agencies are posting on social media sites in the hopes of luring individuals with that national security clearance who've been pushed out, perhaps arbitrarily, to come into their service. So no, the Signal fiasco is not a one-off. It is unfortunately a pattern we're seeing too often repeated. I fear that we feel the erosion of trust from our workplace, from our companies, and from our allies and partners can't be put back in the bottle overnight. Make no mistake, these actions make America less safe. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
The fuck was he talking
Before
about?
I turn to the witnesses hearing, I want to welcome everyone in our large audience today. I also want to note that we will not tolerate any disruptions of the witnesses' testimony or senators' questions and the witnesses' answers.
Damn.
You'll note that we have a large contingent of Capitol Police in the room. Any disruptions, either opposed or in favor to the witnesses, will result in prompt removal from the hearing room, and my encouragement to the U.S. Attorney to throw the book at the person disrupting the hearing. No offense, but we all came to hear the witnesses, no one else in the room. Director Gabbard, I understand.
Well, then why are you
You'll
talking?
make a statement for the panel of witnesses.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, Vice Chair, members of the committee. Thanks for the opportunity for us to be here to present you the intelligence community's 2025 annual threat assessment. I'm joined here this morning by my colleagues from the CIA, DIA, FBI, and NSA. Our testimony offers the collective assessment of the 18 U.S. intelligence elements making up the U.S. Intel community and draws on intelligence collection and information available to the IC from open source and private sector and the expertise of our analysts. This report evaluates what the IC assesses most threatens our people and our nation's ability to live in a peaceful, free, secure, and prosperous society. As you know, we face an increasingly complex threat environment that is threatening us here at home and our interests abroad. I'll begin by focusing on what most immediately and directly threatens the United States and the well-being of the American people: non-state criminal groups and terrorists putting American lives and livelihood at risk. Then I'll focus on the key nation states who have the capability to threaten the interests of the United States. In this complex environment, non-state and state actors are able to exploit or take advantage of the effects of each other's activities. Conventional and asymmetrical capabilities, even the traditionally weakest of actors are able to acquire from available advanced technologies, creates an even more complex and serious threat landscape. First, I'll highlight the threats presented by several non-state actors. Cartels, gangs, and other transnational criminal organizations in our part of the world are engaging in a wide array of illicit activity, from narcotics trafficking to money laundering to smuggling of illegal immigrants and human trafficking, which endanger the health, welfare, and safety of everyday Americans. Based on the latest reporting available for a year-long period ending October 2024, cartels were largely responsible for the deaths of more than 54,000 U.S. citizens from synthetic opioids. Mexico-based transnational criminal organizations, or TCOs, are the main suppliers of illicit fentanyl to the U.S. market and are adapting to enforcement and regulatory pressures by using multiple sources and methods to procure precursor chemicals and equipment, primarily from China and India, many of which are dual-use chemicals used in legitimate industries. Independent fentanyl producers are also increasingly fragmenting the drug trade in Mexico. The availability of precursor chemicals and ease of making illicit fentanyl have enabled independent actors to increase illicit fentanyl production and smuggling operations in Mexico. Cartels are profiting from human trafficking and have likely facilitated more than 2 million illegal immigrants encountered by law enforcement at the U.S. southwest border in 2024 alone, straining our vital resources and putting the American people at risk.
In human trafficking.
Criminal groups drive much of the unrest and lawlessness in the Western Hemisphere. They also engage in extortion, weapons and human smuggling, and other illicit and dangerous revenue-seeking operations, including kidnappings for ransom, forced labor, and sex trafficking. These and other human traffickers exploit vulnerable individuals and groups by promising well-paying jobs while confiscating their identification documents. They operate in the shadows, exploiting lawlessness in various areas and using coercion and intimidation to control their victims. While these key drivers of migrants are expected to persist, heightened U.S. border security enforcement and deportations under the Trump administration are proving to serve as a deterrent for migrants seeking to illegally cross U.S. borders. U.S. Border Patrol apprehensions along the southwest border in January 2025 dropped 85% from the same period in 2024. Transnational Islamist extremists such as ISIS and Al-Qaeda and affiliated jihadi groups continue to pursue, enable, or inspire attacks against the United States and our citizens abroad and within the homeland to advance their ultimate objective of establishing a global Islamist caliphate. This includes heightened efforts to spread their ideology to recruit and radicalize individuals in the U.S. and the West. While the New Year's Day attacker in New Orleans had no known direct contact with ISIS terrorists, he was influenced and radicalized by ISIS ideological propaganda, as one example.
I mean, he did have the
Al-Qaeda
ISIS
and
flag.
its affiliates continue to call for attacks against the United States as they conduct attacks overseas. These jihadist groups have shown their ability to adapt and evolve, including using new technologies and tactics to spread their ideology and recruit new followers. A range of non-state cyber criminals are also targeting our economic interests, critical infrastructure, and advanced commercial capability for extortion, other coercive pursuits, and financial gain. These actors use a variety of tactics, including phishing, ransomware, and denial of service attacks, to disrupt our systems and steal sensitive and lucrative information using available technologies and U.S. cyber vulnerabilities.
Oh no, come on, Muffin.
Ransomware actors last year, for
Gabbard
example,
gave up on
attacked the largest
Democratic
payment
Party back in
processor for U.S.
2019.
healthcare institutions.
Well, a little bit earlier than that,
And
but
another set of criminal actors conducted cyber attacks against U.S. water utilities. Some of these non-state cyber actors also operate as proxies for or emulate similar activities carried out by major state actors. While these non-state cyber actors often seek financial and intellectual property gains, they also carry out cyber operations for espionage purposes, targeting our critical infrastructure. Turning to key state actors, the IC sees China, Russia, Iran, and North Korea engaging in activities that could challenge U.S. capabilities and interests, especially related to our security and economy. These actors are in some cases working together in different areas to target U.S. interests and to protect themselves from U.S. sanctions. At this point, the IC assesses that China is our most capable strategic competitor. Under the leadership...
That's why I like Gabbard. Gabbard, RFK, Trump, they're kind of like the Democrat that I am. But yet here I am with y'all. I should be 100% opposed to everything. I should be that whole cult-like mentality kind of situation, but I'm not. Why? Because the shit that they're saying now, even though they're all being, oh, they're turning conservative, the shit that they're saying now still makes sense to me today. There are a lot of Republican things that I'm just like, I don't like it. It goes a little bit too far, or doesn't even go far enough in some situations. But they make more sense to me than sitting here in every fucking hearing screaming about Donald Trump and Elon Musk and screwing yourself over on, hey, you got a little bit of something on a bill because Massey's willing to work with you. Just like we just saw in the other hearing. But this is why I love Tulsi. This is why I love RFK. I hate Donald Trump as a fucking person, but this is why I love what he's doing as far as government is concerned, because this is the kind of shit that we were arguing about. This is the kind of shit that we wanted back in the fucking 90s.
Of President Xi
90s and early
Jinping, the
2000s.
People's Republic of China seeks to position itself as a leading power on the world stage, economically, technologically, and militarily. Beijing is driven in part by a belief that Washington is pursuing a broad effort to contain China's rise and undermine CCP rule. China's most serious domestic challenge is probably China's slowing economy and potential instability if socioeconomic grievances lead to large-scale unrest. Growing economic tensions with the United States and other countries could also weigh on China's plans for economic growth and domestic job creation. China's military is fielding advanced capabilities, including hypersonic weapons, stealth aircraft,
doing amazing.
advanced submarines,
As a human
stronger
being,
space and cyber
he's a
warfare
dick,
assets,
just like me.
and
Yes,
a
I
larger
hate him.
arsenal of nuclear weapons. While it would like to develop and maintain positive ties with the United States and the Trump administration to advance its interests and avoid conflict, China is building its military capability in part to gain advantage in the event of a military conflict with the United States around the issue of China's efforts toward unification with the Republic of China, or Taiwan. China's military is also expanding its presence in the Asia-Pacific region with a focus on disputed territorial claims in both the East China and South China Seas. Beijing is advancing its cyber capabilities for sophisticated operations aimed at stealing sensitive U.S. government and private sector information and pre-positioning additional asymmetric attack options that may be deployed in a conflict. China's cyber activities have been linked to multiple high-profile breaches, including last year's massive compromise of U.S. telecom infrastructure, commonly referred to as Salt Typhoon. Beijing currently dominates global markets and strategically important supply chains, for example, with the mining and processing of several critical minerals.
Who hacked the IRS
In December,
system?
China imposed an export ban to the United States on gallium, germanium, and antimony, all of which are important to the production of semiconductors and our defense technologies. This was in direct response to U.S. export controls on chips designed to broadly limit PRC access to advanced chips and chip-making equipment. China also aims to compete in other critical global industries, including AI, legacy semiconductor chip production, biomanufacturing and genetic sequencing, and medical and pharmaceutical supply production. Leveraging often heavily state-subsidized production at greater scale, lower costs, and weaker regulatory standards than required in the West, Beijing's strategy has given it a leading position in many parts of these sectors and supply chains that support them. In 2023, for example, China had 5 first-in-class domestic drug approvals and 3 FDA approvals. Turning to Russia. Russia's nuclear and conventional military capabilities, along with its demonstrated economic and military resilience, make it a formidable competitor. Moscow has more nuclear weapons than any other nation that could inflict catastrophic damage on the United States and the world in the event of a major war that Russian leaders feared put them and their regime at serious risk. In late 2024, Russia announced updates to its public nuclear doctrine, expanding the conditions under which Russia would consider using nuclear weapons. Russia is building a more modern and survivable nuclear force designed to circumvent U.S. missile defense through reliable retaliatory strike potential. Russia intends to deter the U.S. by holding both the U.S. homeland at risk and by having the capabilities to threaten nuclear war in a conflict. Russia's developed advanced cyber capabilities and has attempted to pre-position access to U.S. critical infrastructure for asymmetric options, including the 2023 hack of Microsoft.
Why is it glitching?
Russia is also fielding new capabilities in anti-satellite weapons meant to degrade U.S. and allied space infrastructure. Among Russia's most concerning developments is a new satellite intended to carry a nuclear weapon as an anti-satellite weapon, violating long-standing international law against such activity and putting the U.S. and global economy at risk. Iran continues to seek expansion of its influence in the Middle East, despite the degradation to its proxies and defenses during the Gaza conflict. Iran has developed and maintains ballistic missiles, cruise missiles, and UAVs, including systems capable of striking U.S. targets and allies in the region. Tehran has shown a willingness to use these weapons, including during a 2020 attack on U.S. forces in Iraq and in attacks against Israel in April and October 2024.
We've been talking about it.
Iran's cyber operations and capabilities also present a serious threat to U.S. networks and data. The IC continues to assess that Iran is not building a nuclear weapon, and Supreme Leader Khamenei has not authorized the nuclear weapons program that he suspended in 2003. The IC continues to monitor closely if Tehran decides to reauthorize its nuclear weapons program. In the past year, we've seen an erosion of a decades-long taboo in Iran on discussing nuclear weapons in public, likely emboldening nuclear weapons advocates within Iran's decision-making apparatus. Iran's enriched uranium stockpile is at its highest levels and is unprecedented for a state without nuclear weapons. Iran will likely continue efforts to counter Israel and press for U.S. military withdrawal from the region by aiding, arming, and helping to reconstitute its loose consortium of like-minded terrorists and militant actors, which it refers to as its axis of resistance. Although weakened, this collection of actors still presents a wide range of threats, including to Israel's population, U.S. forces deployed in Iraq and Syria, and to U.S. and international military and commercial shipping and transit. North Korean leader Kim Jong-un is pursuing stronger strategic and conventional capabilities that can target U.S. forces and allies in the region, as well as the U.S. homeland, to bolster North Korea's leverage and stature, defend its regime, and achieve at least tacit recognition as a nuclear weapons power. Kim's recently cemented strategic partnership with Russia supports these goals by providing him greater financial, military, and diplomatic support, reduced reliance on China, and providing North Korean forces and weapons systems authentic warfighting experience. Kim views his strategic weapons advances since 2019, its deepening ties with Russia, and North Korea's economic durability as strengthening his negotiating position against Washington's demands for denuclearization and lessening his need for sanctions relief. North Korea is probably prepared to conduct another nuclear test on short notice and continues to flight test its ICBMs to demonstrate their increasing capabilities as leverage in future negotiations. Since 2022, China, Russia, Iran, and North Korea have grown closer. Removing the accelerant of the war in Ukraine is unlikely to revert these bilateral relationships to a pre-war 2021 baseline, leaving room for new strategic priorities and world events to create new incentives or challenges to their currently high levels of cooperation. Russia has been a catalyst for much of this expanded cooperation, driven heavily by the support it has needed for its war effort
Give me a second again, I
against
got a call.
Ukraine, including protection from US and Western sanctions. In addition to its exchange of military and other resource capabilities with North Korea, Russia has relied more heavily on China's financial and defense industry backing, and also has increased combined military exercises with China to signal shared fortitude against the United States and US allies in the Asia-Pacific region. With Iran, Russia has also expanded financial ties to mitigate sanctions. Iran has become a critical military supplier to Russia, especially of UAVs, in exchange for Russian technical support for Iranian weapons, intelligence, and advanced cyber capabilities. In conclusion, the threats that we see to US national security are both complex and multifaceted and put the lives, safety, and well-being of the American people at serious risk. As the heads of the American people's intelligence community, we will continue to provide the President, Congress, and our warfighters with timely, unbiased, relevant intelligence to keep the United States secure, free, prosperous, and at peace. To the American people specifically, our intelligence community exists to serve you and to ensure your safety, security, and freedom. Thank you.
Thank you, Director Gabbard. As I mentioned in my opening remarks, the annual threat assessment for the first time lists cartels and traffickers as the very first threat. Director Patel, I'm pleased to say that the FBI's Little Rock field office has been doing its part in addressing this threat. The field office, along with other federal, state, and local law enforcement agencies, have arrested nearly 300 immigrants in my state in 2025 so far. Could you provide some color about the nature of the threat these illegal immigrants have posed, not just to Arkansas, but our nation, perhaps including some of the details of the horrific offenses they've committed against the American people?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Vice Chairman.
The witness will suspend. So that protester was a Code Pink lunatic saying the greatest threat to world peace is funding Israel. I will observe, for the benefit of the audience here and on television, that Code Pink is funded by communist China as well, which simply illustrates, speak up now if you want to be removed as well, whoever's saying that. If anyone else would like to join them, speak now, please, so we don't have any more disruptions. As I was saying, the fact that communist China funds Code Pink, which interrupts a hearing like this about Israel, simply illustrate Director Gabbard's point that China, Russia, Iran, North Korea, and other American adversaries are working in concert to a greater degree than they ever have before. Director Patel, back to my question, could you give us some color about the threat that illegal migrants have posed, not only to my state, which has resulted in nearly 300 arrests in 2025, but also to the nation at large?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, Mr. Vice Chairman, and members of the committee. I appreciate the time to address you all. Specifically to Arkansas, Senator, the priorities at the FBI, which I identified during my confirmation hearing and since, is attacking violent crime along with national security. And every single state in this country is a border state. Arkansas is no exception. Allow me to highlight the work of the men and women in the FBI and state and local law enforcement in the state of Arkansas. Since February 5th alone, we've had 220 illegal immigrants arrested on charges varying from violent offenses, weapons offenses, narcotics offenses, and serious violent felonies. 253 separate individuals have been charged related to those offenses. And here's something I want the American people to hear. about narcotics and countering narcotics. Thousands of pounds of narcotics were seized in these 3 weeks in the state of Arkansas. Thousands, worth tens of millions of
All
dollars.
right, so I guess
Everything from fentanyl to meth to cocaine to heroin to marijuana and more, and also including manufactured drugs. The FBI does have the biggest footprint in Arkansas, but we could not achieve this mission without our state and local law enforcement partners, which has been one of the priorities since I took the helm at the FBI. They provide the greatest ground level intelligence to conduct these operations in Arkansas and in every single state across the union. Since February 5th, we've assisted with the arrest of 8, and that was just a 3-week operation. Prior to that, Senator, there was a bust of 17 federal indictments relating to a meth lab in the state of Arkansas in the southwest corner of your state. All of those individuals are now facing prosecution for hundreds of pounds of illegal opioids, guns, and other illicit material. So we will continue to do that work. We will work it 7 days a week, 365 days a year, not just in your state, Mr. Chairman, but in every state.
Thank you, Director Patel. As Director Gabbard highlighted from the annual threat report, Director Ratcliffe, many, if not most, of the chemical precursors for deadly fentanyl produced by Mexican drug cartels originates in China. China, of course, is a techno-totalitarian police state. They have technology to monitor their own people that Soviet Russia could have only imagined. Is there any reason, Director Ratcliffe, to believe that China could not monitor and crack down on this flow of chemical precursors to Mexico if it chose to do so?
for everybody out there, I just posted the video
Thank
of
you,
our
Senator, for the
analytics.
question.
Before he does that, just posted a picture on the Discord of our analytics. Like I was saying before, for big channels, having like a male channel having a female audience of 10 to 15% is an achievement. And we do have a little audience compared to them. I get you. But female is 45.2%, male is 54.8%. We have nobody under 45 years of age watching this channel. The old people love us. Anyway.
No, there's nothing that prevent China, the People's Republic of China, from cracking down on fentanyl precursors. As you well know, Senator, one of the reasons that they don't is that there are more than 600 PRC-related companies that produce those precursor chemicals in an industry that generates $1.5 trillion. That is one of the reasons that we see the Chinese efforts to affect the fentanyl precursors are really limited in nature and intermittent in nature, and not a dedicated effort to enforce their own laws and regulations.
Don't know how to feel
crack
that
down on this.
every single bit of
you,
our
Director
audience is
Ratcliffe.
older than me.
I have
Like
many
I'm the
more
baby in
questions
the
I
group
could
yet
ask,
again.
But I'm going to try to lead by example and stay within the 5-minute limit for the benefit of senators. I remind everyone there is a vote scheduled at noon. I hope to finish the open portion of this hearing before that vote closes, after which time we'll move to the closed portion. The Vice Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'll be happy to take your extra 13 seconds, but I want to go back to what I addressed at the outset. I mean, this was not only sloppy, it not only violated all procedures, but if this information had gotten out, American lives could have been lost. The Houthis had this information, could reposition their defensive systems. So I want to get a little more information about this. Director Gabbard, did you participate in the group chat with Secretary of Defense and other Trump senior officials discussing the Yemen war plans?
Senator, I don't want to get into the specifics.
Ma'am, were you on? You're not going to be willing to address. So you're not, are you denying, Matt, will you answer my question, ma'am? You were not TG on this group chat?
I'm not going to get into the specifics.
So you
of the
refuse to
deliberate-
acknowledge whether you were on this group chat?
Senator, I'm not going to get into the specifics.
Why are you going to get into the specifics? Is it because it's all classified?
Because this is currently under review by the National Security
Because it's all classified? If it's not classified, share the text now.
As the White House previously
Is it classified or non-classified information on this text?
I can confirm.
Director Radcliffe, were you on the group chat?
Senator, I was on a signal messaging group.
So you were the John Ratcliffe on that chat?
I was.
Thank you, thank you.
Can I provide some context, Senator, to that?
Yes, but I've got a series of questions.
Well, but I think it's important because at the outset, you made a couple of comments about signal messaging using encrypted apps. So that we're clear, one of the first things that happened when I was confirmed as CIA director was signal was loaded onto my computer at the CIA, as it is for most CIA officers. One of the things that I was briefed on very early, Senator, was by the CIA records management folks about the use of signal as a permissible work use. It is. That is a practice that preceded the current administration to the Biden administration.
Director Ratcliffe, I've got a series of questions. If you're making the statement, if you're making the statement, the signal is a secure channel.
No, can I answer that? It is.
I've got a series of
end-to-end decryption. So to
finish, I understand encryption.
It is permissible to use to communicate and coordinate for work purposes, provided, Senator, that any decisions that are made are
we're
also
finishing this one.
recorded through formal channels. Right. So those were procedures that were implemented. My staff implemented those processes, followed those processes, complied with those processes, and finally, just please. So my communications, to be clear, in a signal message group were entirely permissible and lawful and did not include classified information.
Well, we will make that determination, because if it's not classified, share the text with the committee.
It's under investigation, asshole.
You know, let me go on. Director Gabbard, you are the security executive and set access guidelines for classified information. Did you contact the defense secretary or others after this specific military planning was put out and say, hey, we should be doing this in a SCIF?
There was no classified material that was shared in that
So then if there were no classified material, share it with the committee.
It's under investigation.
You can't have it both ways.
He
These are
tried to tell
important
you
jobs. This is our national security.
Several times, fuckface.
Bobbing and weaving and...
I'm sorry, didn't Christopher Wray and Alejandro Mayorkas and everything just literally just dance all over all the fucking legislation that you're talking about right now? Everything that they were brought into fucking Senate for, were you not just trying to defend them by the same thing that you were doing right now? That it's all under investigation and they cannot fucking talk about it. Something like that being under investigation, and you demand that they talk about it now. It's a smoke and mirrors show, man. You just want to get this out there for popularity. Oh, we told you Tulsi Gabbard's a Russian asset. Look, she won't even answer these questions. Nah, this is fucking disgusting already. I can tell you that. And even John Radcliffe, he's like, motherfucker, I'm just going to sit here and explain it to you. And he's just like, no. What the fuck? I don't think Kash Patel's even said shit yet. This is actually pretty funny watching him just sit there and just go back and forth, just like, I'm waiting, motherfuckers. Let's go.
I'm trying to, filibuster your answer. So please answer the question. If this was Director Gabbard, if this was a rank and file intelligence officer who did this kind of careless behavior, what would you do with them?
Senator, I'll reiterate that there was no classified material that was shared in that
And if there's no classified materials, share. And then if there's no classified materials, then you can't even answer the question whether you're on the chat. This is strangely familiar, and I think my colleagues will remember, when you couldn't answer the question, is Edward Snowden a traitor? Now I have serious doubts about anyway. Director Gabbard, I'm going to give you this. Tweeted just 11 days ago, and I'm quoting you. Any unauthorized release of classified information is a violation of the law and will be treated as such. So if this information is classified, what are you going to do?
Senator.
Before she answers, ladies and gentlemen, there is strong evidence that this is a goddamn hoax in the first place. We'll be talking about that later tonight. I'm sorry. This may be an actual trap.
There are 2 points here. First of all, there's a difference between inadvertent release versus
Careless and sloppy.
malicious leaks of classified information. The second point is there was no classified information that was on
Then
this
this
signal
committee
group
should get
chat.
that information. Director
And the
Patel,
National Security
Director
Council
Patel,
is
my time's
reviewing
about out,
how
and I'm
this
going to use
occurred.
my 12 seconds that the chairman gave me. Director Patel, has the FBI launched any investigation of this?
Senator, I was just briefed about it late last night, this morning. I don't have an update.
I would like to get an answer by the end of the day.
At this point in the ordinary course of affairs, I would recognize Senator Collins. She asked me to express to you that she is under the weather this morning. She regrets her absence, but anticipates submitting written questions to which I would request your prompt replies for the senator. Senator Cornyn.
Director Gabbard, I applaud President Trump's
That's why I'm
efforts to
behind
try
her,
to
Jennifer.
bring a
She's
end
not emotional to the
to
shit.
the war between Russia
She knows
and
what's
Ukraine.
happening. She's not emotional and she's not
I
playing
want
that
to
game.
read a statement out of the annual threat assessment and just confirm that you agree with this. It says Russia views its ongoing war with Ukraine as a proxy conflict with the West, and its objective to restore Russian strength and security in its near abroad against perceived U.S. and Western encroachment has increased the risks of unintended escalation between Russia and NATO. Do you agree with that statement? And that is in the annual threat assessment, correct?
Correct.
I'd like to refer to an AP story, Associated Press, dated March 21st, 2025. The title of the article is Western Officials Say Russia is Behind a Campaign of Sabotage Across Europe. This AP map shows it. Mr. Chairman, I'd like to ask unanimous consent that it's being made part of the record.
Without objection.
The document that AP compiled, and I presume this is through open sources, documented 59 incidents, including cyber attacks, spreading propaganda, plotting killings, or committing acts of vandalism, arson, sabotage, or espionage. Is that consistent with your understanding and impression of what Russia's currently engaged in Europe?
Senator, I haven't seen that specific article, but I can confirm that we assess Russia's attempts to conduct such sabotage activities in Europe.
Thank you. One of the things that I'm most concerned about following some of the discussions between Russia and Ukraine and the United States and our other allies, obviously, as I said, peace between Ukraine and Russia is the desirable end state. I think you'd have to be crazy to say otherwise. But I also want to talk a little bit about the unexpected or maybe unintended consequences of European insecurity. I know the incoming Chancellor of Germany has talked about the possibility that Germany might share its nuclear weapons with Ukraine and suggested that the UK would be part of that. I know that perhaps other European countries, to make up for what they view as a receding of the American umbrella of protection. General Krause, what would be the
rate is fucking weird.
Result of a proliferation of nuclear weapon-armed countries in Europe, if in fact that would occur as a result of the perception of European insecurity?
I looked up and saw my drop frames just kind of spike and my bit rate drop.
One
and
of
then
the things that the intelligence
went through the
community
roof.
works very hard on is to understand who has nuclear weapons throughout the planet. And as discussed in the opening statements, both by the chair and by Director Gabbard, the proliferation and the increase in the types and the lethality of nuclear weapons is one of the things that we have to track and we as a nation are going to have to face. It has changed dramatically in the last 5 years and will continue. to change over the next 5 years. The addition of additional countries which have their own deterrence policies and will act in a nuclear dialogue, or the presence of those weapons, the security of those weapons, the movement and the threat of use of those weapons complicates the environment by which all of us will operate, and will complicate all of the decisions by which all future conflict and the political decisions that we support are the decision makers.
It makes the world a more dangerous place, does it not?
Senator, yes, it does.
And just by way of history,
No, the little skips,
Ukraine
Brenda,
used to
are
have the third
on
largest
Forbes'
arsenal of nuclear weapons on the planet. But as a result of negotiations between Russia and Ukraine and the United Kingdom, the Budapest Memorandum documented a commitment by Russia and the United States to protect the territorial integrity of Ukraine in exchange for them giving up their nuclear weapons. Did I correctly summarize the content of the Budapest Memorandum back in 1994?
Yes, Senator, you did, and Ukraine willingly gave up its weapons for the protection of others.
Thank you very much.
Senator Wyden.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And obviously, my colleagues and I feel very strongly about the war planning meeting over unclassified phones. Obviously reckless, obviously dangerous. Both the mishandling of classified information and the deliberate destruction of federal records are potential crimes that ought to be investigated immediately. And I want to make clear that I'm of the view that there ought to be resignation, starting with the National Security Advisor and the Secretary of Defense.
This dude's going to piss me off.
Director Ratcliffe and Director Gabbard, have you participated in any other group chats with senior Trump administration officials in which classified information was shared using phones that weren't cleared for such information? Question for the two of you.
Senator, thank you for the question. I haven't, your question was, have I participated in any other group chats sharing classified information? To be clear, I haven't participated in any signal group messaging that relates to any classified information at all.
Okay. Director Gabbard?
Senator, I have the same answer. I have not participated in any signal group chat or any other chat on another app that contained any classified information.
Yeah, and I just think it's important to follow through here. Would the two of you cooperate with an audit to confirm that that is that is the case?
I have no objection.
Senator, I'll certainly comply with any follow-up that the National Security Council would deem appropriate. But again, to be clear, the use of signal message end-to-end encryption applications is permissible and was, in this case, used permissibly, at least to my understanding, and in a lawful manner.
The seriousness of this is so clear. That's why I want to have an audit, and both of you gave me an answer indicating that you would be open to that, and I appreciate it. Director Patel, you weren't in this particular group chat, but have you participated in any chats on unclassified phones with other administration officials relating to national security? And if so, on what other topics?
Thank you for your question, Senator, and not that I can recall.
Okay. Question I have for you, Director Gabbard, involves this question of Elon Musk wasn't going to see the military's China war plans because he said he, quote, has business in China and he would be susceptible perhaps to that. That was his comment. So as DNI, you're responsible for security clearance policies across the government. Under your watch, how are you going to go about carrying out this obligation? Because I think it obviously is a very significant one in terms of American national security.
Thank you, Senator. As you know, the Office of the Director of National Intelligence provides oversight over these different 18 intelligence elements. Leaders within those elements are empowered with that responsibility to uphold the trust that the American people have placed in them. In this example that you've cited, both Secretary Hegseth as well as President Trump completely denied the assertion that Elon Musk was going to receive any kind of classified war plan brief pertaining to China or any other country.
So on the question of whether the president has the prerogative to get clearances is really the area that I want to touch on, because you're formally responsible for security clearance policies, and that's why I'm asking
That's Blumenthal.
about
Blumenthal? I don't know if he was
Can a
wrapped up in that,
president
too.
decide who gets the clearance?
Yes.
So what about your role? You're formally responsible for security clearance policies. You're
That is
making
also true.
So how do we resolve it? President just gets his way.
The elected president and commander-in-chief has the authority to provide a security clearance to those who he deems necessary.
Mr. Chairman, and to the ranking member, I think we have to have a further discussion on this and figure out what the ground rules, are. I think it's clear what the director says. I just think we need more clarity because I think you have the formal responsibility for security clearances, and now we've heard that this somehow is going to be the president's project, and I think we ought to have further discussions. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Oh,
Senator
you want to
Langford.
take it away now? Oh,
Mr. Chairman, thank you. Thank you to all of you, your service to the country. It matters. There are a lot of citizens of our country right
wait. The president could give and take away security clearances before, but now that Trump has it again for the second time, and he actually used it, now we need to have a discussion whether we need to keep that or not. No. Y'all ain't even gonna try to get that away. We ain't talking about that shit again. Absolutely not. We're not going back to that goddamn shit just because it's, oh my God, he did something against me and he did it in a legal way. Should that be legal anymore?
now that have much greater security in their life because of the work that you do and the people that are working around you do. So I just want to say I appreciate that. For the folks in Oklahoma, they would definitely want me to be able to say thank you for your service. Let me ask a couple of questions on this. Director Gabbard, let me start with you on this. Iran has been listed as one of the top sponsors of terrorism for a very long time. They are the primary armors of Hezbollah, of Hamas, of the Houthis. They're arming the Russians to be able to kill Ukrainians. They continue to be able to destabilize the region. And just in the recent days, when many nations in the Gulf region have talked about how to provide greater stability, Iranian leadership stepped out and made very clear statements. They want a one-state solution for Israel, and it's to drive out all Jews. So this continues to be an issue, not just for the region, but for Americans in particular. So my question is on this is the sanctions and the effect of sanctions, what we know about the Iranian response. Under the Biden administration, those sanctions will turn down, where, quite frankly, Iran has been able to sell $90 billion in oil on the global market to be able to rearm itself and all the others around the region. Now sanctions are now going back onto Iran again. What do we know about the effect of those sanctions?
Thank you, Senator, for the question. These sanctions have just begun to be reinstated, so the full effects have not yet borne fruit. But the message that the president has sent with his maximum pressure campaign is certainly heard. As the chairman mentioned in his opening remarks, President Trump recently sent a letter to the leader of Iran expressing his interest in direct talks in order to try to de-escalate and to prevent war, prevent Iran from gaining a nuclear weapon, but also stated that there would be military consequences if there was no direct negotiations. So President Trump is continuing to carry out his vision and mission of peace through strength, acting in the best interests of the American people. We will see what choices are made from here.
Okay, thank you. Director Patel, during the last administration and the very open border policy that they had, we had some years, including 2022 and 2023, where there were 70,000 individuals that were released into the country that were identified as special interest aliens. This is something this committee and the Homeland Security Committee tried over and over again to get details on. The Biden administration was unwilling to be able to share any of the details on the special interest aliens, led to a great amount of frustration. The comment came often back to us is that FBI is going to track all these individuals and to be able to identify them, even though it was 70,000 a year that were coming into the country. You just walked into this position and trying to get your feet on the ground in so many different issues that are outstanding on that. I raised to you the issue of individuals that are currently illegally present in the country going through a process, but are listed as special interest aliens. By definition from the administration, those are individuals that we don't know their level of risk, but they're considered a national security risk, but we don't know anything else about them from there. So how are you trying to get on top of the number of people that are criminal aliens in the country, but also these special interest aliens that come from terrorist areas?
Thank you, Senator. Appreciate your question. As far as the FBI is concerned, you hit on it. Criminal. So we are focused across our interagency partners at DHS, ICE, CBP, CIS, and elsewhere to identify through our information sharing networks that we have stood up with state and local law enforcement to provide us the details on any criminal
Lenny, that goes back
evidence
to
relating to any of the individuals you
2011 to
highlighted.
2015.
And if there's a nexus there, a case will be opened, excuse me, by the line agents who predicated lawful and factual basis to do so. And we will further refer that matter to the Department of Justice for prosecution. We are reviewing all of these cases anew, and we will report back to you, Senator, with some fidelity on the outcome of that process.
Okay, thank you. Are you getting good feedback from social media technology companies and cooperation from them on illegal activities that are promoted on their site? All the different sites have rules and standards for what can and can't be done on that. But for instance, in the border areas, many of the sites are allowing child trafficking, or they're allowing basically the hiring of Americans to come be drivers and such, and they know this is being circumvented. Are they working with you on that to be able to take illegal content off their sites?
Thank you, Senator. And we have engaged directly at the top levels of all the private sector software communities and social media companies, and they have been very helpful because they have been told that this is a priority for me at the FBI to work with them because they have so much information to share back with us. Now, that's, of course, just on the public systems. We're not talking about the dark net.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Senator Heinrich.
Thank you, Chairman. Director Ratcliffe, I want to start with you. Who determined that the content of this discussion on Signal was not classified?
Senator, I guess I'm not.
Well, for example,
I can speak to my personal knowledge. There was no classified
agent mentioned as part of this story. Normally, that would be classified information. So I guess what I'm asking is, did you just determine it was not classified, or was there any declassification after the fact?
So to be clear, so everyone understands the process, as we talked about, Signal is a permissible use.
I understand
has been used
that.
at the CIA, has been approved by the White House for senior officials.
And appropriate for many conversations.
And recommended by CISA for high-level officials who would be targeted by foreign adversaries to use end-to-end encrypted apps whenever possible, like Signal. In this case, what the National Security Advisor did was to request through a Signal message that there be coordination. So you mentioned the name of a CIA active officer, correct? So
I didn't mention the name.
You didn't mention the name.
Existence of that.
And in the article, the implication was that somehow that was improper. That was not the case. So a CIA officer was not operating undercover. So the request for coordination was for a staff member to coordinate on the high side. So I communicated the name of a CIA officer not operating undercover, completely appropriate, who does openly and routinely coordinate with the White House as a member of my staff. So the intimation there that there was something inappropriate was clearly incorrect.
Did it occur to you that given the sensitive nature of this discussion, that it could just move to the high side?
So that was clearly, Senator, I think the intent was that this was initially set up by the National Security Advisor with the instruction that send a point of contact, and then you will be provided with information further on the high side for high side communication. So I think clearly it reflects that the National Security Advisor intended this to be, as it should have been, a mechanism for coordinating between senior level officials, but not a substitute for using high side or classified communications for anything that would be classified. And I think that that is exactly what did happen.
So I'm curious, did this conversation at some point include information on weapons packages, targets, or timing?
Not that I'm aware of.
Director Gabbard, same question.
Same answer, and defer to the Department of Defense on that question.
Well, those are two different answers, but you're saying that was not part of the
can see how you
conversation.
would think that, Rhonda.
Precise operational issues were not part of this conversation.
Correct.
Okay. I want to ask you, Director Gabbard, something on a very different track here, which is I very much agree with the conclusion of the ATA that foreign illicit drug actors are a major threat in the United States, and many of you have spoken to this today. Is the IC wrong in its omission of Canada as a source of illicit fentanyl in the ATA? I was surprised, given some of the rhetoric, that there is no mention of Canada in the ATA.
Senator, the focus in my opening and the ATA was really to focus on the most extreme threats in that area. And our assessment is that the most extreme threat related to fentanyl continues to come from and through Mexico.
So the president has stated that the fentanyl coming through Canada is massive, and actually said it was an unusual and extraordinary threat. And that was the language that was used to justify putting tariffs on Canada. I'm just trying to reconcile those two issues. Is it an unusual and extraordinary threat, or is it a minor threat that doesn't even merit mention in the annual threat assessment?
Senator, I don't have the numbers related to Canada in front of me at this time. I'd like to get back to you on the specifics of that answer.
It's less than 1% of the fentanyl that we are able to interdict. But if you have different information, I would very much welcome that.
Senator Budd.
Thank you all for being here. And Director Gabbard, prior to your role here, we had a big storm in western North Carolina, and you were among those first from outside our state to show up. So thank you for your work there. Thank you for your ongoing work there and that of your family as well. It was good to see them when out in western North Carolina last week, so thank you. Director Hawk, so what do we need to do in regards to Volt Typhoon? There's a lot of pre-positioning that went on there. So where are we with that? And what do we need to do in regards to our power companies, whether it's generation or distribution, Duke Energy in my home state, or even the rural electric co-ops? What do we need? What have we learned? And what can I tell them?
Senator, 99% of the critical infrastructure in the United States is controlled by private companies. So that really drives us to talk about how do we partner with industry and with the commercial sector, in this case, with power sector. Volt Typhoon began when industry came to the intelligence community and said, we're seeing anomalous activity, can you help us gain context? And we were able to bring context to that to be able to understand what the threat was and then to ultimately be able to identify who was behind that threat. Since that time, we've continued to work very closely with industry to be able to determine what are the right ways for us to be able to pursue these threats within networks to enable the interagency, to enable our partners and industry to be able to pursue them. That's the approach we have to take. It is a collaboration between the government and industry to be able to eradicate these threats, and we have continued to pursue them together since our first identification and notification that we did related to this particular threat.
Thank you. What have you done on the offensive side here in regards to, I think there were three, Salt Typhoon, Volt Typhoon, and even Flax Typhoon. Maybe there were others, but those are the three that are known.
Senator, I've been given really clear guidance in terms of what the Secretary of Defense expects in terms of our aggressive approach to be able to restore deterrence, and I look forward to talking with you about that in the closed hearing.
Look forward to that. Directors Gabbard and Ratcliffe and Patel, thank you all again for being here. So as you're all keenly aware, Section 702 of FISA is an extremely useful authority to help keep our nation safe. I also know that we need to rebuild American people's trust and confidence that such authorities are not being misused by the intelligence community to unlawfully target Americans. So since taking over your respective agencies, can you tell me and tell the American people how effective the recent changes have been in protecting privacy and civil liberties of each and every Americans. And then, if you will, comment on how useful the authority is in generating intelligence that actually protects the homeland. We'll start with you, Director Gabbard.
Senator, Section 702, which authorizes the foreign collection of non-U.S. persons outside of the United States, continues to be one of our most effective collection tools to ensure our national security. There are a number of reforms that the Senate passed, that Congress passed last year, that have proven to strengthen the protections of Americans' Fourth Amendment rights. In the short time that I've been in the seat, I've seen a few examples of that directly, most recently through the FISA court, calling in an amici to come in and weigh in on a dispute regarding provisions that would further protect Americans' Fourth Amendment rights. I'll be visiting our friends at the NSA next week and doing a quote-unquote ride-along to observe directly how those reforms that Congress passed are being implemented to protect Americans' civil liberties, and look forward to reporting back after I've had that opportunity.
Thank you. Director Patel.
Thank you, Senator. With my background in FISA and 702, I just want to clearly delineate between FISA Title 1.3 and 702 collection. We need to both ardently defend its use, but also ardently support reforms that allow the American public to entrust that those charged with those capabilities are not violating the Fourth Amendment or any other violation. Speaking to Title 1, Title 3, when it comes to U.S. persons, I have already included an amendment in terms of FBI language to make sure that when a U.S. person is targeted, that the FBI specifically is responsible for culling through all exculpatory information that is reasonably known and satisfying that burden and stating it in the application. When it comes to 702, Senator, some of the biggest enterprise efforts we have had to thwart national security risk would not have occurred if 702 collection had gone dark. And the FBI continues to use that information to protect the homeland. We've had multiple takedowns in the last 6 months based on 702 and interagency collection processes, but we just need to ensure the American public, and I'm working with my team, that even in the 702 sphere, American citizens' information is protected.
Thank you all. I look forward to the discussion in the closed session.
Senator King.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Director Gabbard, I didn't intend to get into the Jeffrey Goldberg story, but something you said has sort of puzzled me. According to open source reporting at 11:44 on the morning of March 15th, Secretary Hegseth put into this group text a detailed operation plan, including targets, the weapons we were going to be using, attack sequences, and timing. And yet you've testified that nothing in that chain was classified. Wouldn't that be classified? What if that had been made public that morning before the attack took place?
Senator, I can attest to the fact that there were no classified or intelligence equities that were included in that chat group at any time.
So,
and I
so
defer,
the attack sequencing and timing and weapons and targets you don't consider to should have been classified?
I defer
or were
to the
classified?
Secretary of Defense, the National Security Council on that question.
Well, you're the head of you're the head of the intelligence community. You're supposed to know about classifications. So your testimony very clearly today is that nothing was in that set of texts that were classified. I'll follow up on Senator Wyden's question. If that's the case,
you refresh the
please
page. Yep,
release
that's what
that
happens.
whole text stream so that the public can,
Rumble makes
can
it all
have
go away.
a view of what actually transpired on this discussion. It's hard for me to believe that targets and timing and weapons would not have been classified. Well, let me move on. You approved this report, this annual report, prepared by the Office of the Director of National Intelligence. Is this submitted to the White House routinely in anticipation of its public release?
I don't know what you mean by submitted routinely.
Was this report submitted to the White House before its release today?
It was submitted to them once it was completed. I think probably around the same time it was sent to all of you.
I want to move on. One note that surprised me. I've been on this committee now this is my 13th year. Every single one of these reports that we have had has mentioned global climate change as a significant national security threat, except this one. Has something happened? Has global climate change been solved? Why is that not in this report? And who made the decision that it should not be in the report when it's been in every one of the 11 prior reports?
I can't speak to the decisions made previously, but this annual threat assessment has been focused very directly on the threats that we deem most critical to the United States and our national security. Obviously, we're aware of occurrences within the environment and how they may impact operations, but we're focused on the direct threats to Americans' safety, well-being, and security.
How about how they will impact mass migration, famine, dislocation, political violence, which is the finding, by the way, of the 2019 annual threat assessment under the first Trump administration? You don't consider that a significant national security threat?
For the intelligence community, being aware of the environment that we're operating in is a given. What I focused this annual threat assessment on, and the IC focused this threat assessment on, are the most extreme and critical direct threats to our national security.
Let me ask a direct question. Who decided climate change should be left out of this report after it's been in the prior 11? Where was that decision
I
made?
gave direction to our team at ODNI to focus on the most extreme and critical national security threats
Your
that we
direction
face.
include no comments on climate change?
Senator, as I said,
How is climate change a direct threat to our national security right now? Over something like China, Russia, Iran, everything else that's been mentioned with all that shit. How is climate change a direct threat to our national security? There's no point in this man existing in the fucking halls of Congress.
I focused on the most extreme and direct national
That's not a
security
response
threats
to my question.
that we face.
Did you instruct that there be no finding in terms of climate change in this report?
I don't recall giving that instruction.
Final questions in a few short seconds that I have left. You all concede, and it's in the report repeatedly, about the cyber danger from China, from Russia, from Iran. Why then is the administration deconstructing CISA? 130 people fired. General Hawk talked about the importance of public-private cooperation. That section of CISA seems to have been disestablished. What possible policy reason is there for undermining CISA's relationship to the states with regard to elections and to the private sector with regard to cybersecurity when the cybersecurity threat is only growing? Anybody want to tackle that?
I won't speak for all of my colleagues here, but I don't believe any of us have any insight into those specific staffing decisions that have been made.
Well, let me ask you this question. You've all found, the report has found explicitly growing cyber threats, including to elections from Russia, China, Iran. Do you believe that it's in the national interest to diminish our capacity to deal with those cyber issues? Yes or no?
President Trump is focused on effects and making sure that the people that we have and the resources that we have are focused on our national security. He and his team recognize that more people doesn't necessarily always mean better effects. Those are some of the things that are driving the changes that we're seeing across the administration, is getting all of our agencies back and focused on their core mission.
General Hawk, do you agree that?
Senator King, your time has expired.
Time is up. Thank you.
Senator Rounds.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. First of all, thank you to all of you for your service to our country. With regard to the issue surrounding Signal, I'm going to address it, but I'm going to address it in the closed session so that we can get more in depth into that issue. In the meantime, I want to direct my first question to Director Ratcliffe. As the debate continues in Washington regarding spectrum, what can you share in this unclassified setting regarding the critical nature of spectrum to national security interests generally?
Thanks for the question, Senator. I know this is an issue of great interest to the Senate, and the potential auction of commercial space on spectrum. Those, as you correctly point out, the discussions about spectrum, I will start out by saying there are national security implications from such an auction were to take place to both the DoD and the IC. I think the discussions that we need to have in a classified setting, I can relate to you that the direction from early meetings that we've had is that the discussion about where that might take place would not affect specifically CIA or IC equities, and I hope that's the case and where the discussion goes. But I think we need to be concerned that a public auction at bands at certain levels would have an impact on our ability to deliver an accurate intelligence picture.
In other words, there are parts of the spectrum which simply cannot be shared with the commercial.
That's correct.
All right.
And we can talk about the specific reasons about why in a classified setting that would cause a diminishment of our ability to deliver a good threat picture to the commander-in-chief.
And in some cases, life or death consequences.
Absolutely.
Involved.
Look, I don't give a shit what you're talking about or what your justification is for this. Renting out space on a server cluster with classified information is not a good idea. Just to the general public, you're already giving them, literally, they're in the same area. It would be easy to just hop, skip, and jump away if you know what you're doing. Especially on a day zero exploit that nobody even knows what the fuck's going on. Somebody just finds some shit. Oh, guess what? They updated. There you go.
Thank you.
Why? Why are we doing that stupid
Patel,
shit?
first of all, I just want to thank you for what you are doing. And I know that there's a number of items that in your previous life you did that simply can't be discussed. But nonetheless, we've appreciated what you have done for your country already. Today, I just wanted to talk to you about, we've seen a series of public news reports about ISIS threats within the United States. And there have been several successful interdictions, Oklahoma City, Philadelphia, New York. Although the question remains as to the total number of ISIS operatives who were able to breach porous borders in the months and years before policy changes in this January of 2025, to what extent is the FBI tracking operatives who remain in the United States today, and what is the FBI doing to track them down?
Thank you, Senator. I appreciate your question and your comments. So the priorities at the FBI since I took over have been violent crime and national security, and this speaks directly to national security. The direction for the FBI is to track down any individuals with any terrorist ties whatsoever, whether it be ISIS or another foreign terrorist organization, and now to include the new designations of the cartels down south and elsewhere. So the FBI is utilizing our Joint Terrorism Task Force, which are situated in all 55 field offices. But the key to success there is our partnership with state and local law enforcement who have the ground level intelligence on some of these operatives. And as you've highlighted, we've already shut down numerous threats, and we've identified publicly where permissible these threats and individuals and where they're coming from. And I think the FBI is doing a very good job right now in collecting this information through our interagency process, and we will continue to thwart every bad actor affiliated with a terrorist organization or otherwise.
Thank you. And Director Hawk, first of all, look, you've talked a little bit already about Salt Typhoon, but what I want to really get into is the things that are moving right now that you haven't had a chance to address, and in particular, Cybercom 2.0 and the need to accelerate that particular plan moving forward. Can you talk just briefly, I've got 40 seconds left, talk to us a little bit about how critical 2.0 is in terms of countering the cyber activity that's going on through nefarious actors.
Senator, what we were asked to do by Congress was to look at what's the force generation model for the Department of Defense to be able to generate cyber forces. Based off of that request, I produced the recommendation for the secretary that outlined 3 critical things, which is really how we manage the talent, how we develop the talent in the department, and also how we equip that talent underpinned by compute and AI. We've brought that plan initially back to Secretary Hegseth. He told us to go faster. We've delivered him that plan. And now, based off of his guidance, we will now begin to move forward with the rest of the department.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Senator Bennett.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you very much for holding this hearing, and thank you for being here. Mr. Director Ratcliffe, it sounds to me like your testimony today and the Secretary and the DNI's testimony is that there was nothing wrong at all with the signal thread that you were on, that it didn't include any targeting information or battle sequence. That is your testimony. That's your testimony. And I'm a little staggered that that is your view, Director Ratcliffe. Does the CIA have any rules about handling of classified information? Yes or no?
Yes.
Thank you, Director Ratcliffe. Do you agree, Secretary of Defense Pete Hegseth said this morning when asked by members of the press what had happened, he said this morning in Hawaii that Atlantic Editor-in-Chief Jeff Goldberg is a, quote, deceitful and highly discredited so-called journalist who's made a profession of providing hoaxes time and time again. Do you share that evaluation, the Secretary of Defense's evaluation of Jeff Goldberg as a journalist?
Senator, I didn't see those comments. I don't know Jeff Goldberg.
So do you share that view of the Secretary of Defense?
Well, I don't have a view on.
Okay. Do you assuming that he has that view, I'm.
Do you share that view about that individual? Because I don't like the individual, another individual talking about the individual in question. What do you think about this individual? I don't know the individual. But yeah, do you share the same views about that individual? I don't know the individual. I guess you used to people just saying, yeah, he's just a piece of shit. What about it?
Curious about whether you are the CIA director, okay? This has happened. We know it's happened. Did Jeff Goldberg somehow, did he create a hoax that allowed him to become part of this signal thread? Please answer the question. You don't insult the intelligence of the American people.
I mean, you're doing that right now, but okay.
Invite himself to the signal thread.
I don't know how he was invited, but clearly he was added.
Clearly it was. Finish your sentence, please.
Clearly he was added to the signal group. Your question is.
You don't know that the president's national security advisor
clearly he was added to the signal group. I don't know as to when.
The signal thread. Everybody in America knows that. Does the CIA director not know that?
I've seen conflicting reports about who added the reporter to the signal messaging group.
You think that it's perfectly appropriate that there was a reporter added, especially one that the Secretary of Defense says is deceitful, highly discredited, a so-called journalist who's made a profession of peddling hoaxes over and over again. Is your testimony that it was appropriate that he was added to this signal thread?
No, of course not. And
why did you not call?
Hold on, Senator. You're mischaracterizing my testimony.
Good. You answered the question. Let me ask you: when he was added to the thread, you're the CIA director. Why didn't you call out that he was present on the signal thread?
When was he added to the thread?
I don't know if you use signal messaging app.
I do. Not for classified information, not for targeting,
well, neither
not
do I,
for anything
Senator.
remote.
Neither do I, Senator.
Well, that's what your testimony is today.
It absolutely is not, Senator. Were you not listening at the beginning?
No.
When I said that I was using it as permitted, it is permissible to use.
I agree that's your testimony.
Yeah.
I agree that's your testimony. You asked me if I use it, and I said not for targeting, not for classified information.
And I said I don't either.
I also know Jeff Goldberg. I don't use it to communicate with him, but you thought it was appropriate. By the way, I think he's one of the more outstanding journalists in America. but I'm shocked to find him on a thread that he's reading in the parking lot of a grocery
y'all
store
starting to understand
in
how this
Washington,
could be a
D.C.
hoax
And
now?
your testimony as the director of the CIA is that it's totally appropriate. Is it appropriate
No,
that the
Director,
president?
that is not what I.
Okay,
when did
go
I say
ahead,
it was?
please.
When did I use the word appropriate?
Well, go ahead, please.
Well, I didn't.
That everybody in America.
So clearly,
there's nothing to
Senator,
see here is what your testimony is.
No, I never said that.
This is just a normal day at the CIA where we chat about this kind of stuff over Signal. In fact, it's so normal that the last administration left it here for us. That's your testimony today.
That's your testimony.
No, that's
Senator.
not my testimony. That's what you said.
I didn't say any of those things that you just related, Senator.
I heard you say it. We'll let the American people decide. Let me ask you one final point.
Technically, that's not what he said at all. But he was just kind of bringing up the fact that I don't know when. We used the same shit from the last administration. I don't know when the fuck this motherfucker was added to the group because Signal does not show you that shit. Again, like I said, when was he added to the group? That's the issue. Because I refuse, unless it's some kind of real situation where it was just like, hey, this is a thing and you want to make light of it, let's make an incident out of it, even though nothing really major is going to come out of this because they did it in a lawful way and did not share classified information. That's what it's fucking used for, by the way. But it may be a thing that either the last administration had left and he was on that from the last administration. But it also may be a thing that around somewhere along the way, somebody did add him later on as a plant. Or it also could be the fact that they added him themselves to be like, hey, America, check this out. We're speaking about war plans on Signal, on unclassified information here. We're not sharing classified information. We're just talking about it. Do you feel comfortable with this? By the way, this is on the government system. There are three possibilities, and all possibilities lead to the incompetence of showing your ass right here, right now.
Mischaracterized it. Well, are you going to give me a chance?
Is it appropriate? Did you know that the president's
RP, he didn't.
Middle East advisor
There's
was
nothing about
in
that.
Moscow?
He just supposedly woke up one
On
day and they were
this
talking
thread?
about war plans.
While you were, as director of the CIA, participating in this thread, were you aware of that? Are you aware of that today?
I'm not aware of that
This
today.
sloppiness, this incompetence, this disrespect for our intelligence agencies and the personnel who work for them is entirely unacceptable. It's an embarrassment.
Senator?
You need to do better. You need to do better. Thank you. I'm being gavelled by the chairman, and I apologize for going over my time.
Senator Young.
Thank you all for being here. I'll be asking some follow-up questions, clarifications about this Signal episode in a closed setting, and try and work with all of
I
you to
don't
bring
think Signal
clarity
would
to
have
that
that.
situation. It appears to me there's some unanswered
don't know about
questions.
that as a
It'll take
whole.
some time, I think, to
But-
get there in a more dispassionate setting. Director Gabbard, I'm going to begin today asking you some questions about emerging technology. This has been a real point of emphasis, I know, of our broader national security community for a period of time. We know that PRC is making generational investments in certain emerging tech, AI, biotech, and other areas of technology to reduce their vulnerability against any supply chain disruptions and to lead the world in some areas. As the IC assesses, the PRC is seeking to, quote, become a global S&T superpower, surpass the United States, promote self-reliance, and achieve further economic, political, and military gain. So, Director Gabbard, can you describe the actions China is taking to operationalize that IC assessment in ways that directly target the security and prosperity of everyday Americans?
Senator, what we know is that they are trying to use these capabilities as a means to continue to exploit vulnerabilities within our own critical infrastructure and our cyber technology. The critical infrastructure is a key area of concern given what we know has already been exploited, these asymmetric attacks that have been placed within our critical infrastructure that are of serious concern given how they could be exploited, especially during a time of conflict. We know that they are experiencing a boom in their generative AI capability and are competing very heavily against our own AI capabilities. Obviously, AI can and will be used across a multitude of every sector of our society, both here as we are in our own country, and we expect China to be able to continue to do the same there.
So two key areas of vulnerability to the United States conceivably, susceptibility to cyber attacks, and as China's leveraging of AI towards misinformation, increasingly into the physical realm, they can pose threats to us as well. As follow-up, Director Ratcliffe, you know, we've had Huawei, we've had TikTok. What do you believe will be the next point of technological friction and competition between the U.S. and China? What should members of Congress be looking for?
Senator, I think I can answer this question more fully in the classified setting. What I would say is it relates to the issue of emerging technologies and matters of quantum computing and quantum sensing, and our ability to stay ahead of China on the technological curve with respect to those issues. I'd be happy to get into that in further detail in a classified setting.
Excellent. We'll dive into that. Director Haw, General, how do you see biotech playing into this broader competition?
I think it's an area that, from our perspective, has increasingly been a priority as we want to understand the approach that China's taken, and also to ensure that as we think about the president's priorities in terms of both economic and technology security, we are certainly, as a community, following DNI's guidance, that we are increasingly putting our resources to be able to ensure that we understand where China is investing in those resources and how that will impact our economy and overall the overall health of our national security.
Thank you, General. Director Gabbard, not a lot of time left on this end, but I do have a little crypto interest I wanted to communicate to you. Can you share with this committee how we're positioned to disrupt foreign cyber efforts to steal cryptocurrency, such as the North Koreans have successfully done? If others would like to pull this thread and weigh in on this question very briefly, that would be great.
Senator, we're obviously aware of North Korea's revenue generating by stealing cryptocurrency has had a significant effect on North Korea's capabilities. I defer to our technical experts on the actions that are being taken.
Senator, I think this would be a great topic when we go to closed session.
It's going to be a busy closed setting. Yes. Director Patel?
I agree with the general. In closed session, I can provide some details.
It's what you get when you visit with a bunch of spies. All right, Chairman.
Senator Kelly.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm going to come back to the topic of the day here, the signal chain as reported by The Atlantic. Ms. Gabbard and Mr. Ratcliffe, you each testified that there was no information operational in nature, no classified information. So I want to ask each of you just a series of, just respond yes or no. I'll start with Ms. Gabbard. In the signal chain that we have been talking about, was there any mention of a target in Yemen?
Sorry, guys. Had that phone call. What happened here? Did they just... There was no way we finished with that, right? They gavel out? No,
To do
because we didn't
indications
hear
of
this.
warning for.
Why is it? Oh, yeah, it's low in my head here. Hold on. Where the fuck were we just at? It just stopped alive and it just processed everything in the background. Here we go. I remember this dude starting.
Overall health of our national security.
Thank you, General. Director Gabbard, not a lot of time left on this end, but I do have a little crypto interest I wanted to communicate to you. Can you share with this committee how we're positioned to disrupt foreign cyber efforts to steal cryptocurrency, such as the North Koreans have successfully done? If others would like to pull this thread and weigh in on this question very briefly, that would be great.
Senator, we're obviously aware of North Korea's revenue generating by stealing cryptocurrency has had a significant effect on North Korea's capabilities. I defer to our technical experts on the actions that are being taken.
Senator, I think this would be a great topic when we go to closed session.
It's going to be a busy closed
Agreed.
setting. Yes. Director Patel?
I agree with the general. In closed session, I can provide some details.
It's what you get when you visit with a bunch of spies. All right, Chairman.
Senator Kelly.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm going to come back to the topic of the day here, the signal chain as reported by the Atlantic. Ms. Gabbard and Mr. Ratcliffe, you each testified that there was no information operational in nature, no classified information. So I want to ask each of you just a series of, just respond yes or no. I'll start with Ms. Gabbard. In the signal chain that we have been talking about, was there any mention of a target in Yemen?
I don't remember mention of specific targets.
Any generic target?
We got about 30
I
minutes
believe there was discussion around targets in general.
Mr. Ratcliffe.
I think that's consistent with my recollection. Again, I don't have access to that.
Was there any mention, Ms. Gabbard, of a weapon or weapons system?
I don't recall specific weapons systems being named.
I'm not talking about specific, any weapon or weapon system.
I don't recall specific names of systems or weapons being used or named within the
Well, I'm
chat.
not asking whether, I don't want you to tell me what the specific weapon was, but any weapon at all. Mr. Ratcliffe, same question.
I don't recall.
How about anything about timing? Ms. Gabbard.
I don't recall specific timing.
Was there any
I
mention?
won't get into the detail of the conversation, but obviously there was a significant amount of planning and internal discussions that had occurred prior to and outside of this signal chat.
Mr. Ratcliffe, you're nodding your head. Any mention of any military unit whatsoever? Mr. Ratcliffe.
Not that I recall.
Ms. Gabbard.
Not that I recall.
Okay, so I understand that DoD policy prohibits discussion of even what is called Controlled Unclassified Information, or CUI, on unsecured devices. Are both of you aware of that DoD policy?
I haven't read that policy.
Not familiar with the DoD policy, but I would say that the Secretary of Defense is the original classification authority for DoD in deciding what would be classified information.
Ms. Gabbard, does the intelligence community have a policy that prohibits discussion of controlled unclassified information?
Yes.
It does. Okay. Controlled unclassified information, according to DoD, includes information that is information that has not been approved for public release. Would you, of what's been disclosed publicly of the signal chain, would either of you feel that that would be approved for public release? Ms. Gabbard.
The discussion that took place in that Signal chat group was a conversation reflecting national security leaders and the vice president around the president's objectives.
So yes or no, would you approve that for public release?
I don't feel I can answer that question here.
Because of the nature of this hearing?
Because of the nature of a private discussion that took place between individual leaders in our government.
It would make sense that you would not approve it for public release, wouldn't it?
There are other factors that would go into that consideration.
Mr. Ratcliffe, yes or no?
I wouldn't approve the release of classified information. Again, as I've said,
I'm not talking about classified information, Mr. Ratcliffe. I'm talking about information that has not been approved for public release. That is information that is considered controlled, unclassified information.
The principles that would have been on that would have been individuals capable of approving that for public release.
Do you, I got 20 seconds. The deliberation as to whether or not we should launch a strike on another country, would you consider that classified information, Ms. Gabbard?
Well, the information was not classified.
This is not, I'm not talking about this. I'm just talking about deliberation as from principles as to whether or not we should launch a strike on another country. Would you consider that classified information? I'm not talking about what happened this week.
There are other factors that would go into determining that classification.
Mr. Ratcliffe, the deliberation between principals in our national security apparatus about whether or not to strike another country, would you consider that to be classified information?
Pre-decisional strike deliberation should be conducted through classified channels.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
If I may, I just want to return, Mr. Ratcliffe, to your answer there in part, Senator Kelly. It's been raised at several occasions now in this hearing about whether classified information was discussed in this chat. And you mentioned about the Secretary of Defense being what you called, I think, the original classification authority.
Correct. Correct.
I think it's important for the public to understand that although you and Director Gabbard are original classification authorities on many matters, you're not that for all matters that might be classified in the government. Is that right?
That's correct.
So if the Secretary of State has classified sensitive diplomatic details, that's his authority. If the Secretary of Energy has sensitive classified information about our national laboratories, that's his authority. And the two of you can't speak to other departments who have their own original classification authority, and which, of course, as Director Gabbard said, ultimately rested with one person, the President of the United States. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. I just wanted to clarify that. It looks like the Vice Chairman wants to weigh in as well.
Just very briefly. I mean, I think it strains the audience and the watching public's credibility if we're talking about timing, packages, that somehow this would be okay to put out, or just, frankly, senior American officials trashing Europe. I've been around this for a while. This is not information you generally put out. And the notion there's not even acknowledgement of, hey, gosh, we screwed
This
up
motherfucker, he was listening to the hearing on his
is
phone.
stunning to me. And
He
the
went back
idea
on
somehow, well, none of this was classified, but we can't talk about it here. You can't have it both ways.
I think the witness's point is that they can't speak for every official in the government who has original classification authority.
Chairman, I don't, that's not what I'm not trying to litigate that. I'm trying to litigate on the face unless, as Senator Bennett said, this reporter is somehow making this all up. And I think the White House has acknowledged that the text chain that he submitted was authentic. It strains my mind to think, again, it strains my mind if the shoe had been on the other foot, what my colleagues would be saying about this. And again, we're going to get to the bottom of it. And I appreciate your comments, but you guys have both testified under law. There's nothing classified in that information. There's nothing, in a sense, I've not heard either one of you say, gosh, we screwed up. So we'll find out. This is too important to our national security. And again, I know we've got more members to cross.
They testified, is my understanding, correct me if I'm wrong, that there's no intelligence community classified information. Is that correct?
That's
Director
correct.
Ratcliffe, is that correct? Director Gabbard?
Yes, Chairman.
Well, again,
That's not correct. She said repeatedly there's nothing classified, period.
right, period. You can't have it both. And again, we'll see. I cannot believe this is not going to come out. And if it's not classified, again, we'd ask you to give it to the public today.
It's
I'm
under
sure one of your
investigation.
aides back there probably got it.
It's under
On paper,
investigation.
if you got it here, it's not classified. Stand by your position.
It's under investigation.
Or is this just one more example of a careless approach to how we keep our secrets in this administration?
With apologies to Senator Moran.
Thank
It's
you,
under
Mr. Chairman, and
investigation.
thank you to our witnesses for being here. I want to explore a little bit about Ukraine, and I'll direct this to Director Ratcliffe or Director Cruz. The ATA assesses that, quote, the grinding war of attrition in Ukraine, quote, will lead to a gradual but steady erosion of Kyiv's positions on the battlefield. Are Ukrainian forces at any significant risk of collapse this year? Go ahead.
Before I turn it over to Director Ratcliffe, I think both sides are working through the equipment that they need, the industrial base they need to support that, and the personnel that are required to man all of that equipment and man the front lines. And as we see the battle space in the various portions, whether it's in Kursk, whether it's in any of the 4 oblasts, we see areas where Kyiv will struggle to prevent the slow attritional grind. We do not see an imminent collapse in any of the line of control battle spaces at this point.
And then vice versa. That answers my question unless you want to add something, Director. Whatever advantages in manpower and material they have, can Russia maintain its operational tempo without significant changes to how it's conducting the war?
I think our assessment from a military perspective is that Russia has the ability to sustain its campaign longer than Kyiv would. Now, when that timeline hits, we do not have an assessment of, but I believe that if this were to go on for more than the remainder of this year, both sides would have a significant challenge maintaining their defense industrial base as well as their operational ops tempo.
Longer than this year?
That is correct, and they will each have difficulty at various points throughout the spring, summer, and fall as well.
Thank you. Director Ratcliffe, ATA says continuing the Russia-Ukraine war perpetuates strategic risks to the United States of unintended escalation to large-scale war and heightened insecurity among NATO allies. What are the strategic risks to the United States if Russia were to achieve
All right, I
its
got shows lined up.
maximalist
All right,
objectives via
line
peace
up for
agreement?
the show tonight.
Achieve via peace agreement?
Yes.
Well, I think that clearly the negotiations that are going on reflect that President Trump is seeking a cessation of the war on terms that will end the war permanently. From an intelligence community standpoint, and specifically with regard to CIA assets, we've taken steps to support that, the president's goal of an enduring peace. To General Cruz's comments, I agree with his assessment and generally the public assessment that Russia has the battlefield advantage, is grinding forward slowly. I want to comment on that, however, to say that with regard to the Ukrainian resistance, the Ukrainian people and the Ukrainian military have been underestimated for a period of several years now. And ultimately, I'm convinced from my reflections in observing from an intelligence standpoint that they will fight with their bare hands if they have to, if they don't have terms that are acceptable to an enduring peace. Obviously, to the point of maximalist goals, President Trump has communicated that he is aware of the dangers of that, of Russia getting what they want. And I think that the peace talks that are taking place would reflect, if successful, and they are making progress, that both sides would not get everything that they want and no one's maximalist goals would be achieved.
Thank you both. In the short time I have, I'm going to skip a question and ask that I intended to ask, but ask the director of the FBI. Director, I chair the subcommittee that appropriates money for the Department of Justice, including the FBI. It has been our practice that the FBI director, as well as the Attorney General, appear before our committee each year. And I want to make certain that you do not foresee any challenges that I will have in your presence when you come to speak when we invite you to come speak about your budget. I think when we visited in the office, you made yourself often available, pleased to talk to Congress. We're getting ready for the appropriations process to begin. The budget that the president intends to submit is seemingly months away, weeks away, long weeks away. And we may ask you to come testify about your priorities now or sooner than that. Is that a challenge for you that I'd be aware of?
From the FBI, no, as long as the Department of Justice and the Attorney General are good with it.
Thank you.
Senator Reid.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Director Ratcliffe, you have repeatedly made the point that there was no classified information contained in any of these discussions that were reported in the Atlantic Monthly. Is that correct?
No, that's not correct.
I got another hiccup.
So, Senator, what I've related is that any information that was related from my perspective or that I observed from the intelligence perspective was not classified information. With respect to the assertions and the allegations that there was strike packages or targeting information or things that relate to DOD, as I pointed out, the Secretary of Defense is the original classification authority for determining whether something's classified or not. And as I've understood from media reports, the Secretary of Defense has said the information was not classified.
Are you aware that the Secretary of Defense declassified this information prior to the discussion?
I'm not.
Director Gabbard, same question. You've indicated, at least the impression I got, was that there was no classified information discussed. Is that correct?
Senator, my answer is the same as the director of the CIA's.
So the question has to be posed to Secretary Hegseth whether he declassified the information and at what point he did declassify it. Do you agree?
Yes, I defer questions to the Secretary of Defense.
Okay. Director Patel, are you conducting an investigation of these discussions and activities?
Thank you, Senator. As I informed the vice chairman on the same question, I found out about this late last night, early this morning, so I don't have an update for you on that.
Well, thank you. When you get an update, we'd appreciate it very much.
Yes, sir.
Director Gabbard, were you overseas during any parts of these discussions?
Yes, Senator, I was.
Were you using your private phone or a public phone for the signal discussions?
I won't speak to this because it's under review by the National Security Council. Once that review is complete, I'm sure we'll share the results with the committee.
What is under review? It's a very simple question. Are you your private phone or an officially issued phone? What could be under review?
National Security Council is reviewing all aspects of how this came to be, how the journalist was inadvertently added to the group chat, and what occurred within that chat across the board.
But, so you were not going to disclose anything about whether you use the phone. Director Ratcliffe, there's been indication that the CIA has warned recently retired personnel about the vulnerabilities of Signal and other encrypted messaging applications. If that's the case, why were you discussing these issues on Signal?
Senator, Signal use, as I've said repeatedly, is permissible for work purposes. I've never said that end-to-end encryption apps like Signal are a substitute for classified systems. And I was not discussing classified information in this setting.
But as you've indicated previously, perhaps the Secretary of Defense was discussing classified information, and only he can be held accountable in terms of whether it was classified or declassified at the moment he spoke. Is that accurate?
Well, I didn't say it that way. I said the Secretary of Defense is the original classification authority, and my understanding is that his comments are that any information that he shared was not classified.
But you have no way to verify that?
I don't.
Again, this is a very troubling example and a great lapse in our intelligence and our discussion. One further point, if you are not aware of any classified information on the discussions back and forth, would it be appropriate for the author to release the entire text of what he heard or transcribed?
I think the author has released, my understanding, essentially almost all of the information as it's been related to me. I don't know what calculation the author made with regard to what information would be released or not.
Well,
but again, I can again confirm that with respect to the communications that were related, as to me, there was no classified information.
According to the article, quote, the message contained information that might be interpreted as related to actual and current intelligence operations, and the author did not disclose that information. So the question would be, if he disclosed everything he heard, in your view.
That wouldn't be classified information. I know the context of what that is, and I think the author said might be interpreted as related to intelligence information. It was not classified information.
So it goes back to my point. If he released all this information he did not release, he could do so without any liability at the federal level.
I think you're asking for a legal answer that I'm not able to give you, but.
Mr. Patel, can you opine? You're a lawyer and you're the director of the FBI. Would he face any legal liability if he released the information?
Because of the questions you and the vice chairman have put to me, I'm not going to prejudge the situation, and that legal call is ultimately for the Department of Justice.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman.
Senator Ossoff.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you all for joining us and for your service. Just to make sure I understand some of the basics here. So, Director Ratcliffe, you were a member of the Houthi PC small group signal chain, correct?
I was.
Yeah, and so were the Vice President, the Secretaries of State and Defense, the National Security Advisor, and Ms. Gabbard, correct?
I believe so. I don't have a list of who was invited to be on.
And so was national political reporter Jeffrey Goldberg, correct?
I don't know that.
Yes, you do.
I don't know Jeffrey Goldberg, and I've already testified. I don't know whether or how he was added.
Okay, well, he was a member of the signal chain, and the discussion included the Vice President's private opinion on the wisdom of proposed U.S. strikes in Yemen, correct?
I don't recall.
Vance, quote, I think we are making a mistake. I am not sure the president is aware of how inconsistent this is with his message on Europe right now. There was a strong argument for delaying this a month. You don't recall?
I don't, as you
don't recall seeing that?
Read that, I don't.
It included the private opinions of the Secretary of Defense on the timing of strikes in Yemen, correct?
I don't recall.
Director Ratcliffe, surely you prepared for this hearing today. You were part of a group of principals, senior echelons of the U.S. government in now a widely publicized breach of sensitive information. You don't recall whether the Vice President opined on the wisdom of the strikes? That's your testimony today under oath?
In that setting, I don't recall.
Here's what Secretary Hegseth said, quote, waiting a few weeks or months does not fundamentally change the calculus. Two immediate risks on waiting. One, this leaks and we look indecisive. Two, Israel takes an action first or Gaza ceasefire falls apart and we don't get to start this on our own terms. Your testimony is you don't recall the Secretary of Defense sending that message or reading it?
I recall there being an exchange. I don't recall the specifics as you're reading it.
Well, let's put it this way, Director Ratcliffe, a discussion by senior U.S. officials on the timing and risks of a proposed military campaign and disagreements between the President and the Vice President about U.S. plans and intentions would be of obvious interest to foreign intelligence services, would it not?
Yes.
Okay, so we get
and they
about
were
6 minutes
discussing
left.
the timing of sending U.S. air crews into enemy airspace where they faced an air defense threat, correct?
I'm going to, Senator, defer to the other principles that you're referring
Director
to
Ratcliffe.
about what the meaning and the context of
They're
what they
talking
were
about the
auditing.
timing of U.S. airstrikes, correct?
Yes.
Yes, and therefore the timing of sending U.S. air crews into hostile airspace, correct?
Yes.
And therefore the time period during which enemy air defenses could target U.S. air crews flying in enemy airspace, correct?
I don't know that.
You do know that. Let me ask this question, General Hawk. You lead America's signals intelligence collection. Would the private deliberation of foreign senior officials about the wisdom and timing of potential military action be a collection priority for you and the U.S. intelligence community?
Senator, it's our job to do indications and warning for both the plans and intentions of adversary leaders and for military commanders.
And would not information about the timing of airstrikes allow a military to pre-position or cue air defense systems to shoot down enemy aircraft?
I think, Senator, from our perspective, any advance warning is something that we certainly are trying to protect.
Yeah. Director Ratcliffe, this was a huge mistake, correct?
No.
A national political...
Hold on.
No, you
Let me
hold
answer.
on. No, Director
The
Ratcliffe, I
reason
asked
say
you a yes or
no-
no question, and now you hold on. A national political reporter
You can characterize it how you want.
was made privy
The White
to
House has made
sensitive information
clear
about
that there
imminent
was an
military
inadvertent
operations against a
mistake,
foreign terrorist
an inadvertent
organization.
mistake of adding a reporter.
And that wasn't a huge
to a
mistake?
seal.
That wasn't a huge mistake?
Well, I think they characterize
This is
it
an
as a
embarrassment.
mistake.
This is utterly unprofessional. There's been no apology. There has been no recognition of the gravity of this error. And by the way, we will get the full transcript of this chain, and your testimony will be measured carefully against its content. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
I thank the witnesses again for their appearance today. I sense the Vice Chairman has something to add.
I do.
So I will recognize him briefly.
Well, again, I thank the witnesses. But what you're saying doesn't make sense on the face of it. Everybody knows, at least Director Ratcliffe, you had the courtesy of acknowledging you were on the chain. Director Gabbard wouldn't even touch that, even though we've got our initials. And if you want a comparison, think back to the beginning of the Ukraine war, when the United States, in concert with our then ally, the United Kingdom, declassified a lot of Putin's battle plans that allowed the Ukrainians to push back successfully on the Russian invasion. How was that? That was gone through a real process of declassification. As Senator Ossoff so clearly made the point, this information out, potentially where our adversary could reposition its defenses, in the unwillingness of the individuals on this panel who are on the chat to even apologize for acknowledging what a colossal screw-up this is speaks volumes.
Thank you to our witnesses for your appearance. A few administrative matters. As I mentioned earlier, Senator Collins is under the weather. She regrets that she could not be here for your testimony. Senator Risch likewise had to preside over a hearing of the Foreign Relations Committee to include the nomination of my former governor, Mike Huckabee, a great American and a great friend of Israel, to be the next ambassador to Israel. He also regrets that he could not be here. I anticipate he may have written questions as well. I would urge you all to respond to those promptly. Now, the audience will remain seated while our witnesses and their aides depart the hearing room. The Capitol Police will ensure this occurs. I want to commend the Capitol Police and our committee security staff for running an orderly hearing today. For the benefit of members, the vote on the floor has been called. We will adjourn this open hearing and we will reconvene in closed setting at 12:40 p.m. The hearing is adjourned.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, I have listened to 1.5 of these things so far today. I have got to get the show set up for tonight. There's going to be some of the things we've heard are going to actually be talked about tonight. I'm going to hit some of these things up. But, however, I got the lineup going for you. Got to pull some of these sources and kind of get everything worked out. We will be back in just about 3 hours from now. Ladies and gentlemen, until then, we'll see y'all later.
Comes a president. We can't start our own little business here.
That's all I need. I'll make it happen with some work and belief. Know what I want, so I'll take it on. I've made mistakes, but mistakes make you strong. Let's break it down for a minute. I want the crown, I'm gonna get it. You hear me loud, man, I'm winning. Yeah, Charlie Sheen will be grinning. These ladies know that I'm sinning, and this is just the beginning. I'm closing in the night inning. There ain't no point in resisting. Living life like a dream, baby, right, that's the thing. Every night got a team, I've been tied to the scene. Out on stage, here I'm screaming, okay, it's a dream. And I pray as a team, one day it'll be me. If I want it, then I'll get it. Head down, don't regret it. Push myself to the limit. If I play it, then I win it. I'm just saying, I'm just living for today. For a minute, I don't stay, I just visit. Have no shame, I admit it. Looking to see if I succeed, to see if I believe. They're looking up to me. They want the best of me now, best of me now, best of me now, best of me. They want the best of me now, best of me now, best of me now, best of me.